Hey everybody, another night in the salt mines of the illegal streamery, live here with Shub. And it's been one of those nights that's a day that is a night that happens to be a Monday, as we do Friday on Thursday, and it's weird, okay? It's just weird. As I got a little sideways out of the box, as I didn't click my scene transitions right, and just I've made a hash of it running behind schedule, opening with the wrong things. It's just gonna be one of those nights. But hopefully it's one of those nights for the guy too, so we get lots and lots of salt. Because, you know, it is a old school fighting game night, so we should hopefully have some good stuff in store for us. As tonight, the word we are counting down is ban, as in banned, gone forever. And I think we would count banned under the rules of the game. So it should be interesting to see if we can get him to say that a couple of times, or people give him a reason to say that. So come on, kick. Live up to what you can do. All right. So what are we doing while we're waiting for the guy to show up? We are starting with where we left yesterday, which was a sign of how the night was going to go, as Dave talks about being broke because of Duty and the Detractors and how he can't make a living off ad revenue. So I'm going to start that up while I finish working on some other stuff. I might be a little more silent than normal. I'm going to be stealing Duty's views, and he should sue me because I'm illegally stealing his content. All right, so what have you got for me, Duty?
Simple. You want it? Come hang out, support it. We keep doing it. You don't want it? Well.
Oh yeah, this is about where I spurged that last time.
And then I won't play it
like
anymore.
Giga-spurged.
You can't really be more simple than that.
Yes, you can,
Okay?
Dave. Yes, you
And
can.
that's sadly how you operate a business. I know some people, oh, well then you don't have passion for games. Oh, I do have passion for games. It's just that I'm 43 years old, and it's time to wise up and grow up and realize reality is, this is my job. This is not my hobby. This is not something I do on the side and I have a behind-the-scenes career. All right, this is my job.
That's your choice, though, Dave. That's your choice.
Properly, and I have to play what you want. So, in regards to Death Stranding 2, my opinion is thus. So far, I like the game for its plot, its graphics, its music, and its artistic direction.
And Dave, don't think you're gonna get away with doing that on me. Just because I'm toying with like overlay nonsense doesn't mean you get to do that to me. So what was that, Dave?
My opinion is thus. So far, I like the
Dave,
game.
that's not how you use thus. It's your opinion is this, or thusly, my opinion is. My opinion is the. You don't use thus as a noun like that. The thus is not something unto itself. Or not even thusly. Thus, my opinion is. That's how a normal human being who has the vocabulary and the pretentiousness to use the word thus would use it. And, you know, 3 years of law school didn't teach me much Latin, but you can damn well be certain that it gave me the pretentiousness. So yes, I do use thus, or at least periodically. And Dave's thinking that thus and this are interchangeable. Mightism forever, much like my adoration for my captain. That's what Walt Whitman should have written. Screw Abraham Lincoln, he can quit fucked. I want to hear the poem about mightism.
Game for its plot, its graphics, its music, and its artistic direction. I think the gameplay is meh. I actually don't dislike the gameplay because this time around I'm used to it. I played Death Stranding 1, so I know what's coming, and I'm like, okay. But it's also, I'll acknowledge, it's not riveting at all. In any regard, it's not a riveting game. It is quite boring when it comes to the gameplay. Run around with boxes on your back, drive vehicles around.
You know, Dave, some people might actually think that's interesting because it gives you problems to solve, terrain to manage, inventory to finagle. I mean, how you load shit up is part of the core mechanics. That you press the easy button that just does it automatically is absolutely fine. But, you know, you don't get to shit on the game for boring mechanics when you choose to make them boring. You could manually arrange how stuff is packed if you wanted more challenge, if you wanted more dynamism, if you wanted more stuff in your stuff, which is circular and which is actually also vaguely fractal. And stuff in your stuff is actually quite appropriate for a game about being a courier hauling goods around. A porter, if you were. If you were a porter. And now it's just all gone weird. Point is, Dave, that, again, this goes back to you do stuff that takes a challenge out of things and then complain about the lack of challenge or how it's boring. That is a you problem, or more specifically, I suppose, that is a past fill problem who's making it present fill's problem. Because past fill is the greatest detractor of them all.
Avoid BTs. Every once in a while, do a fight against some humans or maybe a boss. Wash, rinse, and repeat. Now, I'm sure there will be more elements later on, and typically there always are. They add new things to it that actually change it up. So I'm sure later on maybe there'll be new ways to traverse the terrain, new vehicles, and new things like that, right? Maybe they will. I don't know. I'm sure there's probably some new stuff.
So, Dave, you're going to get what you want. You're going to get more stuff to do. All you got to do is keep playing the game. So what's the problem here? What game isn't like that starts you off with a finite pool of abilities and things and then steadily adds to them? I mean, every game does that. Every single one of them.
Okay? But I don't foresee there being some groundbreaking new stuff that's going to make this game blow us away. We're 9 hours in. We're out of the intro.
You're out of the intro, Dave, that took you probably twice as long as it was supposed to, because you are a streamer who is particularly slow. Because you faff about and you do your manual leaderboard and you always find things to complain about rather than just getting on with things. Oh, also, you find ways to die to things that you really shouldn't die to, which also takes up time.
Into the regular meat of the game now, and we've seen what the game is, right? There's no shocking twist here. We kind of know what to expect moving forward. So that being said, today is make or break day for Death Stranding. If today people show up, engage, and support this stream, and we hit goals and everything's good, I will continue to keep Death Stranding 2 in the rotation, and we will play it as a full playthrough.
Yep, however, keep threatening to wage quit, Dave. Also, just so I can try this. Hey, that works. That's over in Dave's chat. You know, it's always dented to give Dave money, but I like the message. Why am I toxic?
However, if it tanks and people stop showing up and aren't engaging and are just complaining the game is boring, play anything else.
Oh, also, because Copium is a long-term detractor over in Dave's chat, I thought Taxi Sim failed because he couldn't interact with chat, and then how do fighting games do well? Well, that's assuming fighting games do well in the first place, which, given the size of your dent, given how much you've been LARPing over there, you know, I understand the confusion, but more to the point, fighting games, at least on the designated nights, tend to have whales, which would be Jax Raxer, specifically for Street Fighter, an old school fighting game for Friday Night Fights. It doesn't matter whether old school fighting games do well, because Dave likes them. And if Dave likes them, he's going to keep playing them. That's the long and the short of it, basically. That's the long and the short of it. So, but good question, Copium. Good question. Occasionally they do get asked over in Dave's chat, and then people usually get banned because, you know, again, usually asking a good question is a sign that you're using your brain, and that's verboten over in Dave land.
And there's no support, then I'm not going to continue to play Death Stranding. And I said this up front when I started last week with the game. I said, I know what this is. And by the way, when I played the first game in 2019, this was the case where I kept playing it despite the fact that my audience was complaining constantly that it was boring. They didn't want to see it. I toughed through it and beat it. And the whole second half of the playthrough was basically not very successful at all. I had incredibly slow streams. I wasn't making a lot. And I was complaining about it.
I whined and didn't get enough money, and therefore the game sucked. Yep, that sounds about right, Dave.
And, I mean, whose fault is that? Well, Kojima didn't design the game for streamers.
Again, who does? Who does design games for streamers, Dave, that you don't shit on for catering to memer streamers?
He was going for something different. I don't think I can really blame Kojima. The viewers were just being honest with me, saying this game is boring as dirt. I don't think I can blame the viewers.
You do, though. You always find a way, though. Just to be clear, you always find a way to blame the viewers.
Honestly, the blame lies solely on my shoulders.
Wow.
I'm a stubborn, obstinate guy that said, I'm going to keep playing this game despite the fact that you guys are telling me not to play it.
Well, that's a moment of self-awareness from the guy. So how is he going to fuck this up? Because he cannot be self-aware without fucking it up. So, yeah, let's see how this ends.
And I'm changing now. I'm changing for the better. I'm listening to
Dave,
feedback.
you're always changing for the better, but yet you never make any actual progress on that front.
I'm going to only play stuff you guys want. So I got to listen. There will be exceptions every once in a while. Like I said, if there's something...
Yeah, so we the exceptions will always be what he wants. The unless I want to rule will apply, as always, and you will not have changed one damn thing. Were we able to count that from Dave's chat? Flippy Flappy getting into the spirit of things tonight, but unfortunately we cannot count what Dave is said in Dave's chat. The guy has to say the funny word that we're going for, the word of the day, unfortunately. But yeah, I just like to think he is the person who's currently watching. But yep, people getting in the spirit of things tonight. This could be a frisky night if chat's into it over in Dave's YouTube chat, Dave's YouTube chat rather.
From the past, or something that I want to bring back or revive, or we'll do that. But for the most part, if I want to stay successful, I have to listen to you. All right? And I get that. Now, it took me a long time, my big stubborn head hard as a fucking rock. Okay?
You had to have it beaten into your skull by literally going bankrupt to realize, wait a second, maybe I can't endlessly shit on everyone who gives me money. And that's why you just shit on most of the people who give you money. Duh.
I had to learn that the hard way. But now I've learned, and now look at what we're doing. I mean, seriously. Now we've got awesome streams all the time, fun playthroughs, chill vibes, great atmosphere, fun marathons all the time, new equipment being added all the time. This is awesome, right? And thank you for that we're to this level. But you have to understand, I have to...
Okay, we got to the butt, and everything before the butt doesn't count. Let's go over that just for the full feel of it, so we can go checkbox by checkbox.
Learn that the hard way, but now I've learned, and now look at what we're doing. I mean, seriously.
Okay, seriously.
Seriously. Now we've got awesome streams.
Awesome streams. Incorrect, sir. They are mostly lame and consist of you counting money. Sometimes you play a video game, but usually you just rant and count money.
All the time. Fun playthroughs.
I suppose fun for who, Dave? I mean, genuinely fun for who? Jade? Because maybe Jade, yeah, for some stuff. But for most people, it's about laughing at you. Like, absolutely 100% being brutally honest. Not that I'm ever not with the guy, but yeah, it's mostly about people laughing at you. But do continue, please.
Chill vibes, great atmosphere.
The chill vibes of you constantly saying, give me all the monies. And, banning anyone who says something that you don't like. Is that the chill vibes we're going for? How of you crashing out in games like Mario Kart? Literal children's games that are made to be made so that children can have fun with. Yeah, those chill vibes, Dave, where you're going to turn into an actual sweat gremlin tonight and hopefully produce a couple of geysers of salt because you are going to be try-harding your ever-loving eyeballs out in SVC2? CVS 2. I acronym real good, George. Yes, I does. So to reiterate, those chill vibes that are going to come from you turning into a geyser of salt and baby raging at a game that's literally 25 years old at this point over people allegedly cheating that you have absolutely no way to prove, no way to even begin to establishing other than your own paranoid mind thinks that that's what you'd be doing in their situation. But do continue.
Fun marathons all the time, new equipment being
all the time being every time somebody gives me $7,500.
all the time. This is awesome. right? And thank you for that we're to this level. But you have to understand, I have to stick to my guns of how we're doing things around here for this to continue. If I
Thank you for all the money you've given me, but no, you don't get a say in any of this. You only get to keep giving me money. That's how this works. The only way for me to keep enjoying my life is for you to keep giving me money and not asking questions.
say, well, no one's going to show up for Death Stranding 2, but I'm playing it for another 40 hours anyway, I might as well just quit.
Dave, you always assume that if you don't immediately make money that a game cannot find an audience. And you are at base, you are absolutely correct, Dave. Every game has to be given a shot, and if it doesn't make the money, you have to cut it loose sooner or later. Because that is indeed how a business would operate. But the problem is, you have repeatedly said that this isn't a business, or that this is both a business and your hobby. Well, Dave, if it's your hobby, games get more latitude. You don't make things strictly because of business rationales. Because there's supposed to be fun and passion involved in it. You know, considerations other than the bottom line. And then you compound this by putting a gun to every single game's back and then its head, in which the gun at its back tells it, you better produce me money immediately or you're going to regret it. And then you put the gun to its head by telling the viewers, well, give me money or I'm going to just shoot the game. So games have to make you money immediately, and they are never given a chance to find their audience or to convince you that they are worth playing, for that matter. If something doesn't impress you out of the box, or you haven't convinced yourself that you're going to like it, the game has no chance. So, okay. And also, that sure as shit ain't happening. He has not even started the slideshow yet, so we are not starting shortly. We are no way in hell we're starting shortly. But yeah, Dave, you like to think of yourself as a media guy who knows stuff about this. You know about the history of good television shows. Many of them in their pilots and their first couple episodes tanked or had less than desirable ratings. Because sometimes it takes a little while to find an audience. It sometimes takes you a while to figure out, how do I make this entertaining? I know, crazy thought there, that Dave could ever make anything entertaining. But, you know, just giving him the benefit of the doubt here, that he might be able to do something like that. I mean, there are things that he could make entertaining. I mean, do you think detractors would like watching these old school fighting games if he had adopted the current rules that he has? Yeah, Koraz, stop being a lazy bum. Most of the rest of the country has already been up for hours, but you work the graveyard shift, so we won't be too hard on you. So yeah, would there be Friday night fights under the current rules if Dave didn't have a love of fighting games? If he just got one of these collections, tried it, and that was that, because it wouldn't make any money. The gameplay is boring, and and imagine that the one night it gets is the night where he doesn't get salty and ranty, where it's just him complaining about lag all night. It'll be summarily shot and never come back to. But he has found ways to make this entertaining. It's entertaining because the mask slips and we get the baby rage. So more detractors watch Friday Night Fights than almost anything else, because there's actual entertainment here. But the only reason we got it is because he stuck with it long enough for us to find it. And I know we're not, the humor we find in it isn't what he intended, but it illustrates the point I'm trying to make here, that sometimes things need to go on for a time, need to be given a chance to find their audience. And Dave's currently out here saying, yeah, I'm not going to give anything a chance to find any audience. If it doesn't immediately make me money, then it can get fucked. And the only things that get exemptions are things that he has an attachment to for whatever reason. If people in his audience think that something might find an audience because they are developing an attachment to it, well, they can get fucked. If they like it so much in Dave's business model and his mind, from what he's telling us, they can just open up their wallets and give me all the money. And if they don't give me all the money, well, I guess it's not that important to them. And therefore, it's not worth my time to continue playing. which just that is such an insane attitude for a streamer to have, especially a streamer who's trying to organize things around playthroughs, which are effective. They're not just shows, they are series. So yeah, that's just crazy. It's craziness.
I might as well just quit and just go play it myself and not stream.
Okay, then do that. You would be much happier if you did that. If you did more of your content offline like that, you would be much happier, Dave, because there would be no there'd be no kick chat to constantly razz you. There'd be no sneak dissers. There'd be no LARPers. You would just be able to be alone with your thoughts, and you'd be able to say whatever stupid shit you wanted, and it wouldn't have to go out for the entire world to hear. Or if you were recording everything, you could then edit out the parts that are really bad.
What's the point? I'm wasting your time if you don't want to see
No, Dave, no. Anyone who's watching you has already come to the conclusion that they're getting some entertainment value out of this. Because Dave, you do waste plenty of time and you do show zero respect for your audience's time, but either detractors are watching you because they think all of this is funny, or your dents are that, or we're dealing with dents who are so dented that they find this unironically entertaining. And just that you're going to waste time is just built into the cake. That's an expectation. So this notion of, well, guys, I'm saving you time, is just utter bullshit. It's utter bullshit. It's you trying to concoct a justification to sell to your audience for why you're doing the thing that they don't want you to do that you're doing.
Right? Now, I don't know. Maybe today people will show up and engage and support with Death Stranding 2. And if you do,
and they did,
then I know what you want. So there you have it. It's very easy to show what you want to see me play. Show up to the stream.
No, it's not. No, it's not, Dave. It is not easy to show at all because of the "but I don't want to" clause. Dave, if I offered you $1,000 to play, let's say, three night streams of the New Order, and that would be essentially saying, I'm gonna tip you $333 a night, basically. That would be for 6 hours of gameplay. You'd tell me to quit fucked. You would tell me to quit fucked because you don't want to do that. You don't play those kinds of games, and you know what it would entail. You know it would entail making a fool of yourself. So that's why you're gonna tell me to quit fucked, even though I would have offered you in that hypothetical $1,000. And that's why this is such an utterly slimy piece of shit thing to say, because no, you don't listen to your audience. When they come in and give you money, yes, that validates what you want to do. But if they give you money and they want you to do something you don't want to do, well, they can quit fucked. So yeah, that goes back to the Stellar Blade boondoggle.
And support it. And by the way, I will say this as well. I realize that I have a silent majority of viewers who are behind the scenes.
Viewers don't dictate my streams, except for all the times that they do. The viewers just, this is like Animal Farm. All viewers are equal, but some viewers are more equal than others, with the correlation between the more equal viewers being the ones that have got, baleen, big old eyeballs and teeth that be like combs. Yeah, if you are a whale, what you want, if you are willing to whale for a game and not make demands, if you're just willing to give him money to see him play a game, he'll play it until the cows come home. You come in and give him $150 every day, once a week, he'll just play it. He will be happy as a clam playing it. But you can't say, hey Dave, if you do this, I will give you money, because then he'll get suspicious. That's all I can say to that, Corez, is yep. It's amazing what people can do with an audience, and Pippa has spent years in the trenches building one, and it's always funny when she laughs at the guy. I mean, Pippa and some of the other live streamers are to the point where, not live streamers, VTubers are to the point where they could read the phone book and they'd have an audience. I don't know how long they could get away with reading the phone book and still have an audience, but there are people who would absolutely tune in to watch Pippa read the phone book, especially if it's a bit, especially if it's not just reading the phone book.
Scenes who don't speak up in chat, and also who maybe watch on demand. I know this, okay? If you're one of those people, you can still make your voice heard. You can engage with the content.
You can engage with the content, but likes don't give him any money. And views don't matter because he doesn't make enough to make any real money on advertising. And also views and likes don't really matter for the algorithm because he nukes all of his engagement on the live streams by privating in it. What this really means is if you watch the content, engage with the video, and then, oh yeah, leave a super thanks or send him a tip. That's what that means. Engage with the content means engage with the content means give me money. And of course, that's so passé. That's what them British folks be doing. That's what King Jad does. We are much higher class around these parts. We put together running tallies of words that he said on Pig Pig Go and add to them for the streams. Totally different, Goob. Snort.
By liking the videos, by leaving comments with feedback, by actually supporting via things like super thanks if you can, because I'm well aware with Death Stranding 2, the entire playthrough is getting claimed for music, so you could still do like a tip.
Yes, as we get to the part of it that really matters.
Yeah, say, hey, just so you know, I'm here for Death Stranding 2. I'm loving the playthrough. Here you go. Here's the
wow.
tip. That counts. All right. So there you go.
It counts, but funny how we never get any kind of accurate count of the money he gets off camera. He never wants to share all of the support for games, except when he gets a super special contribution from a whale that says, "Keep doing what you're doing, Goob." That's a little harsh, but I would support the DSP gaming branded spittoon. If he made that kind of merch, I might be dented enough to get it because it would just be fucking hilarious.
Let's see what you guys want. All right, you have to understand my model of success is based on crowdfunding and will be moving forward. I can't get the level of support I used to get via views and stuff because everyone steals my content. It's just that simple.
And we get to the good part. Good, right on schedule, my guy, right on time.
So many people illegally stealing my content on a daily basis. I can't make a living off of ad revenue and views. That's why I don't care about it. What I care about is people who actually support concretely through crowdfunding to show me what they want. Okay?
Except that when people give you money, if you don't want to do it, it somehow magically doesn't count. It's the same way with whenever you set up polls to do things, if the result is the one other than the one you want, it's somehow been manipulated by the trolls. I mean, are we going to have to talk about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? The game that you said, wow, that looks really cool. I'm really looking forward to that. I hope that wins. It wins, and then it magically becomes the work of the detractors. They manipulated everyone in the polls into having it nominated and into voting for it, knowing you were going to hate it. When you were the guy who was getting hyped up for it and was interested in it. So yeah, Dave, just, the power of memory is a funny thing.
So there you have it.
Wow.
All right. So today is make or break for Death Stranding 2. Right after this podcast, we're going to start playing. We'll see how it goes. And I'll be honest with you, I would be a little sad to see it go because I feel like the story is just getting started. We just had a big advancement of the plot last time we played, and now we're in the meat of the game, which is getting interesting. But I also wouldn't be like, oh no, I'm really, missing out if I don't play it. Again, it's a good story, but that's about it. At the end of this year, I would be shocked if people are like, Death Stranding 2 is Game of the Year. I don't think so.
Might surprise you, Dave.
Kojima will love it. But I'm not seeing this as being like a groundbreaking, earth-shaking, momentous event in gaming. Nor is the gaming
might surprise you, Dave.
World looking at it like that either. People are just kind of like, it's there. So.
Oh my God, why are you this dense, Dave?
Okay, let's do some shout-outs. All right, Chris did a £2 super chat and says, "Hi Phil, much love. Thank you."
Yep, and he gets money as we cut out. Okay, so. He is still on the slideshow because, he said back at 7:56, we'll be starting shortly. You know, shortly up. I don't know what your metric for shortly is, but I'm going to go on a limb and say 15 minutes is not shortly. When you're already online and have everything turned on, but you know, okay, I will give the folks over at Detractor Beam some credit for that. You know, the dunes of Arrakis. I dig it. I dig it. Okay, so that can fucked. Oh, here's the RimWorld crash out. We may or may not have time for this, so let's see what we got. Because this is just my stuff from this is just my stuff from yesterday. I haven't even looked at what the Clippers have put together for today. Not wrong, Red. It unironically tends to be a half hour. It tends to, because he thinks he starts the stream shortly after he starts the slideshow, and he usually starts the slideshow 15 minutes after he's supposed to start it, and then he usually starts the stream 15 minutes after the slideshow starts. He actually goes on camera. So I mean, the slideshow is up. It is up. But oh, and there's the guy. There's a guy. How long has he been there? Okay, he hasn't been there very long. Okay, well, this gets to wait. This gets to wait, and I think whatever fun there might have been in that is now gone because he's not going to be playing RimWorld. He's just not, because he got GTA working. So, all right, let's. All right, Dave.
How are you? How are you? Welcome to the late stream, my friends.
Wow.
How are you? It is time for some fun tonight, and I hope that you guys are down for some early fighting game action.
Wow.
A couple days ago, we had an impromptu daytime CVS2 stream, which wasn't planned, but I ended up doing it because, excuse me. We ended up doing it because, we just had an optional day with GTA 4 with mods not working earlier in the week.
And you refused to play anything. You refused to play anything. You just couldn't be bothered.
The news is now we have them working, and normally it would be Friday night fights, but tomorrow is our big July 4th Indivestance Day marathon.
I hate the term Indivestance Day, but I did actually start working on a song. I'm just not going to have it done. I'm not going to have the lyrics done in time, which annoys me. But yeah, that might be coming to the channel in the near future. But I do still hate that. I hate that not only is the closet cleaning stream back, it's got a stupid name that he wants to keep using. Time to play Jay Wong. Yes, play. I suppose Dave does play with Jay Wong in the same way that the guys on the practice squad play with the LA Lakers. You know, their job is to do stuff and things, I suppose. You know. But no, they are so far apart. Dave's gonna get beaten like a bongo drum, and he's just so happy to be learning so much. Oh God, tech. He's learning so much from Jay Wong. Yeah, yo, he's just gushing like a little schoolgirl. Some Dunce gave him £5. Said RimWorld is favoriteest game ever and has 1,000 hours in it, and Dave will love it. Yeah, that's a troll. That's a troll tip. Anybody who knows anything about RimWorld knows Dave is going to hate it. And if you had any doubt that Dave is going to hate RimWorld, just look at what he did to Factorio. Factorio got like 10 minutes yet, got 10 minutes to live. And Cora has just beaten me to the punch by describing what happened. So I'm going to assume that happened today after I stopped watching, because I kind of zoned out. I zoned out like at the end of the pre-stream. I watched the WPIG Reestream, and I just zoned out after that. I was not gonna. Well, I thought. Well, I'll have some clips. That'll let me save some stuff for myself. And then I got behind schedule, and I wanted to watch yesterday's clips. So, but yeah, I know I want to watch him rage quit it. Do you though, Koraz? Because like I said, it's gonna be like Factorio. If it survives 15 minutes. I mean, if he plays it, that will be the poll question: is how long does he survive? How long does his pride take the fact that he is too ignorant to do anything in RimWorld? And I mean, I'm going to have 15 minutes be an option. 15 minutes. I mean, it's going to be, all of the options for the first poll are going to be sub-hour because I don't think it lasts an hour. I don't think it lasts to the parts. If he does it on a night stream, it doesn't last to the part split. And if he does it on a day stream, it still doesn't last to the part split. It's just doesn't make it past an hour at that point because he makes the parts really weird in the day stream depending upon how long the podcast goes.
Where it's going to be all kinds of fun festivities with me in vests and hats and gunner glasses, drinking and chilling with all of you, cleaning out my closet and having a jolly good time. So because of that, we can't do Friday Night Fights. How y'all doing?
Oh my God,
How's
Dave, play the
everyone's
game.
night?
Play the game.
In a good mood and ready? Are we ready?
Play the game. And I am sorry if I'm having some juddering, folks. YouTube is telling me its stream status is poor. YouTube is not able to receive enough video, so if I'm looking like ALT, I'm sorry.
Looking forward to this stream and hope you have an amazing 4th of July. You too. I realize that many of you may not be here tomorrow. It is a national holiday in the United States, so many of you may be busy with your own festivities. I understand, but I do have a viewer base that's about half international. There may be some people who can still come by and hang out in the U.S., and therefore, I said it's the best time to do this marathon. Let's do it. So we're doing it tomorrow all day long.
And just remember, as he's doing this big marathon and he's pitching it to an international audience, what's he doing? He's not doing something, America themed so that he can have the Eagle Land memes to appeal to the Europeans and the Asians. Oh, no. He's cleaning out his closet, Goob, because that is the most American thing he can do on America's birthday. Cue the screeching eagle. Yeah! Or else, indeed, the whales will show up and they will support, or else snort.
Long here on the channel, it should be great. Brandon, good evening. How are you? Good stuff. So tonight, for clarification purposes, this is crazy. I'll reiterate this when we start playing again.
Oh my God.
So because I've had such crazy good streams of CVS2 recently, matches against Tony B, VDO, Justin Wong, Snake, and more.
Snake is a dude who has no prominence. The only one of those people, Snake has no prominence. He's a guy. He's a guy who has a high rank in the game, and you played him 20 years ago. Just
people are like, I want to play you. So like tonight, I got contacted by like Tony B. Snake wants a rematch, and then Smooth Cat. You remember Smooth Cat, who I had played Third Strike against a while ago. He's insanely good at CVS2. I would say he's, when you look at tournament results, Justin Wong is the national champion for a long time in CVS2 back in the day. But Smooth Cat was up there, and now he says he's better than he used to be. Like, he actually plays CVS2 all the time. He's still going to tournaments and stuff. He owns a cabinet.
Imagine what happens when you actually remain attached to the game, Dave, and you actually keep trying to improve yourself. Yeah, I know. Hard for you to do.
He plays at home. So,
but this is going to suck. Tonight's going to suck, everybody. I'm sorry.
Like, tonight, here's the deal. I really, really need to start playing online and getting rank up, because if I don't, I'll never be able to play better players in this game. The way it works is that you have to play and earn your ranking points to get to the better players, and right now I'm stuck in platinum.
Maybe it's not going to be so bad, everybody. Maybe it's not going to be so bad, because what my fear was with what he was saying was that he's going to just do this. Well, because I got so many people who want to play me, I'm just going to spend the entire night playing with my old FGC buddies and Justin Wong, and it's going to be nothing but a kumbaya love fest of him being a submissive beta bitch and going, nice parry, and ooh, that stinks. Aw, shucks. Oh, man, that should have worked, etc., etc., rather than, lathering himself up and being a geyser of salt. But if he's actually going to go out and actually, if he's actually determined that he needs to rank up and is trying, and he's going to be try-hard mode, we might get some salt yet.
Playing like diamond players that suck, platinum players that are awful. I need to keep playing to get to the upper echelons, because what I'm being told from said players is once you get to like high-level diamond and master, there's actually really good CVS2 players you can play both on PS5 and PC. But I have to get there. If I just sit here doing these lobbies against good players all the time, then I'll never actually get my account ranked up. And then if there's a night when they're not around, then I have no one to play. I'll be playing Scrubs, okay? So tonight, we have to focus on getting things leveled up. We're going to start.
Okay, we might get some salt yet. Maybe if you didn't smurf, you would be higher rank. Detractor Red, you can quit banned. But much like that guy earlier in Dave's chat, I cannot count bans that are said by anyone other than the guy, because if I did, the counter would break.
PlayStation 5. I've been told that PS5 has the bigger player base and they play mostly at night. So we're going to see tonight if I can get people and play CVS2 and level up. Now, if that doesn't happen,
he's already hyping himself up. That's great.
Players,
Psyching himself up for what's to come.
If I can't find players there, then I'll start reaching out to people who are safe. Anyone's available if they want.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
So let's see. Here you go. King Crimson says yes on PS5. Player rank is full.
That guy's getting limbed.
Players at night. There you go. So
big ups, King Sly T though.
Let's see how it goes tonight. Okay.
There's your shout out, Ashita No Load.
Captain DCW, how you doing? He says, my mom surprised me with a birthday present a month early, 2 NFL tickets. The Denver Broncos versus the Washington Commanders. I can't believe our team is called the Commanders and not the Redskins. That drives me nuts. But anyway, cool. NFL's fun. I've never been to one in person, but I used to. That's the sport I used to.
The NFL's fun, which is why he has nothing but contempt for Madden. Now, there's nothing wrong with having a lot of contempt for Madden. I mean, the state of those games, it's perfectly fine to have contempt for it. But you know, he doesn't care. He bans people for talking about sports, except apparently when he doesn't. What are the rules other than whatever Dave wants them to be at the moment? I know you want to wait until 50 goals to get that food, but didn't you promise to get that pickle burger for goal 40 or something? Just think you can get it as a treat for us. Well, Astolfo is getting banned because, you know, doesn't he understand? That's all the fault of those dumb fucks at Sonic, not him.
Be into all the time NFL, so congrats on that. And Rossetti says the setup looks dope. You like it? This is Vice City. This is the Vice City light show.
Oh, dear God, no.
Incredibly smoothly. We got all... It looks like you're playing a modern game.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
You know, modern stuff such as insanely better had. Night looks greenish.
I caught a little bit of GTA 4. No, it doesn't.
Check it out. The videos are live. Part 1 and 2 are live on the channel. Shockingly enough, Part 1 is monetized.
Give it time, Dave. Give it time. And I'll just say this, the last point I have on GTA 4. I mean, it certainly does not look like a PS3 game. It certainly does not look like a PS3, late PS2, early PS3 era game. Does not look like one at all. But that's a very low bar to clear. That's a very low bar to clear.
Holy shit, I was able to upload a video in the last week that actually got monetized. Usually I got some videos I can make some money on.
I have no patience for his whining about ad revenue.
Shader error. So I was able to get the correct shader configurations, and it fixed the error. It was just a shader glitch, basically. It was like the wrong setting or something. I don't know. But I was able to fix it. So we're all good.
Brilliant, Dave.
Check it out.
Brilliant.
About 2.5 hours of gameplay live on the channel now, and that will continue next week. Captain DCW says she bought 2 tickets, and I bought 2 college tickets. Oh, so you have college and NFL. That's awesome. You're going to see some good sports. That's cool, man.
Sports ball is apparently fine now. Sports ball is apparently fine now, apparently. Who knew? Who knew sports ball would ever be fine in Dave's chat? I guess he is desperate for views. Oh, right. That's why because he only has 151 concurrent viewers on YouTube. That's why sports ball is fine.
Yeah, but wasn't there what happened to the Redskins? And then they changed their name, correct? That's what I was...
yeah, the Redskins got a nuke dropped on them because of stupid identity politics in D.C. Yeah, it happened, Dave. And I agree with you. It was dumb. But move on. You don't care. The only people who have a right to hold a grudge about this are people who are invested in team names for the sake of tradition as a principle, and people who are actual fans of the team. You are neither. You are neither, good sir. Because you know how I know you're not invested in team names as a matter of principle and tradition? Because you still have that I'm a proud ally slide. And it's the proud allies who are vehemently fighting against names like the Redskins or the Wahoo Warriors. The Cleveland Indians never leave us Indians. We always need our Warriors on the Wahoo.
That there's a Washington team that used to be called the Redskins, and now they're just called, what are they? They just now look like the Washington Football Club or something crazy like that, right? Or did they change back? Again, I'm out of date of sports. I haven't watched sports in a zillion years, so I don't even know.
So yeah, why? Yeah, sports ball is tolerated because it's down to 149 viewers.
I know about the Seahawks, stupid. We're not talking about the Seahawks. And who cares if it's Washington, D.C.? What are you talking about? I'm not complaining because it's my local team, you fucking dunce. I'm saying I don't like the fact that they changed the name from Redskins to something else because they found it so culturally offensive. It has nothing to do with the fact that they're from Washington, D.C. or here. Boy, you're dumb.
Salty, you little piggy is salty.
Right.
Good. Get him lathered up.
I knew the guy's name, and
did he Detractor Red? I didn't. If he has, I haven't seen it.
Enough of this idiot.
I haven't seen one way or the other. I thought he had it. I still thought he had it, but he had it forever. He had it forever. He had it. He had it. He had it on during DS Politics, which I get. That's enough for me. That's enough for me that he was that dumb.
NBA fan, not really a fan. Barely ever watched basketball. Never was into it.
Sports ball is unironically apparently fine.
I like the Mets. And then at one point, I was a fan of the NFL, where I liked the New England teams like the Jets. So, no, we're not ordering pickles tomorrow. What are you talking about? We are currently at 44 out of 50 goals hit. When we hit 50 goals, we qualify for the next DSP Tries It. The next DSP Tries It will be the Grillo's Pickles menu from Sonic. That simple.
Beg.
How many drinks tonight? Zero drinks.
Oh,
I haven't had anything to drink, and I'm not drinking tonight because I'm playing competitive online gaming.
No, Dave. You're gonna have drinks. You're just not gonna have them on camera. Somebody asked him about whether he'd be drinking tonight, and he said, "Quit fucked." Not saltily though, unfortunately.
Captain says that he wanted to go to an NFL game for very long, and DC is the closest stadium to Virginia where he lives. I see.
What? Yeah? Oh my God. All you had to do was say cool. That's all you had to do was say cool, Dave, and then move on.
What are we eating tomorrow? My wife is making
my God.
style spread. It's going to be a slow cooker chicken thigh meat in a homemade barbecue sauce, and then we're going to eat that in like a bun. Like I think we bought Hawaiian burger buns to put that on. Homemade mac and cheese.
God.
She's going to have all kinds of stuff like
foodtism. Fucking foodtism.
King Crimson, I would have to practice it. It's A-Groove. That's the thing. I don't understand A-Groove because A-Groove in this game is very different than other games. Like
154 viewers at this time, and he is like 7 minutes in the future.
Certain moves, like Zangief could spam.
We're 7 minutes in the future, rather.
Clothesline hand and push you to the corner, and that was the custom combo. And now,
oh my God,
it creates a unique juggle state, and that juggle state allows you to keep popping the enemy up in the air. In this game, it's
what the fuck are you doing, Dave?
So there's like juggling, but also you can repetitively do the same move and do it, but you have to practice. In CVS too. Not use A-Groove, Blanca, and Bison. But I never learned it myself. Sit there in training mode and practice it in the. But if you're mid-screen, oops, now you can. So it's very, very tricky. That's right, Tony. He used Honda. I totally forgot he used Honda. Did he?
Homemade indeed. Homemade indeed. Because she goes out and makes they grow their own grain and they own their own whetstone and grindstone in order to grind it down and make flour and yada yada yada. Yeah, I mean, I think people who have that particular torque to undermine my own point, people who use that, do you grow your own wheat, are usually talking in bad faith and in a bad spirit. Dave's problem is homemade to him tends to mean it didn't come in a box. And yeah, that's not what homemade is supposed to mean, Dave. That is not what homemade is supposed to mean. Just because it's not a TV dinner doesn't mean that it is, that it is homemade.
Did Min use any custom combos with Honda, though? Like, did he know any good A-Groove? I can't remember. Man, it's been so long. That's what I mean. People watch these streams and they're like, oh, Phil, like, you're good at this and everything. I'm like, no, I'm actually not. I don't remember anything. I'm so trying to remember how to play this game. I've forgotten almost everything I knew about it. All I remember is Mash, Fierce, and Roundhouse with Cammy. And, of course, my Blanca, I think I remember. And that's about it. I can't remember anything else. I'm just like... Me-ish. Fierce. Why not pick it up before the stream? I don't have time. Like, essentially, you see, everything I do with gaming is on stream live. This is my business and my hobby, but that's it. I don't have time. I don't have time. I'm busy. Like, literally, I'll be making thumbnails, uploading, making the schedule, and then I'm going to spend some time with my wife, like an hour, maybe 2 hours tops, and go to sleep. Now I'm up tomorrow. I'm at it again.
Wow. Etc.
I'm middle-aged, married life, busy. That's life, man.
Yeah, so busy. So busy. Get on with the game, Dave. We are here for the salt.
Really? You're friends with Min, King Crimson, dude? We used to hang out all the time. Min is a really cool dude. I haven't seen him in ages. Remember my earlier days on YouTube? He would come over to my house all the time. We play Street Fighter 4. He uses N-Groove Honda? He went to N-Groove? I don't ever remember him using N-Groove. Like once.
Oh my God.
Like, wow. Well, how things have changed. N-Groove Honda.
Okay, I guess this is what we're doing.
Sakura. That's who it was who we used all the time. Sakura. That's right. Absolutely.
Oh,
Sakura.
Dave, so are you going to actually use Sakura tonight? That'd be fun, you know? Actually using a lady?
I remember his Sakura was ridiculous. Fucking so annoying.
Brilliant,
right.
Dave. Absolutely brilliant.
No, I don't do any fireworks or anything like that, Super Bonjon. First of all, they are banned here in Washington State. And secondly, I wouldn't mess with them anyway. I was never into that stuff.
What? What are you...
High school games? Well, yeah, I went to some of my high school sports games. Sure. And my high school had an NFL team. NFL, wow, that was really stupid what I just said.
Yes,
it
was.
Football team, American football team. And I went to a couple games of that, yes.
Oh my God.
Watermelon.
Dave, this is dented. This is like super dented.
What's the lights team going to be tomorrow?
Play the game.
Do something with like the American flag or red, white, and blue. And maybe I'll do firework explosions. I'll have a couple on deck.
Why aren't you playing the
I'm
game?
probably not gaming much or at all tomorrow. So it'll just be full screen like this all day. So
Why aren't you playing the fucking game? Why do you hate your audience though, Dave? Like, unironically, why do you hate your...
Valley lives near me? That's interesting. I would assume a lot of people live near Seattle though, right? Well, tons of people are probably Seattle locals or natives, especially into gaming and programming. You know, we got Microsoft and Nintendo of America right around the corner here.
Do you ever shut up?
Adam wants a B-Day shout-out tomorrow. Remind me. Remind me tomorrow.
Play the game.
There you go.
Play the game.
The objective tonight, I'm going to remind everyone because I think more people are
Is
joining.
rank up. Yes, Dave.
Is to jump into ranked means when I fight them. So I want to rank up tonight. That's the one. I want to just level up tonight. And I think that Iori actually would be try. We'll see. Depends on who I fight too, right? Who we get. Frankly, no fighting games all week next week. Probably stream earlier.
Oh wait, what's this? No fighting games next week?
Tonight, please do. We had great momentum. We had a really great GTA stream earlier. Let's keep that going. Please support the stream tonight in any way that you can, whether it's a super chat, a super sticker, a membership on YouTube, a sub or gifted sub over on Kick, or a tip, which you could do on either service. All right, I am co-streaming tonight. Please support this stream. Let's hit that goal and get to 45 out of 50. People want this Grillo's Pickle menu. I do too. I wanted it earlier in the week and the damn thing. All right, let's do it tonight.
Foodism.
First person to support the stream tonight.
Tism.
All right, let's get set up, shall we?
Dead air.
I'm sure you'll come back with 17 sock accounts anyway, like you usually. Kiss my ass, and if I see them...
Okay, we might...
set up, shall we?
Come on, give me a ban. Give me a ban.
Trolls on Kick, so they can kiss my ass, and if I see them saying insulting stuff, I'll just permanently ban you. I'm sure you'll come back with 17 sock accounts anyway, like you usually do, you life losers. All right.
Hey, we got a ban.
Let's get started.
We got a ban.
So the weirdest thing, when I played this the other day, I couldn't get the lighting effects on my joystick to work. Now they do. I didn't even change anything. So I don't know. It's working now. So maybe it was the weird thing. All right, let's get...
Cool.
Let's get the lights off. Let's get all the stuff adjusted here for tonight. Here we are. Yeah, come on. Everybody come alive real quick. What is this song?
I have no earthly idea.
I never sit on the menu. What is that shit?
Are you gonna turn it off, Dave?
Anyway. All right, online play. Let's go. Hopefully.
Holy shit, that audio is bad.
This is trash. Yeah, it is. It's fucking shit. This all the modern music they put in the modern Street Fighter.
That audio is terrible.
So good. Dude, I would rather listen to the classic soundtracks from back.
You ask too much of the dance, Koraz.
Modern stuff is terrible. Fucking awful. Like just diarrhea in there. All right. Here we go. Maybe I will try A Groove, or maybe I'll try P Groove right here.
Yeah, oh my God, the
Let me know how it sounds, guys. Let me know, please, okay? Here we are. I don't know how loud it is, so.
But, yep, Detractor Red, we did get a band segment. We did get a band segment. So, but this is like laughably bad. This is like hilariously bad how bad the audio is.
Good evening, everyone. It's Thursday
YouTube
night
mode
fights.
on.
That's right. We're doing fighting games on a different day this week. I am attempting to level up in CBS 2. And what I mean by that, I'm going to try P-Groove too. What I mean by that is I need to start getting wins and leveling up my accounts, both on PlayStation and on PC, because if I don't, I'll never play better players. We're starting on PS5 tonight. We'll see how it goes. If it goes well, great. But if not, I'll probably swap. Man, who do I want to use? I just picked P-Groove, which is probably a mistake.
Oh, my
frankly.
God.
Who's good in P-Groove? Shit. I actually don't know. You know what? Where's I did P-Groove Morgan before. We'll try her again. And then for the finale, I'll probably do P-Groove Saga. I don't know how that's going.
No, Koraz, he only moderates the exact correct amount. You know, if that correct amount happens to appear a little heavy-handed, that is an entirely you problem. Because you just have no you have no sense of anything because you're a basement dwelling overweight so-and-so who hates his life or something. But yeah, seriously, I still can't believe there was that time that Dave said he doesn't moderate. He doesn't use a heavy hand when moderating. Just getting here. Any good crash outs? Not yet. But he hasn't started really playing the game yet. So, it's 7:30 his time. So he's kind of on schedule, sort of. But there's no guarantee he'll, it's a Street Fighter night. So all the good crash outs happen like when he's actually playing the game. I mean, nothing happened earlier in the day to get him surly, but he's already a little salty. He did kind of go off on a rant on Kick a little bit, but he just dropped some ban hammers and that was all.
Oh man! Did he just pick R2 Toto? He did, didn't he? Or no, he picked R2 Eagle. What did he pick? No, he did pick R2 Toto.
Okay, Dave, what do you got for us? We got hopping.
What the fuck? It's laggy. God damn it, it's laggy. Ugh.
Yeah, already complaining. We are off to a great start. He's not even through.
Sound out of sync? If it is, I can fix it. You guys gotta let me know if the sound's out of sync or not.
As a matter of fact, JB, I do. He did make his goal earlier. He hit it before leaving the padcast, and he actually prolonged the padcast just to make sure he hit it. And he's just... Come on, Tipsy Uncle. Unk it up a notch. This is just... This is that polar bear finding the baby seal on the ice floe. Unfortunately, in this scenario, Dave is the polar bear.
Okay. Hold on. Give me a second.
I'm not hearing audio stuff. Oh, and we get OBS nonsense. Okay. And just remember, all the sound issues are entirely due to how he has his audio output set up in his studio. His problems owe to the fact that he's running it.
Not knowing what I'm doing.
Yeah, Dave, just shut up for a moment. The fact is that Dave is the way he's running this is he's running it out of the console and then he's running it up into the TV and then, but at the same time he's running the audio simultaneously over to the capture card and the capture card then into the PC and then out to the internet. At some point in there is where any PS2 related audio issues are happening because he refuses just to wear an audio monitor because he's using the speakers on his TV rather than using an audio monitor. And thus just having the sound run to one place rather than two for output.
You see why I gotta level up, guys? Do you understand?
Also, blank from blank, it's I will like that. That's a pretty cool dude. Pretty cool little super chat. If you're gonna be a dent, at least reference the good memes. But you shouldn't give him money in the first place, but Gonna say something, Dave? Or are we just in tryhard mode? Yep, tryhard mode engaged. He has lost even the attempt to maintain anything other than a scowl. As he spams fireballs and grabs and yeah.
Very good.
Tipsy Unk got unked. Wah wah. Wah wah.
So what rank is this person? Only a gold, no wonder. I'm super platinum on PS5. I'll play at least a set. Obviously, I'm trying to at least play platinum players if I can find them. We'll have to see what we can find tonight. You went to see the F1 movie and you fell asleep? Wow.
That's from the future. That's from the future. Let's see if we get a rant about that. But Power Stone is in this collection, and Dave refuses to play it. Dave refuses to play Power Stone. He would rather play this than Power Stone. He'd rather play a game that he already knows how to play so that he can attempt to be good at it and can stroke his ego by ranking up in search of comp rather than playing a game he doesn't know anything about in the hopes of learning it and actually maybe showing something cool to his audience.
What was it, yesterday? Jade came by. He's like, I saw the new Jurassic Park. I said, there's a Jurassic Park? They made another
yes,
one.
Dave.
This battle is about to explode.
Yep. Well done, Dave. Well done. Very cool. Very cool. Yep, and he's just going to try to farm this guy. He's going to try to farm points from this guy. So, okay. All right, Unk. All right, Unk's not being quite as much of a pushover this time around. That's good. That's good. We like to see it when Unk is not being, you know.
Whatever, drop my input. Ugh. Lag City.
Okay, that's definitely a thing that happened. All right, so Dave, you gonna say anything? Gonna be salty or something? Okay, okay. I like the name. I like the name Stationary Style. That name's getting yeeted and kicked by the end of the night, I'm sure. But you know, and you get it. It's got it correct. Jade is cool. Yep. Jade is cool though. Yes.
Fierce punch uppercut.
No matter how much we mock the guy, Jade is a pretty cool little dude, even though he's not that little.
Dropped it. Puts 3 times there.
Brilliant content, Dave. Brilliant
Jade, how
content.
you doing, man? Good to see you.
Brilliant content. I need that pop clip, but I can do my best. Jade, no!
Got my combo.
And from the future, King Crimson is off being a dent in Dave's chat. They're trying to help him, and, well, yeah. Yeah. The future's going to be weird, I suspect. The future's going to be weird, because his chat is, well, his chat is kind of a mess. I mean, it's always a mess, so, you know how it goes. You know how it
Do
goes.
the hit string. I can't. It won't even do it. Look, it won't do it. It's so bad. What the fuck are you doing? Are you the super or super counter of all things? I can't get any supers. I just tried to do super like 3 times.
Yeah, good try, Unk, but you're not going to pull it off with no health. But now if you're sandbagging, now would be the time to take off your weighted clothes and just, you know, make him regret his life decisions.
I forgot I have P group. I'm like, why am I parrying? I just parry the wave every time. I don't know why I'm not doing it. Yeah, that's enough against this guy. We got a couple points off of him, but we're not going to get anything too significant off of him. I want to be playing platinum or higher, so. No thanks. Okay, a couple shout outs. Blank from Blank did a $2 super chat, so thanks for that, Blank from Blank. Here, let me.
Ready?
And I got a $3 tip. That's our first tip of the night from Chocoboko, another classic fighting game stream, so keep them coming. Thank you, Choco.
Wow. Thanks for giving me monies, Goob. Thanks for giving me monies. Wow. Quality content. Amazing. Amazing content, Dave.
Blank from blank.
Oh, yeah, that's the dent that gave him $2 to say the camera's on. Been on the whole time, huh?
Hopefully we will get matches tonight,
Hello.
not just gold players.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. So far, it is... well, we're still about 7 minutes behind, and nothing really interesting is going on, so, big ups, Dave, I guess. You are being boring, so mission accomplished, I guess? That is your goal with these streams, is to make them so boring that they're unwatchable for detractors, right? What was that, Dave? You say something?
Get the link. Ugh.
Wow.
Can't get the link.
Sure you can, Dave. You just got to put on a red costume, a green costume first.
Got it that time.
Sorry, that was dumb, but Dave's not leaving me a whole lot to work with here. I mean, I miss the days when he would like spend it on the menu whining about no connections.
Oh shit, you can only do it after the first? Ooh, I don't like that.
The only way you can mock us is if you know anything about fighting games, which, you know, leaves me at a disadvantage.
Oh, I was just about to try it. I was just about to try it. And
This game is a detractor. Well done, Capcom. Capcom is a confirmed detractor.
Is that an indication of something? That of his skill level? Third hit of the Rekka? The third hit you can super cancel, but aren't they already being juggled? Catch them out of that? Interesting.
Dave, just invite Crimson King on.
You know, if I lose, I don't care. I'll just switch.
Dave, just invite Crimson King on. You'd have more fun if he was just there teaching you, you know, in voice chat.
I need a third that I can play in P group. I know Sagat's good in P group, but I don't think I can play him in P group. I don't play him that much in this.
Okay, this is gonna be a bring it on X-Stink.
I guess I'll go to Sagat.
I have a good feeling about this. I have a good feeling about what X-Stink is gonna do for us.
R2 Nakaruru. End of group Guile. Wow.
Battle is about to explode.
Yeah, we got somebody doing weird stuff, which. Okay. All right, coming out and doing stuff out of the box. Good.
I couldn't do anything.
Keep it up, Guile.
This guy sure loves to roll. They're rolling forward.
Yes, Dave, rolling is a major mechanic. We've seen this. I mean, anybody who's been watching can see rolling is a major mechanic, except you. Because every game is Street Fighter 2. If it's got pixels, it's Street Fighter 2 to you.
Nope.
Because he has to.
Seriously?
Because he has to have a night stream dedicated to fight night every week. It's part of his tism. It's just part of his tism. Because he is a variety streamer, Goop.
Come on. That's baloney.
Live and let die.
That's what I did.
on, Extinct. I put some faith in you. Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh, yes. Come on. Oh, damn it. Damn it.
I was doing fierce punch uppercut every time. I should at least traded.
Yeah, make your excuses, Dave. Make your excuses.
So bad.
Your excuses still taste like salt. Very true, J-Dub. Jaxraxer is one of those rare creatures that is a creature of habit.
I should have been able to block when I landed. Weird.
Didn't you listen to him, Koraz? Street Fighter 6 is fucking broken because everybody is just a pattern button-pushing cami player, goob. He could be Grandmaster if he really wanted to, but he just doesn't want to. He's got a mature adult life and that isn't full of delusions of grandeur. That. Aw, shucks. I'm glad you think my Dave impression's getting better.
I'm pressing a button and dropped it. I didn't do that. Why the hell would I do jumping light? Think about this.
Unironically, that's part of it, J-Dub. I suspect it is. I suspect it is.
Working.
Okay, so her super heals. Okay. Good. The things you learn. The things you learn.
I parried.
Wah,
When she
wah.
jumped, I parried the jump in. It didn't work, so I just did uppercut. I said, "Fuck it." I'm so
Wah, wah.
Okay.
But I think it's a little harsh, Corey. I think it's a little harsh, just because I mean, looks like a Flash game is an actual insult,
At least
and
it's a super platinum. I'm
for
getting
this, for when this came out, this looked good. For when this came out and what it was doing, it looked good. And and I still think some of the animation's pretty good, and some of the sprites are good. Some of the sprites are also god awful, like Morrigan. But you know, what can you do? What can you do?
points. That's good. I'm getting points against them. Yeah, P group's pretty much worthless right now. I'm not getting anything out of it, right?
Because you can't parry for shit, Dave.
Swap to C. I will pick Yuri again, but I'll swap it out. I don't think I'm gonna pick Moore again. I think I'll go with somebody else. How about Vega? Yeah. And then who should my last character be? I want it. I'm so bad with Sagat right now. I'm so literally.
This is from the future in Dave's chat, so we might be getting some salt in the future. Also that, so yeah, we might be getting some salt in the near future.
This is gonna be a match to remember. Fight.
Near's relative with me, I suppose, in these Reestreams.
Right. Oh my lord. You're gonna do this nonsense? Get out of my face.
Wow.
Stop this baloney.
Brilliant play, Dave. Brilliant play. This clearly deserves $150. Koraz, you can quit fucked because I'm stealing raw Phil's viewers, not Dave's. Bleh.
What's going on? Nope. Totally what I did. How did they know? Traded. So lame. I didn't do this stupid fucking standing. I keep trying to go roll. It doesn't give it to me. Very lame.
And he's so salty about that when he's got a full character's life bar lead because, you know, gotta be the best winner imaginable.
I couldn't move. I was frozen.
I was frozen today.
punish for you.
Let's go. This is gonna be a match to remember. Fight.
Oof, that was oof.
I just tried to parry. 3 times? I could see once or twice. 3 in a row, I can't move, huh?
Complain, Dave. Complain. Become a salty little piggy.
Constant either delay or drop of input. So lame. He's gonna keep mashing low kick. I can't do
So,
anything. It won't fucking
where
respond.
were these complaints against Justin Wong, Dave? Where are these complaints against Justin Wong? Actually, that's a bit of an untruth. At like in match 9 or 10, he had them come out a little bit.
Low fears. That's what it gave me.
Well
do my
done,
buttons are
X
so
Stink
fucking
hanging in
delayed.
there.
I can't move.
And
I can't do anything. Every single time he rolls and presses buttons, the game drops my input. So I can't respond to roll anything.
oh, the malding,
It's
the
a very
coping, the
throw.
seething.
The game is so fucking bad online.
The malding,
So
the
here I am
coping,
playing
and
my
the
heart out.
seething.
Dropped input, dropped input, dropped input. Here's him. Roll, toy. What a fucking idiot. So now, fuck this guy. Now I'm just gonna play him for real, and I'm gonna take all his fucking points.
For real. As he has been in tryhard mode all night. He said up front, guys, I'm gonna be in tryhard mode because I want to rank up. So now, but yeah, now beast mode has been activated. God, I hope we have some hubris coming.
Because this is so fucking stupid. Or if he has the balls to rematch me.
All the Cannon brothers. Yeah.
Enough of this nonsense. See, it's fucking so stupid. The online play is just fucking garbage. Literally,
Dave.
dropped input. All right, I've had enough. Now it's time to play for real. Fuck this shit. All right, enough is enough of this bullshit.
Dave, you could just say he got me. It was close, and he got me. You could just say that. I'm just saying. I know you won't because your ego can't take that, but, you can play against type for once.
Be a match to remember. Fight.
Why did that whiff?
It's the game cheating, Dave. It's the game cheating. It knows you don't like ladies, so it's decided to put its finger on the scale of all of the people who you should be playing, like this one, whose name I can't see at the moment and I don't know her name off the top of my head because she's from SNK, or Sakura, or Maki, the fun ladies.
Nothing's happening. I'm pressing buttons and nothing is happening at all. Look at the delay. Insane delay. I can't do it.
Nakoruru. Exactly, Koraz. Played me on a cabinet or it's not real. The best part being, of course, that he knows where the arcades are to actually go do that in Washington, and in Seattle, and he refuses to.
It's unplayable. It's getting worse as I play. Look, he can roll, throw. I can't do anything. It's so laggy. I can't do anything.
Oh, the salt.
low jab,
The
eh?
salt. All I can taste is salt.
It's eating input entirely as
Eating.
I enter them. So I can't shoot low jab, nothing at all.
So
Big
it's-
full throw. What the fuck are you doing, you fucking scrub? Jesus Christ.
So it's devouring inputs. Devour. Oh my! This is good. Yeah. He's getting lathered up. This.
Can't do anything. Laggy.
Yeah, we're gonna get at least some Mario Kart World grade salt tonight.
Why am I not blocking? I can't block. Stop. Look at this. Trying to roll mash. Are you kidding? Literally roll twice in a row and mash? What is wrong with you? Why don't you learn how to play the fucking game? Jesus, man.
Live and let die. Fight.
Right through my punch, which it showed. Right.
I love it when
Garbage gameplay from a fucking scrub. Jeez, man, it's so frustrating playing these fucking retards.
I love it when people break out Vega against him and turn all of Vega's cheese against him, because the reason why he loves Vega in Super Turbo and all the other pixel fighters where he's available, and why he hated SF4 when they brought Vega back and they rebalanced him entirely, was because he got off on the cheese. The cheese was his weapon of choice.
Like, dude.
Also, let's go back and catch that. Who do you hate playing, Dave?
Man, it's so frustrating playing these fucking retards.
Okay, so, people who beat him are fucking retards. Good to know. Good to know.
Like, dude. Unreal nonsense.
Proud ally for years, by the way. Speaking facts, Koraz. Speaking facts. If you beat Phil, you're a retard.
So bad.
Let's go. Go for broke.
Well, let's be honest. Jaewong has the biggest dent of them all for going by Phil standards.
No super. Good night, scrub. That's what I mean. Like, I'm in no fear of losing to the guy. I have a good Blanca, but it's like I shouldn't have to go through all this to get to this obviously decided outcome. The nonsense between of button pushing, roll throwing, and mashing.
Dave, you are setting yourself up for one hell of a fall. This is hubris in overdrive.
Lag is ridiculous.
And Dave, hubris isn't just a Greek restaurant.
Awful. X-Stink is right. X-Stink is correct.
X-Stink one. Yeah, nope, that's too much of a dad joke.
Thanks for
That's
$1.77 tip, whoever the hell that is.
oh, salty.
Talking about metal rods going up asses, so I think you guys know who that person
Salty,
is.
salty, salty. Yeah, scat guy. Scat tard.
Stevester has done a $10 super chat. Thank you, Stevester. Let's get that on the leaderboard. As you can see, the guy is not even going to rematch because he's awful.
Wow.
Good.
Wow.
Good. Go roll throw someone else. Fucking idiot. Here, let's do A group Chun, but I don't know what her A group combo is. I don't know how to suck them in. Is it just like low, like, or forward? It's like low roundhouse or forward roundhouse a million times. I don't know how to activate, like.
Here comes the new challenge. You must.
Oh yeah, hands down, Blanca's my best character in this. I would argue that Blanca is probably my only good character in this. I'm not lying. Like, I'm just not good at this game.
Okay, so why are you spending so much time being weird about it?
We've got an A groove player. I'll go see her. It's medium kick. Her custom is medium. What is it? Forward medium? Just spams, right? Just keep doing it over and over.
Wow.
Go some different combos. Let's do this. Let's do this. And then let's do this.
I mean, you're not wrong, Koraz. You know,
tried this combination.
he wants the feel of hamsters, and you know that explosion will simulate it.
Just okay. But I almost never use her in this because she's so fucking cheap.
This battle is about to explode.
Also, the cheese has been deployed. Going with Vega right out of the box.
Couldn't even combo that because it's so laggy.
All right, Dave. So this is just how it's gonna be, I suppose. Just nothing but slights, insults, and rants about lag.
Shows a hit, takes it back.
Yep, complaints. Nothing but complaints, lag, and
Mash, throw,
whining.
throw, in lag. It's so bad. Oh, I don't know what to do. Let me roll and mash, throw, and hope for the best because the game lags like crazy.
Dave, has it occurred to you that rolling is vitally important here?
When they do that shit.
It's vitally important. You know, you wouldn't have some of the problems you do if you actually use roll as a dodge, which is what you're supposed to do.
Did it again.
Roll's also a gap closer. Hey, like that guy just did as a
Trying
dodge.
to jump, couldn't. Frozen in place.
Okay, Dave. Yep.
Live and let die.
Yes. How Maru should have ordered. He shouldn't have ordered off the dollar menu then if he wanted a combo. Okay, Dave, you are.
What happened? I'm
You've
moving
gone
back
and
fierce.
made
That's what it
this.
gave me.
You've made this unfun.
Throw again.
Yeah, you're getting whiny. Let's go faster. Let's go faster, Dave.
That was super. Level 2 super.
Wow.
I didn't even press a button. Yo, it's unplayable. Playing against anyone online in this shit is fucking unplayable. It's so fucking laggy.
Clearly, I should believe you and also give you all my money and praise.
Scrub.
Yes.
Now we got R2 Sakura A group, which is deadly. Sakura A group is incredibly deadly.
Come on, Sakura. Come on, Sakura-chan. Do your stuff.
That was level 2 super.
Yes. Well, Sakura has to do her job first.
Bullshit. Complete bullshit.
There we go. Yeah, and he still manages to tank most of that. He didn't actually get hit with most of that.
That was super. Oh my god.
Come on. Damn it.
Unreal. How many times did I do level 3 super?
Coping and
Probably
seething should have happened, but we get none.
I did level 3 7 times during that round, and not once did the game give it to me because of the lag.
You know, he manages to win. He manages to win, and he's still coping like hell. I stand corrected. He is coping and seething just for all the wrong reasons.
Pathetic. Only a super gold player, too. Well, I'll play one more, then I'm out of here. I'm not getting enough points. See what I mean? This is why I need to get out of this tier. It's such a struggle to even play the fucking game online, and then I gotta deal with this nonsense. Like, fuck that. I couldn't even play Chun-Li at all. Like, none of the moves that I input came out at all with Chun-Li. It was the lag. I couldn't even do a simple hit string. Meanwhile, he just mashed roll throw over and over.
No, he didn't. I mean, he rolled. He rolled a lot, but he didn't mash throw. No, Dave, see, you can't say this shit because we've seen, if people actually watch your content, which I know is odd for you to contemplate, but we've seen in CVS what a guy looks like who actually does, like, primarily roll throw. That player wasn't roll throwing. They were rolling a lot, and they would occasionally attempt to throw as part of their arsenal. But they had a variety of tricks in their bag that they chose to deploy. So no, none of this. Well, they just did nothing but roll throw. No. JB, don't make me ban you, Goob, because you said something very insulting and very stupid. Because, of course, I can execute all of my moves in training mode. It is not my fault that the game is stupid and cannot recognize the correct inputs. Duh.
I didn't do that. I did roll. That's what he gave me.
Okay, so this guy just went straight for R4 Hamaru. Okay.
sweep when he was standing there. It didn't give it to me. It gave me standing instead. And then it gave me the wrong move. So fuck this shit, yo. I don't know. It won't even give me like the proper high lows.
And he's complaining when he took this R4 Haomaru down to, you know, below half health with his first character.
Wow. Couldn't get super. Still can't get super. Unreal. There's so many dropped inputs. Every time I have him, there's a dropped input.
Yeah, and then he just rolls out Blanca, who is cheese. And this isn't going to be close because, yeah, Blanca's cheese.
I want him to jump. He thinks that his jumping fierce is good. Not against Blanca. Blanca will beat him air to air every fucking time. I'm not afraid of that shit.
Why would you be afraid of it, Dave? I mean...
Yeah, that's enough of that scrub.
Yeah, he did get dented fast. He did get dented fast.
Seriously, like,
He had moments. He had moments. I will give him that. He had some moments.
A bunch of laggy fucking scrubs over and over. I'm never gonna get anywhere.
Well, then that's a good thing for us then, Dave, isn't it? Because you're going to be salty all night. But he's close to being filtered. He's unironically close to being filtered by golds that are scrubby. Yeah, he's getting close. I mean, if that guy had been able to piece together the best parts of his rounds, Koraz, because Blanca came out and Blanca just came out and was cheesy. I mean, because that Haomaru had like 20% health. He just didn't have enough health. Well, yeah, Koraz, because that was an R4 Haomaru. He had the one character. The guy had the one character. That's all he had, and that's why Dave won. Was because he just was able to out tank him. He had more HP left in the tank than in between his three characters than the one guy did in his one. Yeah, Koraz, he didn't have. Yeah, he didn't have any other fighters. Yeah, he did that thing because you can select a team of up to 3, or you can select like one that's like super powered compared to the other team combinations. He did that. He did that thing. So yeah, he only had the one. But I mean, like if that last guy put together the best games he had all night, if he could put together the high points of each game into one set, he would have beaten Dave. He would have beaten Dave, like, you know, and it wouldn't have been close. Dave's close to getting filtered by super gold scrubs, as he calls them. So, I mean, he is approaching his skill plateau, and he thinks he's just going to keep getting better and better and better until he's facing Justin Wong and winning. So, no, Dave is. I mean, we are not to the point where he's genuinely being filtered yet. But we are starting to see, like I said, we're starting to see the pieces come together where people are going to surprise him, which will get him salty, and then he'll just get to the point where people are just better.
That's ridiculous. It basically does what, kick into lightning leg and then keeps canceling? And when you're in the corner, then you do forward roundhouse, right? Oh my god, it's even worse. Yo, it's even laggier.
Yep, already off to a good start.
J. Kuma, yeah, I don't think anyone wants to see me in the lab.
Absolutely, Koraz.
Like in a new game, I don't care. I don't even care about watching me in an old game trying to go in the lab. Guys, I can't even move. I literally am having troubles moving on this screen right now.
That's a you problem, Dave.
Oh my god.
If it's so unplayable, just stop. Go play SF6.
We've got Secret. Okay. Can't do anything, I'm frozen. I'm still frozen. I can't get low kick and roll. It gives me wall die.
Something like that, apparently?
Roll throw. I literally can't do low, medium, kick, roll. It gives me wall dive every time. Fucking awful. Awful game online. Can't even read the input correctly.
This is gonna be a match to remember. Fight.
Yes! Look at that.
Wow. Brilliant, Dave. Brilliant.
You completely mashed in lag.
Mish.
Music, it's awful.
This battle is about to explode. Fight.
Mish and
I
leg.
jump forward and give me just neutral jump instead. I can't do fierce fireball. Nothing. Drops all my inputs. Finally got a combo.
Koraz asks an excellent question. Why do you expect 150 to play a game you openly admit is shitty and awful? Koraz, there's a very technical and precise term of art for what can be done about this, and it's called "gwit fucked." That's why. Dave deserves $150 every stream for existing and for taking his valuable time to give it to you. Just sitting on his ass, playing video games poorly. Thank you very much. In fact, he deserves more than that, but he will accept. He will accept in his magnanimity only $150. But if you do give him $150, well, then the goal becomes to give him 150 more. Isn't that fun, guys? Nah. But yeah, expecting Dave's advertising for his streams to make sense, because that's all the begging really is. It is basically advertising. He's trying to sell himself and trying to sell giving him money. Expecting that to have a coherent message is expecting way more than the guy is capable of.
No. Nice random super attempt in lag. Scrubzilla. Scrubzilla.
Wow.
This battle is about to explode.
Back. See that? I should have done level 3. Maybe level 3 would have gone through. I think it would have actually. Level 2 only hit the hand. What is this fucking music? It's so bad. Oh, roll throw, scrub move, ultimate scrub tactic. Oh, right, Lag City can't punish the Tiger Uppercut.
So, Dave, you got anything?
Oopsie poopsie.
Oh, God.
Oopsie poopsie. You made a oopsie doopsie. You pressed too many buttons in lag.
1, scat. 2, again, he has no idea where the fuck he got that from, does he? Yes, it would, Koraz. Yes, it would. Watching Dave deal with an alcoholic pyromaniac pawn on RimWorld would be way funnier than this garbage. You are absolutely correct, but the key difference there is that Dave, for some reason, thinks RimWorld looks like a Flash game, which means it must suck because, let's be honest, a lot of Flash games sucked. We will ignore the fact that there were absolutely amazing Flash games that were marvels for what they did with Flash for the time, and how Flash was an important building block in the creative careers of a lot of people who that was the first thing they got to play with, and that's why Flash games were so popular. We will ignore all of that because they look like shit. Duh. But yeah, Dave thinks for whatever reason that RimWorld looks like a Flash game and therefore it must suck. But this is what his childhood is. This is what his, Al Bundy 4 touchdowns at State is. So, that's why this gets to live. That's why he tryhards this and just doesn't want to do RimWorld. I know, Corez. Oh, I know. my complaint when Dave rants about RimWorld is that it doesn't look like a Flash game. It doesn't look like it doesn't look like an 8-bit graphics game. It doesn't it has a very simple art style, but the graphics themselves are very modern. The way the art assets are created and the way they're rendered is very, very in line with current gen specs, with current practices. So it infuriates me because Dave's just wrong. Dave's just wrong. He thinks it reminds him of something, ergo it must be exactly the same. It's why no video game can ever be its own thing. It must always be, hey, that's Dark Souls through the lens of, hey, that's Dark Souls except Fallout or whatever his chosen mashing together of games is. He can't think of anything except through the process of analogy, and only then at the most surface of levels.
Oh my god. It's only an ultra gold, enough of this. I really gotta find better players, man. These are all shitty gold players who lag like crazy. They suck shit. Yeah, exactly. The training stage, this is EO edition, right? So EO edition of CBS 2 plays the most random fucking music possible in training mode. You'll get like mixes of like SNK shit. Like what was that? Some guy chanting, oh yo 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 yo.
Oh god, the tism hurts.
I tried to concentrate. I can't imagine playing that.
Well, then maybe you should turn the music off then, Dave. Put on your own music.
I get the feeling I'll be hearing fireworks all night. Yeah, I think we all will be hearing fireworks tonight, sadly. Everyone sets them off even though they're not supposed to.
How about some fireworks on stream, Dave? Give us some salt.
Yeah, thank you too. That was.
Is that all we can taste is salt?
Thank you for 10 bucks.
Anything at all, Dave? Anything at fucking all.
Obsco became a member tonight. Thank you so much, Obsco. Lag, connections are awful.
Uh-huh.
Damage though. Slowly. Maybe you just gotta do hit slow. Yeah, see, there's timing to it, and I don't know the timing.
Duh, Dave, you don't know anything.
Yeah, right? Oh yeah.
The training room segments are the worst. At least when he was just staring at a menu, he would say stupid shit. That could be funny.
That's in C groove. You can do a level 2 into a level 1. So if you have level 3 super, you always do level 2 super as it's comboing. Near the end, you super cancel into the level 1, you get extra damage. You can do that with every character. You can also cancel to a regular move. So for example, Sagat, you do his level 2 kick super, and while he's hitting with the Tiger Cannon,
stop giving him ideas for questions, Koraz. Stop giving his chat ideas.
But it's pretty easy to do. That's actually a pretty easy tactic. Not taking anything away from Justin.
Wait, what? What? No, I zoned out there. I've got the Boat Lady game and Symphony of Nephilim open. So what was that, Dave? What did you say that you're not taking away from Jay Wong? Because you've got absolutely no basis to take away anything from him in terms of this game.
Uppercut and it cancels out of it. It's pretty cool. It looks impressive, but it's pretty easy to do. That's actually a pretty easy tactic. Not taking anything away from Justin.
Oh, he's Justin now. He's Justin. Okay. But Dave, why the fuck do you say it like that? That you think it's pretty easy is like, okay? It might, Dave, it might actually be easy. Have you ever thought of that? That it's not insulting if it's genuinely easy.
I'm gonna keep going with this team. I haven't played with Vega in a million years, so I want to get back into playing with Vega. And then I'll pick Chun-Li, who I'm not very good with, and I'll just end with Blanca. This is better than the Guile team. Even though I'm good with Guile now, Vega's a better character overall, so I want to get back into Vega. He started with Blanca. Interesting. The start. What? Wait a minute. Did you see it skipping all over the screen? What is going on? That's not good. Dude, what is going on his side? Yo, his cursor is having a seizure.
And Dave?
His cursor is going crazy.
And?
What is happening? I play a demon on the other end? What the fuck is going on?
If you were playing a demon, that would be vaguely more interesting than this.
Jesus, rollback cursor is pretty bad.
Oh my god. Did he just really say rollback cursor is bad? Because I don't think my poor brain can take that.
Huh? It showed me a hit, didn't give him a throw.
I think this guy might have actually shown up in Dave's chat at one point.
I can't get a roll. I seriously can't get a roll. Well, he got completely destroyed.
Well, then I'm going to give up looking for this guy. Yeah, if he's not good, not even not good. If Dave is able to beat him handily, I don't care if he showed up in this chat. I want the guys Dave gets salty about to show up in this chat.
It's gonna be an OCV, isn't it?
Oh God, he's going to be insufferable. He's about to be insufferable.
OCV, baby. I said, doink, 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 doink.
Oh God, the tism, it hurts us. The tism hurts us.
Gold? Dude, I can't find anyone above gold tonight. Why is everyone a gold player? What is going on? Seriously.
I don't know, Dave. Why is everyone a gold player?
Roll, throw, scrub, and he quit. Sheesh. Where are the good players? I need to play better players. I'm never gonna get any points. It's the problem. I need these fucking points, man. All right, forget Vega. It's too easy. I'll start with Chun-Li. It's just too easy. Really. I'll go
just
Kyle.
too easy, Goob.
Pick Blanca. I'll challenge myself and pick like a third. That's a weird third I'm trying to learn.
We're seriously doing this. We're seriously heading for this level of insufferable. Okay.
Let's do R2 Iori. Why not? Let's give that a shot. Now that Justin Wong doesn't play on PS5. I'm on PS5 right now. He plays only on PC, so we wouldn't run into him tonight. I don't know who else plays on what platform. His name is Dr. Clack. Dr. Clack
is about to explode.
Press that button.
So, Dave, you got... Do you have anything other than complaints for me, Dave?
No fucking electric or fireball.
Yeah. No fucking move I just got. No, I meant to say something else. Clearly. I mean, that's
I can't
just...
jump forward. I couldn't jump forward. I'm serious. I couldn't jump forward to punish anything. It's so fucking bad. You can't even get the directions you're inputting as you play. It's really pathetically bad.
This is gonna be a match to remember.
So, Dave, you gonna offer anything at all?
Somersault clean, by the way. That jumping mashed kick. It's so bad.
Anything at all? Anything at all, my goob?
He's gonna roll throw a lot, isn't he?
Maybe? Dave, why do you assume he's gonna roll throw a lot? I haven't seen him yet.
What the fuck, right?
Wow, Goob. Yeah, he's with the character whom it might actually make sense to roll throw with. He isn't. So yeah, clearly Dave is a master of reading things in this game.
Oh my god. Alright, I can't fix it in the middle of a round, sadly, unless I throw away my guile.
Okay, then throw away your guile.
Block? No block. No sonic boom.
I assume whatever sound issue he's talking about is being masked by the fact that we're going faster than live. Wow. Wow, Dave, you are so good at this game and stuff. I mean, I'd have never guessed.
It traded? Are you fucking serious? The sweep is that fast, it went full screen and traded Sonic Boom. I didn't even know they have a special pose. That's interesting. Why would Bison and Yori have a pose?
Go for broke. Fight.
Okay, I'll resync.
Wow.
So I thought we had solved this audio sync problem. I suppose not, because it's happening now a lot tonight, which sucks.
Solved. We solved this, guys.
Right in the middle of the match, too, right? All right, get out of here. Can we find someone? Who's platinum? I was find a platinum player tonight, and the one that I got was a fucking scrub who quit. His Dhalsim good. I get the feeling Dhalsim is. I just have no clue how to play with him because I never tried. But I think that Dhalsim can be played well. I don't think he's top tier, though.
Ready?
Dave, you are not exactly setting the world on fire, my guy.
That's what
You're
supposed to do,
not
kids,
making
right?
much money. You're not making good content. I mean, maybe consider doing something else.
You gotta get the timing down.
Mix it up a little bit. Get a little salty,
Stop
just a
hitting
little.
people up.
Please.
I don't know how to do it. Activate crouch medium punch, stand fierce, forward MK times 2. Oh, this guy fucking lags. Forward medium kick times 2, stand heavy punch, repeat. Forward medium kick times 2 into stand
Well,
heavy.
I guess that's too much to hope for that he would actually, like, not suck. But, you know, what can you do? What can you do when dealing with the guy? Other than
I
hope
see.
he doesn't suck. And that's what Dash Pie came up with, you know. Yeah, because you suck, Phil. Exactly.
Oh, stand heavy punch.
There is no fun to be had on these streams. I mean, the only fun is had when you're not having fun, Dave, which is a suboptimal model for streaming.
Get the second hit. What she do? She posed.
And yeah, you know, why couldn't he do this in SF6? You know, Dirge Gaming would have just had endless content if he did this in SF6.
I can't get after the 2 kicks. After the 2 kicks, I cannot get the back fierce. Is it not back fierce? Is it just stand fierce? Maybe it's stand fierce. Oh, we got a yellow connection from DJ Coop.
Okay. So why should we care about that,
Just stand
Dave?
fierce, gotcha.
Why should we care about any of that?
Ball raw. Or M. Bison, depending. It's M. Bison's Japanese.
Live and let die.
Okay. Again, surface level obsessions. Surface levels obsession.
No roll.
Can't do anything on his own. Can't have an original thought of his own. All right, Dave, you have went and made this ultra boring. You've stopped even having the pretense of being salty. That takes all the fun out of it. I mean, how are we supposed to have fun when you're just being like this? Resting gout face constantly. And okay, that's just how it's gonna be.
I didn't
Okay.
even press a button. That's what it just gave me. What is going on?
Brilliant, Dave. Brilliant. Okay.
In the legs.
Okay. Brilliant. Woo.
OCV.
Tism.
I just whooped your booty with the Vega.
Tism. God, you are
I'll rematch you. Oh, I'll rematch you all night. Please keep giving me 70 points to win.
you
Please,
are
yes.
such a terrible
Yikes.
winner, Dave. You're just the worst. You really are just the worst.
Please support the stream tonight, everyone. If you're having a good time seeing me whoop some booty in CBS 2,
Wow.
please support the stream in some way.
Live and let die.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Shit.
Yep, the cheese is out in force.
Of course, nonsense. Lag. 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 Literally all lag. Every hit lag. Every hit he's mashing buttons that fucking lag. Jesus, dude. Again, more lag. I'm just gonna do a move. You're gonna try to
Mashing and lag.
and then I'm gonna mash a button again. What a fucking pathetic guy.
It's gonna be a match to remember.
Mashing and lag. Clearly, the game is cheating somehow. Somehow, it is conspiring to screw him.
Right. Smashing, still mashing in lag. Terrible lag.
Live and let die.
Wow. Cool story, Goop. Cool story.
Right. Okay. No fireball. Mash buttons, get super. Mash buttons.
Mash! Mash
I
buttons!
didn't know chill jump. I can't super. See, that's super cancel level 2 into level 1. That's what I was telling you about.
Obviously, Goob. Obviously.
This is gonna be a match to remember.
What the
But,
fuck?
yeah. Double standards are for other people. You know, rules for thee, not for me.
Laggy trick. He's just jumping around, pressing buttons in lag, knowing he can win.
And, Dave, you've made me so bored I can't even enjoy Symphony of Nephilim. So, also that I probably need to turn permadeath off because I'm that kind of guy. I prefer building characters in the way the game is. It's mooks. You're supposed to burn through mooks. Okay, so good thing I have the usual plan B ready.
Mashing jab. Are you kidding me?
If I can find it because I have too many things in my organization.
He literally just stood there mashing jab. Lance Catamaran has gifted 10 subs over on Kick. 10 subs on
Wow!
Kick.
Wow!
I get points. And he doesn't want another one because he knows that I fucking spanked him so hard. All right, Lance
Ego!
Catamaran,
The
10
ego
subs.
on this guy.
Thank you so much, Lance. Let's get
The
down to
ego is impressive on this piggy. He thinks he should win by virtue of
that gets us to 70
because he
now.
should win.
So we are more than halfway to our goal for the night, thanks to Lance. Now, guys, please let's get that momentum rolling. Now that we are over the halfway mark, please let's get some support. As little as a buck, as little as a single super
Let's
chat.
hear for
One love, one
Lance.
membership. It means something and gets momentum rolling, so please let's get support. All right.
Yep, support,
Capcom, you have a
support,
good night. See you
support.
later, man.
Support forever. But no bans. Dave, that's the problem is you're constantly banging on about support tonight rather than banning people. You know, support banging on about support was great for last night when that was our word of the day. But, you know, we need you to ban. Gone forever. People.
Look at fucking R4 Honda. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Maybe he thinks it's funny. Maybe he's saying you're fat. Maybe he just likes how it plays and likes the challenge. Maybe he's goofing off like you do, and maybe if you win, he's gonna say, well, now it's time to show him my real team and how big my E-peen is. Duh.
Well, all right. Have it your way.
Seriously, Dave, just don't be an asshole.
This is gonna be a match to remember.
Why are you such an asshole? You know, this is skill, obviously, not mashing. You know, the game's not dropping any of this guy's
R4
inputs.
Honda, huh? R4 Honda, bro. Good selection.
Yep, the game wasn't dropping any of that guy's inputs, and there was no lag, and Dave absolutely wasn't using a lag switch or any of the other usual insults Dave would throw at the guy were he beaten that decisively. You know, this was pure skill and absolutely nothing else, right? Right? I think sounds good to you, sounds good to me. Duh. And Cat agrees.
Holy Christ. Ultra Gold player, I got 64 points for that fight. He wants a rematch.
Yeah, Dave, he might take
Can we get a contribution for that OCV R1 versus R4? Please, can we get a contribution?
Why would that deserve a contribution? You're the one who said it was a stupid pick and that the guy was an idiot and that you were gonna cream and that you were just gonna cream him. So why should anybody give you money for you doing the thing that you said you were going to do with E? You know, that's just you doing what you said you were gonna do.
For that? Holy shit!
Where's the accomplishment? Where's the achievement?
He's doing it again. What is he doing? Why is he doing it?
Having fun, maybe? Maybe? Maybe he's throwing his controller at the TV and raging about lag and the Cannon Brothers right now.
Oh my lord.
You'd never do something like that, right, Dave?
This is gonna be a match to remember.
You got any commentary, Dave, or are you just gonna sit there like a bump on the log? So, bump on the log it is, huh? Okay. All right. Brilliant. Brilliant, Dave. You are your commentary is masterful, sir. I feel the urge to give you $150 just welling up inside of me. Dave, has it occurred to you that this person might actually be good and just hasn't seen Chun-Li that brings the pressure you were bringing in that first game? Again, there are a lot of reasons why this could be the situation. Or he could be bad, but, you know, just assuming that he's bad based on a character pick is not, you know, not cool,
Easy
dude.
Operation, indeed.
Oh, he is so insufferable when he's like this. He's just such a piece of shit.
Sadly, I'm getting less and less points. All right. Oh, what's up, Light? How are you doing, man? You changed your name a little bit? Cool. Good to see you. Like, please don't do this. Don't do. Okay, thank you. At least he picked 2 characters. Oh, he picked a real team. All right. Thankfully, he picked a real team. I know what
Why do you care?
One character. It's just so dumb. Pick a full team. All right.
Dave, why are you being like this? Like, seriously, why do you care? You won points. You won points. That's all that matters, so... Also, because in Japan, a fireball has to be Shadow Blade, because that's how that works, apparently. We might be getting some stuff in the future that's a little spicy. He might get a little angry, a little spicy. And apparently a guy got... and apparently Sir Toast got warned in the future for using the term e-beggar. Or beggar or something like that. Something like that. So, we might get a little salt. We might get a little salt. Bonk.
Can't move. Level 1. Good stuff. Black.
Oh, we're definitely getting salt later. We're getting salt soon enough. So we are maybe 9 minutes to the pass. So in 10-ish minutes, we should be getting some salt, given what Dave's chat's currently doing, what current Dave's chat is doing. Given that Get It Chief is
after the
obviously a
super hit, I tried to roll,
LARPer.
didn't roll. Then I saw him jumping. I said, I'll just block. Didn't block. So dropped 2 moves.
Wow.
Nope.
I'm just giving you a rundown of what's coming. Yep, it should be good. We're gonna get some stuff. We're gonna get some stuff.
So many times, they rage quit. All right. I received a $5 tip from Vernon. Would you ever do a house tour? Used to do them back in the day. They were entertaining. No. Sadly, Vernon, things have changed. Back then, things were lighthearted and people were nice. Today, people are incredibly vicious and literally trying to hurt me at every moment. Anything I show in my house, they'll probably try to use.
What? Where did this start, Dave? What? I'm sorry. I was watching the future. I was watching Future Dave's chat, and that we're gonna get some spoons out later.
They were entertaining. No. Sadly, Vernon, things have changed. Back then, things were lighthearted. I received a $5 tip from Vernon. Would you ever do a house tour? Used to do them back in the day. They were entertaining. No. Sadly, Vernon, things have changed. Back then, things were lighthearted and people were nice. Today, people are incredibly vicious and literally trying to hurt me at every moment. Anything I show in my house, they'll probably try to use against me in some negative way. So everything that I make is...
Dave, why would you think that if you didn't think that there might be something in there that you shouldn't have that goes against your narrative or something? Or are you that paranoid? I mean, it's one or the other. Either some part of you thinks that there's stuff in there that could be used against you, or you... or you're just that paranoid.
Find into this office, and that's it. Sad, I know, but you know, things change. It used to be very different. The internet used to be able to share all kinds of shit, and people would be like nice and happy that you did.
You never could do that, Dave. You never could do that.
Like, oh, he revealed something. Let's ruin his life. So we're not doing that.
There was always the risk, Dave. There was always the risk.
We're in for a $5 tip. It's time to split the part. Actually, we're about halfway through tonight's stream, so we'll get into the second half right now. Hopefully, we'll rank up from platinum. We'll see. But thanks, guys. See you in the next one.
Wow.
So guys, we are halfway through the stream tonight. I hope that you all are enjoying. Please support the stream. If you're here, again, anything, a single sub, a single membership, one small super chat, a tip,
He's
it all adds
begging
up.
like a crack addict.
Rolling. So thank you, Lance. Thank you, Vernon. Guys, please, let's keep going. Let's hit that goal tonight. We're more than halfway to it.
So Lance came out and saved the stream already.
All right,
good.
Okay, so everyone, I am still practicing here. People are like, practice Chun-Li A group. I probably will, so we can figure this out.
Ready?
So Dave is, Dave is coming out and being a guy. Which, shouldn't be surprising because he is the guy, but yeah,
I gotta get the rhythm down.
he's just being a little salty little bitch. Without enough salt. He's being a little bitch without enough salt.
Oh, there you go. Is that it? I think you have to activate with fierces. You can't activate with mediums. I keep trying to activate with mediums. It doesn't work. Die 1,000 deaths. That's a good name. I actually like that name.
Die 1,000 deaths. Well, that is the tale of your career, isn't it? Death by 1,000 cuts 1,000 times over because you never quite died the first time, and then you get to do it all over again.
So I'll go with my serious team first. If it's not good, then I'll go to a joke team.
Serious team. Oh my God. Why are you this way, Dave?
Why is it doing that? Oh, he rage quit. Very nice.
What? No, he didn't.
Saw recent gameplay in this game and pooped his pants when he realized who he was playing.
What? Oh God. He needs his face caved in. He's earned a karmic face caving in this game. Just because of how much of a piece of shit he's being tonight.
What are you seeing?
Because he is really being a bad sport.
Yeah, it's 2 rage quits already. Two rage quits. Isn't that great? People who are just so fucking scared of me, they run like cowards. It's amazing.
The way he gasses himself up is something else. I mean, it really is. Oh, this is the guy. This is the guy who got that salt going.
That's why. It's the only reason why. Oh my God, slow orange connection can't pick the character. Oh my God, I seriously can't move. I can't move to even get to Chun-Li on the screen. So bad. Another one? I thought it was gonna be R4.
This should be good. This should be good.
How to Train Your Dragon. The live action How to Train Your Dragon is out. I didn't know that either. I knew they were making one, but I had no idea it was already out.
It's been out for a little while. If it came to my little town's theater, we usually get stuff a couple of weeks later. So it's been out for a little bit. So this should be good. This should be good because his chat was indicating there was going to be some salt.
Shit. Shit, just mashing buttons and lag.
Okay.
Oh shit. I can't even block it. Mashing buttons and lag again.
Mish.
What happened? I couldn't block. It's so laggy, I can't even get one hit string with Chun-Li. You can see it teleporting constantly, and he's just going like this, mashing buttons. Like
oh, there's the molding. There's the molding. Okay. Ooh.
Look at this lag.
Okay, yes, the future is bright, everyone.
Complete scrub mashing buttons in the lag, and I can't react to it because of the lag. Awful fucking player. Absolutely terrible player.
Yep, get lathered up, Dave.
Mashing buttons and lag.
There's a lot of mashing going on around these parts tonight, folks. One might even think we were in Korea. There's so much mashing going on.
In lag and doing things that he knows are safe in lag that you can't punish because there's too much delay. He's a fucking loser cheater. He is. He's actually cheating right now. I'm using the echo.
Dave, how do you know any of that? No, I don't even want to know how you know. I want to know how you think you have a basis to know. You know nothing about this guy. You know absolutely nothing about him. That could be Elon Musk for all you know. You have no fucking clue because it's just a username. So how do you know he's a cheater? How do you know he's a loser? Is it because anybody who beats you is a loser and a cheater? Is that where you're going with this? Because, well, that applies to Justin Wong. And are you going to sit there and make the argument that Justin Wong is somehow a loser and a cheater because he beat you at this game that you acknowledge he is so much better than you at? Yeah. So Dave, why are you engaging in baby rage about this? Why are you literally using the kinds of insults that an 11-year-old would back in a COD lobby in the late aughts? Come on. Come on.
Can't jump. Can't do a slide.
Yep. Come on. Come on. He is resting gout face is set to maximum. He is in try hard mode. Come on, Juicy Moon Key.
Mashing the buttons. Mashing buttons. Just keep mashing.
Come on. Come on. Let's send Dave back to Monkai.
Mashing buttons.
Come on. Back to Monkai with Dave.
Still mashing. You can't, dude, I can't do anything because of the lag. I can't stop it. You could do this the whole round. I can't do anything about it, so I'll just wait. Oh, I did up ball nothing. No, it stops up ball. Dude, it won't give me my input at all. It won't give me my input at fucking all. He did repeated up balls.
That's a convincing.
Nothing.
That is a
So he just gets
convincing
the head
loss
stomp
right
over and over
there.
in lag. This
Well
guy is a
done.
fucking scrub.
Well
He is a
done,
button
Juice
mashing
Man
scrub
guy.
in fucking lag.
Monkey,
He's
rather.
terrible. He's not a good player in any way, shape, or form. If he's not worth my time, I'm quitting. He's a super diamond. I'll play him again, and now I'm going to fucking spank this guy. He fucking sucks shit.
Hubris.
He is 100%. And he quits because he's a fucking coward bitch. You fucking suck, juice monkey. You're terrible. You're a button pusher in lag, and you know it. Your connection's terrible. It's the only reason you even got a single fucking win in the game. You don't know how to play. You jump around and mash buttons in lag. Just kiss my fucking hairy ass, you stupid cowardly bitch.
Dave, why did you just admit that you have a hairy ass? So either you just used the phrase, you just said you had a hairy ass to try to add some meat to your insult, or you just admitted you have a hairy ass. Both of those are terrible looks, Dave. How do you think that worked? Is this where you're gonna turn to the camera and say, guys, that's what a Feltoning looks like? Because seriously, what was that promo you just cut other than you trying to cope like, you trying to cope like it's going out of style? But that's the thing with Dave. Coping never goes out of style.
Fuck off.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
I wonder if you could do medium punch.
That's from the future. I think Dave's going to get a lot of money. I think Dave just got a lot of money.
Almost had it.
So, yeah, no, that was worth the wait. That was worth the wait. Dave,
God damn it.
Yeah, Dave was
considered a rage
little
quit.
salty.
Coward bitch didn't even play a set.
Might he have quit because you have the bad connection? I just love how it never crosses his mind that it could be his connection.
You can do mediums instead of the fears if the timing's too hard.
That he keeps having all of these issues in all of these games that the connection cannot possibly ever be his problem. As the famed moral philosopher Raylan Givens once told us, if in the morning you run into an asshole, you ran into an asshole. If you keep running into assholes all day, you're the asshole. So,
Thank you to Steveester for a $20.
So, Dave, if you run into lag in one game, you ran into lag in that game. If you keep running into lag, maybe you're the source of the lag.
Super chat. I appreciate that, man.
Watch Justified, everyone. It is worth your time.
Happy 4th. Thanks for your service.
That's my cultural recommendation for the day. Watch Justified. That's actually a cultural recommendation for every day. Same with Babylon 5.
Silence for our fallen comrades. So there you go. Yeah, the rage quitting comrades, right? Thank you, Steveester. Wow, it's so laggy. It dropped the input to pick the groove. It literally wouldn't let me pick my groove.
What the fuck was that, Dave?
Groove. It's so laggy. It dropped the input to. Wow, it's so laggy. It dropped the input to pick the groove. It literally.
He still has 139 ticks left to pick a groove, but he's fucking about with the leaderboard rather than just picking the groove.
Wouldn't let me pick my groove.
So he picked his groove. So you're gonna whine about it some more, Dave?
Yeah. Oh my God! Look. Ultimate slow mo. Gee, what a.
I don't see it.
Coincidence that it's this bad, huh?
I don't see it, Dave.
No, he's a fucking person who's doing it on purpose. Look, now it went to green. Now it went to yellow. Now it's green. What are you talking about, dude? How could your internet possibly be this fucking bad, right?
Dave, Jesus Christ. Why are you this way? Do you know how internet connections work? Sometimes they're spastic.
Thank you to Steveester. We're now over $100 to support. Less than 50 to go.
Seriously, how are you this way? I mean, internet connections fluctuate. That does happen.
That's a Fatal Fury character, by the way.
Yeah, and Dave, what do you think about a guy getting his ass slapped like that?
No fireball. Shit.
And Dave's chat has settled down, unfortunately. Nothing fun going on over there. So the future's going to be boring, unfortunately. Wish there was something I could do, Goob. Tism. My counter...
All SNK team, though. I like that.
My counter gag is dead because Dave won't say the word. It's one word, Dave. You could show your audience a little bit of respect by, using it as you send people off to that place forever. The one that has the word in it. Kick remains the place where all the cool people are. So.
Yes, nice.
Mario Kart blatantly cheated over in Kick with an excellent point of, with that same logic, he could just do an input cam or show his inputs, but he won't. I don't know why. Because he knows that if he shows, a input cam or something that actually took his inputs, it's just way too hard. It's way too complicated. He's not going to set that up in OBS. This would be why Raw Phil is what Dave wishes he could be, because Raw Phil, when he does his community nights, or she does the community nights, has input up, has the input widget. But no, and also he won't do it because he's of the opinion that every game lies and doesn't properly read his inputs. It's just wrong, Good. It's just wrong, Goop.
I pressed the wrong button there. I pressed roundhouse, which is wrong. I should have pressed light kick.
Wow. Brilliant, Dave.
Look at all these
Brilliant.
special intros. They're all awesome.
This is gonna be a match to remember.
Yeah, maybe you should play more characters so that you can run into more interesting intros.
Roll throw like a scrub.
Uh-huh. Riveting gameplay, Dave.
There we go.
Riveting gameplay. You gonna do anything to make this interesting or not?
Roll throw like a scrub.
Nightbot is on a tear, as there've been...
He just keeps roll throw like a scrub. Terrible gameplay.
Yep, 6 messages in Dave's chat in the last 2.5 minutes, of which 4 were Nightbot. Nightbot needs a better selection of options in Dave's chat, because it's nothing but shilling. Nothing fun, nothing interesting. Won't even use Nightbot to link to his stupid clips.
I hit him right there. I hit him. It dropped
playlist
my input entirely. He mashes jab like a scrub and hits me. Lame as shit.
Okay,
had no idea what to do. Just mashed.
You gonna do something for me here, Dave's chat, or are you dead?
Roll throw and lag.
So, Dave, why are you making this so boring? Why don't you have anything to say?
There? It showed the throw. It reversed the throw. I was mashing to get extra hits on the throw, and as it took the throw away because of rollback, it activated lightning and killed it.
You just said you were mashing.
That's because of the lag.
Dave, you just said you were mashing. That's why. And when you were mashing, you somehow hit the correct correct move input to do that. Why is that hard to believe?
To what happened on the screen and actually got advantage from it. By the way, he quit like a bitch. There you go, another one. These players are actually awful. All these CBS2 players are terrible players and terrible sports.
Then why? Pots, kettles, the color of stationary things, Dave. Pots, kettles, and the color of stationary things. People who live in glass houses. Do any of these idioms mean anything to you? Because you are right there, my guy. You are right there.
They just can't take the fact that they suck at the game, and then they run away after they lose. Or they rage quit, even worse.
Again, Dave, that's 4 people who've quit against you. Has it occurred to you that maybe the problem is with you? And that the problem isn't, gosh, guys, I'm just so good. Maybe you're the one with the bad connection tonight, Dave. Mojito Kitty Real, who I want to kill for that name, with some spice over in Kick Chat. Can we swap to a less stressful game at DSP Gaming Real? DSP Gaming Real. So, it looked for a moment like we were gonna get some spice.
Good damage though.
It looked like we were gonna, get some good stuff, and then he started winning again. Yeah, no. MVP of the night remains
Can't finish the combo.
Juicy Moonkey. Juicy Moonkey, rather, remains the MVP of the night, because Dave got all hot and bothered about that.
Hello, Mr. Monster, please don't tell me you're another one of these cowards. Please play me. Oh boy, we got another CVS2 coward. Oh boy, I hope not. I hope he's just taking a dump.
Why are they cowards, Dave? There's nothing they can see about you other than your name.
I know you can do a spinning perky during the combo, but does the combo continue or does that end
The
the combo?
ego on this piggy, that he thinks people see his name and say, oh my gosh, that's a washed up pro fighting game player from 2 decades ago. I can't possibly hope to beat him. And that they actively rage quit because of that. But I guess that's what his ego needs to, what his ego needs to stay functional.
The only way I can get it to work is to mash. I don't want to mash, but I have to mash.
It's funny. Justin Wong kicks his face in, and then he starts swinging his dick around like he's like he's actually good at the game after he loses 10-0 to Justin Wong. Like, just getting to do a first to 10 with Justin Wong makes him hot shit.
Oh, fuck.
Which, that's... The only reason why Justin Wong did it is because you guys go back to the FGC, and Justin Wong's not a piece of shit like you are, Dave.
Land that, that's great. We're at the end. Fuck. I'm no good at this. This is what I mean. I have to practice endlessly to do a combo like this. Seriously.
Practice, Dave. I know that's verboten, so we're gonna play the game. Hey, Dave, since you can't get a match, go play fucking Power Stone.
I know. I've seen people do that, but they do it the right way. They go to be further back. To push them away for.
Read chat, maybe.
Because you just mash forward between medium kick and round high. You can see I pressed it. I don't get it. The timing must be cowards. I'll never.
Okay, more salt.
No one will even play me. They're all cowards. Seriously, they're all fucking cowards. I'll never get out of platinum because I can only play shitty players who mash buttons and fucking lag and don't know how to play. Terrible fucking players.
Okay, so do you got anything else for me, Dave? No? Okay.
I can't pull them off. One kick. Can't even do it now. I seriously give up. I can't do these. Is this literally it? They're all just fucking pussies. I think it is. They all collectively said, oh, DSP is playing tonight, so let's stop playing because he's whooping our asses and we all fucking suck shit and we get exposed.
So the cope has evolved from people are seeing Darkside Phil and running in terror from him to people know he's playing tonight, so nobody wants to play. Nobody's playing at all. He, of course, cannot possibly comprehend that it is the night before a 3-day weekend, or the night starting a 3-day weekend before a holiday on Friday, and that, many of the regular players who like to play this game or who might be coming on at the end of the week might be off doing family shit, might be off on taking a long weekend, little vacay. Yeah, Dave. I don't know. He has done this kind of ego nonsense before where, well, guys, I can't get any comp. So also fucking comp. He's got me doing it now. Well, guys, I can't get any comp. So I guess that means everybody's running away, cause I'm Darksea the Fool, the biggest swinging dick around these parts, and everybody wants to screw me by running away in terror. The bitches and pussies. Dead. So, like I said, I genuinely think that Justin Wong match did something to his brain. It did something. It triggered something that's been dormant for a while, and I think the ego flashing is part of that.
Seems like it, because there's no one fucking playing right now. Are you kidding me? There's no one matchmaking right now. I have a hard time believing that.
Go play Power Stone then, Dave. Go play something interesting. Go play Street Fighter Alpha 3 Upper or, you know, something. Go play something else then. Can't get any matches in CVS. Go play random. Go play casual. That's what you always do.
Oh, but you want to bet there is a problem with matchmaking too, that you have to refresh it from time to time. I bet there is. This is a green connection. Holy shit, guys. A rare green connection. I wonder where this person's from. That we got a green.
He worships connectivity. He really does. Rather than adapt and deal with the world,
nope. Or if I did,
he just rants endlessly about connection quality.
Keep rocking, baby. Oh, great. R2 Joe first.
Okay.
Forgot about that.
Brilliant commentary, Dave. Brilliant commentary.
I beat his special move clean with the poke. Yikes.
Oh my God. Dave, do you have anything to add to this? Do you have anything at all to add to this gameplay?
Great fucking gameplay there. Great input.
Yeah, okay, so that's what your addition is to insult him. Okay. Okay.
Button. You're in for a lot of crazy Hail Marys.
This battle is about to explode.
Oh, he knocked the claw. I tripped up for level 3 super. You can only do the poke level 3 super if you have claw. He removed the claw with the move, so I couldn't do the super.
Brilliant commentary, Dave. Brilliant commentary. Come on, Berserk. Do something. Make him regret his hubris. That's all we want. That's all we want.
I got a $10 tip. Thank you so much. This is from just good matches. Someone said good matches, $10. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Of course, they were only in Ultra Gold, but it's like the best connection of the night. I'll rematch them if they want it.
Oh my God. They were only in Ultra Gold, guys. How am I supposed to farm these guys for all the points that I want to feed my ego?
I won't go as hard. I won't pick bait. Here, I won't pick bait.
Oh my God. You're really doing this. Dave, pick a lane. Pick a lane. Are you here to have fun or are you here to be a sweat gremlin?
I'll have Yori as my third. Give him a chance. So thank you for a $10 tip, whoever that was. We're at 114, guys. 36 away from the goal. Still got about a half
Beg.
hour stream or so.
Beg.
Get some support last half hour, 40 minutes of the stream. Let's hit that goal. Get to 45 out of 50. Let's do it for Thursday night fights.
Yeah, that have just kind of sucked. Thursday night fights have kind of sucked. It's... Well, like I said, we had a couple of moments. I had a good feeling about tonight, and it just is... my hopes and dreams for the evening are dead. And he's still got another half hour to go. He's still got another fucking half hour to go. Notice what happens when Dave mashes. He wins. This is the exact same logic of DSP wins with the connections green. Yeah, that buffering was, well, that was either Dave or Raw Film. I think that was Dave. You know, something's up with Dave's connection tonight, I think.
Oh, the game forces you to play full sets. If you quit, the matchmaking will mess up. You won't find another person unless you restart. Okay. So if someone rage quits, I gotta restart. No super.
Guy over in Dave's chat making good points, but yeah, you know, those are not allowed.
Oh, CV with Chun-Li. Damn, crushed. Absolutely crushed. Is it out of sync again? I'll fix it again. Sorry, I don't know. We didn't have out of sync for many nights. Now it's out of sync 400 times during the matches tonight. Great.
Yeah, Dave, yeah, you might think that is indicative of something with your capture setup. Like, again, maybe the really dented way you run everything.
Yeah. I fixed it again. Thank you for
Just
telling me, guys.
put on an audio monitor. God, Dave, just put on an audio monitor. Why is that so hard?
Yeah, I'll start with Guile then. I'll start with Guile. And then I'll go to Morgan, and then I'll go to Yuri.
Why do you make this so complicated, Dave? Just put on an audio monitor, and your life would be so much easier when it comes to sound. But I can't do that, guys, because then I'll get ear infections, and why do you hate me and my family? Yeah!
Final half hour or so of the stream, let's go. Please support the stream, let's hit that goal, we're right there. We're less than $40 away, let's do it.
Wow. 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 Come on, Joe. Come on, Berserk. Get his number. Get his number and beat him like a bongo drum. He might like that, but I don't care. I don't care. The salt will be worth it. He will not be able to handle it. God damn it.
He's gonna keep pressuring me with the mash punches in the corner, so.
Me-ish. Yeah, Dave just cheeses Dave's default mode. It's his default mode, and even though he's not running something really heavy on it at the moment, that's what he prefers.
Oh man!
Wow!
The freaking sonic boom with that. That sucked.
Wow! 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 Wow!
Finest KO, nice.
I mean, if it was finest KO, wouldn't it have been a perfect, Dave? And he's back to his Morgan cheese. As that is the game he likes to run. He likes folks who can bring a lot of pressure, who open up opportunities for him to grab. Like, exactly like all of that, yes. One might even say he were playing some kind of pattern in his play.
That was terrible. What a stupid fucking lag spike there. That was so dumb.
What? Even when he wins, he
All right,
bitches about
I'm
lag.
to beat this guy up a bunch.
Even when he gets exactly what he wants, he still
What is it,
bitches
get the diamond,
constantly.
Like 15,000 or something insanely stupid like that. I'm gonna be grinding on this shit forever playing scrubs. Ugh. Well, thank you, Light, for the compliment. And Jane is happy I'm playing characters he likes. I don't even know what to practice anymore. Like, there's nothing to practice. I can't do A group. Seriously, I would have to sit here for hours, pressing the time for the A group shit. I just can't do it. I don't have the coordination for it anymore. I would love to do it, but I can't.
Was that an admission that you're no longer good as... If I,
Dial A
wait,
group would be pretty crazy, actually.
Dave, shut up. Was that an admission that you are actually no longer as good at fighting games as you used to be? That's a surprising moment of humility from you, Dave. How are you going to fuck it up? Oh, right, you've been fucking it up all evening with talk about retards running from you because you're such a big swinging dick. Right. Okay, yep, thank you, Dave. I needed that because I was a little scared there for a second, and you might have actually had a moment of, you had a moment of humility. But no. You're still a piece of shit. You're still a piece of shit who's going to have his run-in with Nemesis.
But Sonic Hurricane's better anyway. What's up, Rugal? How are you? Haven't seen you in a long time. CVS 2's been going pretty crazy recently. Some insane matches against good players and everything. But now I'm just trying to grind my levels up so I can play better players. I'm stuck in Platinum. It takes fucking forever to climb. Another green connection, supposedly.
I seem to recall that being the complaint about SF6, too. Platinum took forever, Goob. Diamond even longer. And then once he got to Master, everybody cheated. And it was nothing but Drive Rush spam or something like that.
Wow, so many Hamarus online. I got a ton of Hamaru players for some reason. Very odd.
Maybe Halmaru is just a cool dude. Maybe the meta has evolved a little bit in the last 20 years that you weren't playing it. Crazy, I know. No, I'm... That's from the future. I'm just going to assume that is referring to Dave because it is absolutely true. Doubles 899 has apparently seen more bags of potatoes with more personality than Dave, which is, as I said, very true. Very true.
Oh my god. This guy just literally mashed reversal dragon punch like 7,000 times and hit every fucking time.
Yes, Dave, and you love your anti-airs, so what's the problem? Other than that, it's working.
Didn't jump. I never fucking jump. Wow, it was level 2 super. So I never jump, she jumps. Now level 2 super to punish. I get a jumping kick. So bad online. Even green connection.
Cope. All I can taste is the cope.
Level 3 super, that's what he gave me.
All right, Dave, you got anything, Dave, or are you just in tryhard mode? Is that all you can do during this? Is be in tryhard mode? Because it is definitely not entertaining. I mean, it's only entertaining when you're getting your face caved in and you are not. Come on, Halmaru, put it together. Much like the rest of the night, a few moments of, that can be worked with and then just nothing. Can't put them all together.
He's standing right next to me. I do low, medium punch. It drops the entire punch and he gets a throw. You were done. I punch you right in the nuts.
And now it comes out with Blanca and the cheese happens.
Don't do that. Stop trying to jump at me. All these Hamaru think they have a safe jumping fierce. They don't. It's not safe. It's only safe against characters who don't have a good neutral jump. Anyone who has a good neutral jump can just slap them right out of the air, but they all think it's safe because no one taught them how to play.
Oh
right,
my
Super Platinum.
God,
Now
he
I'm
is
Super Platinum. I can get
so...
points playing this person.
He is such a
Amazing.
little bitch. Nobody taught them how to play, Goop. Oh, God. Fucking damn it.
I would have to research Vice because I don't know the properties of his.
Of fucking course.
I'd have to like watch some videos.
Jax, just go play in traffic, Jax. It's fun. It's fun. It would be a better use of your money than what you just did.
Wow.
Seriously, unironically, Jax, if you're gonna give Dave $25, you have always used PayPal. Just go back to that. You are unironically giving YouTube $8 for no reason. For literally no reason with that. YouTube has you have deprived your piggy master, Jax, of $8 that should be his because you insisted on giving it to YouTube instead. How does that make you feel, Jax? How does it make you feel? Imagine what would have happened if you would have done that with that $1,000 you gave him when Street Fighter started. Imagine what the salt would have been if if somebody gave him $1,000 super chat 2 years ago. Oh, that would have been amazing. I mean, the meltdown would have been otherworldly. Oh, but we can't have nice things. We can't have nice things.
Nothing, no roll. All I wanted to do was roll through it.
Let's go. This is gonna be a match to remember.
I did. Locked in the corner.
This battle is about to explode.
I don't care that no one ever sees it because I'm banned in Dave's chat. This is my petty revenge. This is my revenge, Dave, for
Hits,
for you being you tonight. Do something interesting for fuck's sake.
Go for broke.
Damn.
And Guy chokes because, of course, he does. Because fuck Piggy getting the comeuppance he deserves.
This might actually be the last set of the night, just so you know. Since we are getting good quality matches with this guy, I'll probably just keep it up.
Yep, we gotta farm those
So
points.
if you guys are enjoying tonight and all the CBS 2 I've been doing recently,
Gotta
please
farm
subscribe.
those
We are right
points.
there at the
His
goal.
ego
We
needs
need
it.
more people to do some contributions at the end. Let's get a tip. Let's get a super chat. Let's get that and hit it.
Oh,
Come on.
begging. Yeah, Orange Man good over and kick,
Hit
holding
Biggie.
on the fort
He's
with
trying to find
Mario Kart.
A good starter. He doesn't know who to use.
Rimworld, yep. Yep, good calls. Those would be more interesting than what we're getting now. At least Mario Kart is visually dynamic. And as said, I usually like these streams. These streams are usually fun because they usually get salty and it looks nice at least. But, Dave doesn't play. I mean, Chun-Li looks good. Guile's okay. And then he plays Blanca and Blanca then ruins everything because Blanca looks like a piece of shit. And no offense to the art team that did that was intended. It's Blanca's a big hairy monster and they did a good job of that. It's just, yeah, Blanca's ugly as hell and it's good art, but the character and design and model are ugly because that's how it's supposed to be, which just kills the vibe. I mean, Dave, if you need big burly men in your game, just put Haomaru in. At least he has a very nice looking sprite with nice animations. Oh my god, this is...
Damn, dude.
Yep, Piggy's being... Piggy's oinking. Piggy's oinking. So I will keep working towards the present. We are down to 7 minutes. That's how you can tell it's a bad stream. I haven't gotten to go off on any tangents and rants. He's just been insufferable. He's been insufferable and begging. There's only so many times you can say, Dave, you're a beggar. You shouldn't beg like that. That begging is bad, etc., etc.
Her super sucks unless you combo it. Like, seriously, I keep trying to get it.
There might be something good ahead. There might be something good
Get
ahead.
out of it every time. Just hold it up back to get out of it.
There might be something ahead. Maybe there will be something to redeem the night. Maybe this guy will put it together. I doubt it. I doubt it.
Yeah, it dropped my button a ton. As he was jumping,
Wow.
I did not give you the button at all. So lame.
Such wonderful commentary, Dave. You are the greatest. You are the greatest.
Oh, she was smashing.
Wow.
Oh, that was super. Nope. Very good. Very good, Jade. Sounds good. He said, I don't see him when he goes see the movie, but he'll be there otherwise. Sounds good, Jade. These are good matches, by the way. This guy's not a bad player at all. I just wish those people would pick Kamaru. I don't think he's very good. He's a gimmick character. He's very good with K group. That's about it, I would say. Jax Rector, how are you, man? $25 super chat. Good evening. Showed up to see the last bit of the stream. Hope the match has been going well. Happy Independence Day. Thank you to Jax. They've been going all right. We're leveling up a bit. I wish there was more. There's a lot of rage quitters tonight. Like, seriously, because I'm beating everyone.
You're assuming that it's a rage... yeah, stroke your ego, Dave. Just stroke your ego. Huh. R3 Halmaro. Huh.
Okay, we're at 139 now with Jax. Guys, we're literally 11 away from the goal.
Wow.
Right there. Let's do it, guys.
Wow, wow, wow.
Nice move. Nice move. Huh?
That was a pretty good... Huh? Whoa! Wow. Alright, so when we get... We need to get about another 5 minutes in before we get to maybe some good stuff. This guy might put it together. This guy might put it together, by the sound of it.
I just super right there. I did level 2 super. Damn, that would have melted his bar. It would have been level 2 and a level 2. He would have had like no health left. Sucks. Price barrel.
This is gonna be a match to remember.
Got him. I said, I think she should stop picking Haomaru. He picks R3 Haomaru. It doesn't work. It doesn't work on me.
Yeah, Dave, keep being insufferable. Keep being insufferable, Dave.
Streak going here, actually. Streak wins, getting these points. Good
Maybe say something interesting, do something interesting.
You picked R4 Haomaru now. Yeesh. Oh, man. Why'd you do that? I love this. Oh, man. What a mistake.
Go R4 Halmaru. From the things that chats say, that's the only context I have for this. This is apparently a sleeper and can be hilarious. Shenanigans can happen. I just don't know if this guy's got the ability to pull it off. Got anything, Dave? Anything to say at all? Even at 1.5 speed, you have anything to add? Anything at all?
That still goes to guard breaking a million times. You don't.
Anything at all, Dave? Anything? No? Okay, good to know. Good to know you got absolutely nothing to add to this.
That was super.
Wow. Wow.
Sucks. Dropped super twice. He was gonna lose all his health twice.
Wow.
Super. Come out twice. So lame.
Such amazing content, Goob. Amazing content. All right, so then you are...
Goodbye. It's an awful super. That super like never works. I don't know why anyone would use it. The only time you use that super, if you guard break. If you guard crush them, then you get it. It's a giant, like, huge counter hit move. But outside of that, it sucks.
Fitting. Jax Raxor is a dent. Who knew? Who would have guessed that Jax Raxor was a dent?
If you know the gimmick, he doesn't really win.
Again, Jax, I'm going to pull that back up. Sorry. If I click the right thing. Jax, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Dave. How do you have a basis for knowing that? You are just trying to connect through lines between what Dave is doing and what Justin Wong did. You want to connect Dave with Jay Wong because you want Dave to get some of that clout. And for some reason you think giving him money is going to help with that somehow? In a super chat nobody's going to give a rat's ass about? Jax, again, if you actually cared about Dave, you'd go back to giving through PayPal so that he could get that extra money. You've wasted $10. You have unironically given $10 to YouTube tonight that you could have given to Dave. And Dave's going to get unhappy with you if you keep doing that. Because he needs all the money. He needs all the money. That money belongs to him and not to YouTube.
I thought he was going to pick R4 Ryu for a second.
And what if he was, Dave?
Stop it. The only way to combo into that super is with P groove. Oh, that's true. You can super cancel it, right? Super cancel into it. You got the tattoo? Can I see it?
He ruins everything. He sucks the joy out of everything. Even such simple things as watching him be a salty little bitch. He has to come out and ruin.
I didn't do that. I did low fierce or low roundhouse. That's what it gave me. Jumping roundhouse.
Anything at all, Dave? Anything at all? Okay, guy. This is your last set. If he
Crouching roundhouse to guard crush. It gave me a fucking
if he can't pull it together, I'm just hitting live. I'm just hitting live. There's no point in watching this because it's just watching seal clubbing at this point. So, guy, you gonna pull it together? All signs point to no. All signs point to no.
Nice. Oh, drop my input. I had him. It was the right angle to hit him out of here.
Okay, whatever salt might be in the next 4 minutes, fuck it.
Maru and Shin Akuma. Well, fuck that. Then I'm picking Blanca. Picked up boss character.
And
R3 Haomaru. Everyone is picking high Haomaru. High rank Haomaru. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?
Because they think it might work. They think it might be interesting. Who cares, Dave? Their logic for why they think it'll work is their logic. Yes, 1-1-2 is a well-established combo because it's been established to work, and a lot of the meta revolves around it.
Look at that, I'm frozen. I can't move at all. This guy's just button mashing. I can't stop it. Yeah, I can't do anything. It's so laggy.
Okay. Okay.
And the game is dropping or skipping.
A little bit of salt. A little bit of salt.
Awful.
A little bit of salt as he complains about lag, but not enough to make up for all the smug mode tonight. No fireball. Can't block. Look, I'm not even doing anything. Yeah, that's the point, Dave. That's how you got hit. You weren't doing anything.
Bye.
Remember that when people roll grab him, it's bad, but when he does it, it's brilliant.
to remember. Fight!
Can't even do anything. As he throws them, the game freezes. So I can't even do an input. It freezes the whole fucking screen. Thanks, Jax, for the membership. 49 months, man.
There we go. There's a little salt to cleanse the palate. To get one into the spirit of things. Okay, this guy kind of knows what he's doing.
Can't block.
I say that, and he mistimes his super.
Goodbye, bitch.
Goodbye, bitch. Such a.
Get the fuck out of here. It's like a
Such
bonus
a.
round.
Yep.
I didn't even know he had that super. That's a third strike super. I didn't even know it existed.
Okay. So now you do, Dave.
Hilarious. He's in ultra platinum. Dude, he's terrible.
Is he?
He's actually horrible.
Is he,
He's an
Dave?
ultra platinum player.
Is he, Dave? He came out and had you, but for the execution on that super. That super hits, you're probably dead. Or at the very least, you're working at under a quarter HP on Blanca. If he hadn't misread the iframes. So again, Dave, do you really want to say he sucks?
I gotta go after like one more. I can't play him. I would get insane points playing him, but I can't. I don't have time. Fucking laggy button pusher.
This is gonna be a match to remember. Fight!
Laggy button pusher. Okay, this guy is, he hasn't redeemed the night, but he's made some progress towards making it better.
Oh,
But
laggy button pusher.
I have discovered a small problem. We're live. Oh my god, we're gonna have to wait a half hour for him to do the daily wrap. Ugh. Of course. Why do you do this, Dave? Why do you do this?
I didn't do that.
You always are like this. You are always the guy. The guy. Guy.
Goodbye, laggy button pusher.
He's going to hang it up after this match, too. He's going to hang it up after this match because he's going to go out and say, I won, guys. Yeah.
To remember. Fight!
Yep. Double Zeta 99 is going to end up getting banned. He's going to end up getting limbed in short order. But he is my new favorite person in DSP's chat. So, keep it up, my guy. Keep it up. He is very obviously not a LARPer. He's a tourist. So, they usually don't last long. Get It Chief is very obviously a LARPer. So, with a name like Get It Chief, it's, yeah.
OCV, baby.
And he's back to being a smug prick. And I have no skip juice. I'm sorry.
Well, that's that. I'm out of time. He rage quit. He fucking rage quit because I OCV'd him because he's a scrubby pussy. Scrubby pussy. Unreal, dude. OCV and he rage fucking quit. You little bitch. All right, guys. Well, that is it, man. Every night I play this game, it just gets better and better. How many rage quits was that tonight? At least 3 to 4 that I caused because these people suck so fucking hard.
The count is 5, Dave.
Right.
5 quits, not
way,
rage
guys,
quits.
guess
5
what?
quits.
We hit the goal tonight, so thank you so much for supporting old school fighting.
I
games.
hate
really
my
appreciate
existence at the
everyone who
moment.
Came out, hung out, and enjoyed me whooping these scrubs' asses and leveling up. It sucks I didn't.
Nope, I do not. I choose not to listen to this nonsense. So just enjoy some jazz, and I can go back and I can turn him back on.
Probably will be a week, to be honest. It'll probably be like next Friday for Friday Night Fights. I'll cool down from it for a little bit. Unless we do have time next week. We'll
Cool
see.
down from it? What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? You played it once on the day stream where you were a little, where you sucked off Justin Wong, and then you came out tonight and by your own admission, you did nothing but Seal Club scrubs. So why are you heated? Why do you try hard? Why are you this way? Also, skip juice. Too late, but because the people who are doing it, the whales, are getting some findom out of it. So watching him squirm and building drama, all part of the arousal they're getting out of it.
We have time for an extra stream, but CVS 2 is going well. I am leveling up. I am kicking major ass, and everyone is rage quitting because they can't handle the skill. They're a bunch of cowardly bitches. Everyone have a good night. See you next time.
He needs punched in the face. He really needs punched in the face.
Man, I made so many people rage quit tonight. That is absolutely fucking hilarious.
Yeah, his ego needs.
Fucking hilarious.
I hope his comeuppance comes when he gets $100 tomorrow, just for how he's behaved tonight.
How do I quit this game? How do I quit?
How do I quit? Wow, I don't know how to quit the game,
I don't
Goob.
know how to quit. How do I get out? I know what I do. Whoa. Oh, wait, I'm on PlayStation. That's right. No wonder. I'm like, how do I quit? I'm on PlayStation. I gotta push the PlayStation button. I forgot I was.
And he ends on this. He ends like fucking this. He ends by not realizing how to exit the fucking game, and yet people gave him $150.
It's not over. That's right. The week is not over because tomorrow
he got $150 for this to do mostly boring gameplay that didn't involve Baby Rage or Salt, including a probably 3-minute segment of just being in the training lab waiting because he didn't realize that he needed to go restart it. It never crossed his mind, maybe I need to re-queue. No, I'll just keep failing to work on this combo. I'll keep working on this combo and failing to do it. Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's Independence Day here on DSP Gaming. What does that mean? It means
it means pain. I don't care.
We could, or we could just do well, how could we do it? Because the thing is, we also need to have the goals hit counter because that's going to count towards doing the Grillos Pickles DSP Tries It. We'll have to think about it. I'd be okay with doing a special counter. We just have to figure out what it would be.
Special counter? Oh, god damn it. Special counter for what?
Well, how could we do it? Can we get a vest streak counter for tomorrow with how many times you switch vests? We could, or we could just do well, how could we do it?
Dave, this is aneurysm inducing. He's not doing fucking gameplay tomorrow. He's not doing fucking gameplay. Dave, you know how you do it? You know how you fucking do it? You fucking kill yourself. I feel like Pop right now, Dave. Kill yourself. Source. Window capture. Yes. New window capture. Select window to capture. And I can't capture. Can I capture OBS? I cannot capture OBS. Okay, it's not going to be as easy as I thought. But yes, Dave. Oh, you. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. Give me a second. Just let my tism flow. I need to let the tism flow for a minute. Okay, so I'm gonna do this, and then this, that. And then so now this is OBS. This is what people use to do things like stream. So what? You come down here, you hit plus, text, counter bit. And boom, I've done your counter bit for you, Dave. That's all you have to fucking do to do a vest counter when you're not doing any gameplay. Oh my god. Oh my God, this is without even getting into like how to hotkey something. And even then, just go get a counter thing. Go get a counter thing. The way I do counters is fucking fucked up because I don't do Python. Python and I don't get along. But Jesus Christ. My brain is damaged. My brain is actively damaged at this point. I am sorry for my tism flaring mohusively. So turn that off. Go back to the guy. But now Dave, now you're gonna spend the next 30 seconds thinking about this and then just outlining how to do it, right? You're gonna say, how are we gonna do this? So, oh right, I'm an idiot. Just do a text source because it's just a counter that you're going to manually update because you don't automate anything, right? Right.
We also need to have the goals hit counter because that's going to count towards doing the goals.
Yeah, that's a text source, Dave. That's a single text source that you've got at the top of your screen. Single text source that you got a scroll filter applied to. So, yeah, it's one thing. It's one thing, Dave. You can do another text source and put it on another part of the screen. You can put it on another part of the screen. Kind of like how I had my word of the day on one part of the screen, and then I just did the little counter gimmick. Yeah, Dave. Yeah. Why, Dave? You've been using OBS for a fucking decade. Why are you having to think about this?
Because DSP tries it. We'll have to think about it. I'd be okay with doing a special counter. We just have to figure out what it would be. I hope you guys.
I mean, what is there to think about? It's a vest changes counter. It takes literally 10 seconds to set up an OBS. It takes maybe then a minute if you're gonna spurg out and try to like make sure you've got thematic fits between your fonts. If that.
Guys will be here. If you can make it, I understand that tomorrow is July 4th and a lot of people will be busy for Independence Day.
What the
I'll be here all
fuck?
day. So whenever you guys
What the fuck am I watching?
To hang out, that's cool. If you can just come by for a little bit and not the whole stream, that's fine. Just come by if you can make it, all right?
How the hell does he do? Well, how are we gonna do a counter gimmick tomorrow, guys? Because we've got to have the goals hit counter. And then he just segs into the bag. He just like nothing happened.
It's gonna be a good one. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Great streaming day. Into Vestins Day tomorrow. Everyone have a good night. I'll see you in the morning for the festivities.
Oh, how? What? What am I watching? What the fuck? He stated that for a long time. I'm assuming getting his face caved in, JB. I saw that's when about that came in, is when I was talking about him needing to be hurt for being a smug little piggy. And yes, he probably does, and he has needed it for a long time. But I mean, because tonight tonight is the night where he was doing shit, where he was being like, he was being obnoxiously smug. And it's the kind of smug that, again, hubris precedes nemesis, and whenever he gets like this, it inevitably comes around. I mean, the Kino arc was kind of the peak of that, but it always comes for him. It always comes for him. Okay, so we got to kill some time. We got to kill some time because, unfortunately, some idiot couldn't keep enduring Dave's nonsense. So I, because I am that idiot, I went and burned through all my skip juice, so we actually have to wait for him to do the daily fap. So then, all right, what have we got from the wide world of clippers and other interesting style people? All right, so then we've got stuff from Duty, Snort Hogan, and Mimology has some stuff. Mimology has stuff. What have you got for us that's new, Mimology? Oh, Mimology. Mimology has from last night, which is, it's fun, but I've lived that. I don't need to see that again right now. I mean, is there anything fun from like today? like about Daily Spurgs. Made only $12, so he quit. Snort Hogan actually hasn't done anything today. Okay. Yeah, yes. You were violating the rules. The rules include don't criticize me and don't say anything I don't like, and basically don't do anything that doesn't involve praising me and giving all your money. And because I'm not monetized, you weren't giving me all your money, Goob. It's not my fault. Them's the rules. Dah. Also, David C., how are you doing this evening? All right, so nothing from Snort Hogan. Shinko did something. What did Shinko do? DSP's right. He's not a recovering alcoholic. He's a regular alcoholic. Okay, this is a point that I've been banging on about. So this might, okay, Shinko to the rescue. Yep, with DSP is right. He's not a recovering alcoholic. He's a regular alcoholic. Well, thank you for hanging in there with me tonight, everybody, by the way. I am sorry I couldn't do much with it. Oh, I love that deck speech.
Let's do some shout outs, okay? So first off, we start off with James Connor.
I forgot Shinko makes these transformative because he runs it all through a AI voice filter. Very appropriate for the guy. All right. Let me finish. Thank you for everyone who did come out and hang out during that restream. I'm sorry I couldn't do more with it. Usually he's salty. Usually he's when he's whining, it's obvious. You know, he's the problem and it's obvious. And it just really wasn't that way tonight. So I am really sorry I couldn't do more with the material provided. I tried, but you know, you got to work with how much. Yep. Double Zeta 99 is getting banned. It's just a matter of when.
$5 super chat. Listen to this. This is absolutely hilarious. Remember when you only drank for Christmas? Yes, I remember when I only drank on stream for Christmas. That's correct. Now it's 2 to 3 times a week. No.
Yes.
Stop.
Yes, it is.
Now it's 2 times a week max. Now it's 2 to 3 times a week. Whenever I'm doing the driving game, you know, American Truck Sim, and now we've added Taxi Life, and each night I'm drinking 2 White Claws. Okay. Now it's 2 to 3 times a week. Your days off? It's not true. Not always drinking on my days off. I don't know where you got that impression.
What the hell? Are you serious? This is the fucking flashback. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking, you stupid anime bitch.
Dearest Gangsta says, do you still drink alcohol? I know you improved your diet over the years. If so, what do you drink? Every once in a while, yes. It used to be like nitty every once in a while when Kat and I went out. Then I stopped doing that because the drinks going out were so expensive. If I do ever drink at home, it's usually like I said, gin and tonic, which is really just gin and Sprite, or like a rum and Coke. Or every once in a while, maybe vodka and grapefruit juice. I've actually found vodka and grapefruit juice go really good together. But not really grapefruit juice, that ruby red mix you can get at the store. That's
people
like
wonder why he
juice,
why people think he drinks.
With vodka. Those are like the 3 key drinks that I would have at home. But I usually just buy, if I'm going to get it, it would be like I buy the cheap thing. And I just have a drink every once in a while. It's not often. But like, yes,
the white college girl voice is
sparingly.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
You keep your fucking mouth shut because you're a moron.
Pretty cool, but randomly like right into a wolf. Do I still drink alcohol?
Minecraftception. We have old Minecraft playthrough Dave talking about current Minecraft stream gameplay Dave. This will be fun.
Every once in a while, I still drink alcohol. Rarely. Every once in a while, if I'm out, I'll have like a beer or something, or maybe if it's like happy hour and it's cheap, I'll get like a mixed drink. Every once in a while, I'll have a drink at home. Sometimes it'll be like just a little gin and tonic or something.
Wow.
Yeah, every once in a while.
Stop this!
With caffeine, or I drink cherry juice at dinner, or
I love the transition.
Every once in a while, a rarity. Maybe I'll have an alcoholic beverage at night to unwind every once in a while. But that's about it. That's all I drink at home. When I'm out of my home, if Kat and I are out and we're somewhere where all they have is soda, we'll get soda. Bonus. An anonymous $10 tipper just says, do you like to have a drink at night? If so, what do you like to drink? Every once in a while, I do like to have a drink at night. What do I drink? It all depends. Like, sometimes I'll have a gin and Sprite. Sometimes I'll have a vodka and a grapefruit. I actually like have a vodka grapefruit drink.
I'm sorry, I can't get over the disconnect between the audio and the video right there. I mean, it couldn't have been any less weird with that fatality going on than when Dave, did just Dave's voice.
The last couple of months I've had it a few times. I actually really like the vodka grapefruit drink that I've been making. Sometimes rum and Coke. Every once in a while, very rarely whiskey. Those are kind of the things I like to drink at home. But I don't drink all the time. What?
And every marathon. That is to some extent true. The amount that I drink during a marathon is determined by the amount of support I get. It's kind of a gimmick. When you say you only use
kind
to
of a
drink on
gimmick,
Christmas,
get
you're
it?
right. But that's also because we didn't do marathons. Now, we do a marathon once a month, and it's a very special event, and people like it. So, if it's working, why wouldn't you keep doing it, right? That can't be good for a recovering alcoholic. Okay, allow me to explain something to you. There's no such thing as a recovering alcoholic.
And yet Dave's going to, and that's integral to Dave's entire rationalization for his drinking. That's the best part of this, is there are no recovering alcoholics. Either you're an alcoholic or you're not. As Dave thinks he drinks responsibly and he doesn't have a chemical dependency on alcohol in his mind, therefore he's not an alcoholic. But according to his logic, he's never been an alcoholic in that case. And if he's never been an alcoholic, then do Jaha and Mike Watson get to go to Washington to beat the ever-living shit out of him? I mean, I would love for somebody to ask him that, if they had the ability to ask him that in chat, but nobody who has enough clout to not get insta-leaned for it is going to ask it or ignored.
All right. When you're talking about someone who has told you about 7 years ago, I was overly drinking and I was drinking almost all the time, every night, behind the scenes, awful stuff, mistreating my body. Okay. Idiots say things like, well, if you're an alcoholic, you can never recover. Well, let me ask you a question. When you're an alcoholic, it means that you're completely dependent on the substance.
Come on, stop touching. It's not touching it. I need another sip of White Claw.
Yeah, the wasted. Man, I want Dave to use the wasted white girl voice changer on ADS streams. It would just complete the look. It would just complete the vibe. Get a VTuber. He needs a VTuber avatar, and he needs to use the wasted white girl voice changer on ATS, and that'll just complete the whole vibe. It'll be perfect. It'll be amazing. And the white, and he will actually be, the ideal consumer of the drink that he's drinking.
You want it. You crave it. You want it in your system.
Oh, this is boring. I'm stuck behind a truck. Let me have some more White Claw to make it interesting.
That's a great cut. Great
you
cut.
Feel better. You get those, what is it, endorphins or whatever when you actually drink, correct?
Yeah, I remember this. This was.
Call some more White Claw.
Yeah, that was bad. That was dumb when he did it the first time.
And it's not just alcoholism, it's any substance abuse. For some people, it's cigarettes. For some people, it's weed. For some people, it's other kinds of drugs. For some people, it's eating, actually. But it's an addiction, correct? If you're an alcoholic, it means that you rely on this every single day. It has to be part of your routine. It has to be something that you run back to, right?
It's not everything that's going to go down tomorrow. First of all, let's talk about the booze. I know you guys want to know all about it. You're very excited. Whenever I drink on stream, you guys freak out. It's some big deal. It's now 41 years old. I can drink. I don't know if you guys are aware of this. I can actually drink. All right. So here's the deal for tomorrow. Okay. First of all, I already had 2 kinds of booze in my house. I still have the bourbon from one event ago, 2 events ago. It was the Digital Summer Party, and that was in July.
Oh.
So I still have the burp.
Also, Digital Summer, DSP's DSP was, I don't know if it was the low point of his events, but it was definitely close. And the only stuff worse than it is really gonna be stuff like what he's doing tomorrow.
Left over from that. So we could still do shots of bourbon if that's what you guys want. Okay.
Okay. Usually when you think alcoholism, you think someone has it out of control. They can't stop, right?
Yep,
I also
and
have
it
some
can't
tequila. Some
can't
Jose
stop
Cuervo.
conflating
Now
everything.
I've had it in my house for a couple of months. Every once in a while, I have a margarita with my wife. So I have some Jose Cuervo already in the house. So 2 kinds of, booze right there that we already have that I could do shots of. But yesterday, I went to the liquor store to get something special. And it was actually funny because the night before, my wife had looked up the recipe she was going to make. And also, she looked up the recipe for a special drink that she wants to make that's based on space.
I will tell you.
Oh God, I remember
there were
that.
times
That
in my
was
life when
bad.
this was absolutely the case. There was times during the 2000s, and there were times during the 2010s when this was the case for me, where it was out of control, and I was acting in ways that I normally wouldn't because I was under the influence. It was actually hurting my lifestyle, my body, my relationships with people. Absolutely. I've told you this stuff, right? But what's hilarious about this is that people say, oh my God, wait a minute, but you are an alcoholic, you're drinking? Yes. Because in life, it's not absolutes. Do you get it? In life, it's about moderation.
Yeah, guys. You know, just because I was an alcoholic doesn't mean I can't drink. It's fine. I can be an alcoholic and still drink a little, right? You know, I just have to not be a raging sociopath when I'm drunk, right? So long as I'm a functional alcoholic, it's all good, right, Dave? That's exactly what you're saying here.
And doing things responsibly. Maybe in the past, I admit I've had substance abuse issues with alcohol. I've told you all about it publicly. I've admitted it. It's been something intimate that I've opened up about, right? That doesn't mean that.
And yet you're saying there are no recovering alcoholics. You know, you are saying that either you are an alcoholic or you are not, and you are forever either an alcoholic or not. And so you are saying that you are someone who has struggled with alcohol, but that you're not an alcoholic, despite having used the claim that you are an alcoholic to claim victimhood previously. You gonna comment on any of that, Dave? Maybe?
If I drink 2 White Claws on a driving stream and I get a little bit of a buzz and we're having fun, that now I've become an alcoholic. If you think that, you're actually a fucking retard. Right? I want you to understand that. If you actually think that because someone who has problems in the past is having 1 or 2 casual drinks in a controlled, responsible environment and having fun with an audience, that they're an alcoholic, you are actually a fucking moron. And no one can help you because you actually think life is black and white. It's either you're an alcoholic or you are fucking teetotaler, straight edge.
No, Dave. People who are alcoholics who've gotten off the wagon are teetotalers because they know exactly how fucked up they get from alcohol. And to tap into what I was saying yesterday, you are the guy who deals with his temptations to food by adopting a Puritan out of sight, out of mind approach. Yeah, that's what recovering alcoholics actually do. That's what people who've gotten off the wagon do, because they know if they start, they don't know if they're going to be able to stop. So, yeah, Dave. Yeah. If you're an alcoholic and you get off, being a teetotaler is the default option because abstinence is the only way to be certain that you will not relapse. And Koraz makes the joke that I only wish I had. He's only half alcoholic. Koraz, you're going on the list, Koraz. You're going on the list for that joke. Stealing my thunder, even though I wouldn't have thought of that if you gave me 6 months, I wouldn't have thought of that. So, well done, sir. Your wit is sharper than mine.
That's not how life works, okay? So when you send me a super chat like that and you say one of the most dumb fucking things I've ever heard, I laugh at how dumb and ignorant you are.
That's
right?
that's quite the thing, Dave. Again, that you keep saying things like that, but you have said a lot of dumb shit. You have said a lot of dumb shit over the years.
I'm an irresponsible adult. I'm not drinking and in driving. I'm not drinking myself into a stupor every night and acting a fool, okay? What you're saying doesn't exist. A responsible adult has the ability to have a drink or two every once in a while and have fun, particularly if it's enhancing the experience of a stream. You guys said me doing this when I'm doing the driving streams is kind of fun because I get buzzed and we have fun conversation. It actually makes the driving more difficult, and you can see, yeah, having fender benders and stuff in the games. It's funny, right?
Fender benders.
So, could you be dumber? No, I don't think so.
He could be you, Dave.
I actually think that if you think that because I have a couple drinks on driving stream that I'm an alcoholic, you're actually a fucking idiot.
No, Dave, people think you're an alcoholic. People think you're an alcoholic because in the past, you've said you're an alcoholic. And at the start of this, whatever the fuck this was, you said there's no such thing as a recovering alcoholic. So if you're a self-admitted alcoholic and there's no such thing as a recovering alcoholic, then you are an alcoholic. That is your logic, not mine. That's where your own statements take us. So, Dave, again, are you sure you want to do this?
And you actually need help. You need help, not me. You're the one who needs fucking help, okay?
I need help, guys.
Marathons, like I said.
Guys, you heard him. I need help. I need help. I need your support because I have 2 big bills. And even though I can totally pay them myself, I don't want to because I want to use it on my Sweaty Man JPEG addiction. So, give me some support and give me all of the monies now. Monies now. Give now.
Definitely, interesting. Because sometimes I end up drinking way too much, I admit, and other times there's almost nothing. It really depends on levels of support and stuff.
So
right?
yeah, so he's only allowed to drink when he gets enough money. Just think about that. That's what he just said. He's only allowed, how much he's allowed to drink corresponds to how much money he's getting.
So
not someone who's ever going to end up on OnlyFans though, and definitely not a thought. Those thoughts are pieces of shit who take their clothes off.
No, that's directly dependent on it. I told you guys during marathons, I have to pace myself. I will not go crazy and drink way too much. That did happen during my birthday marathon because I didn't understand how strong that moonshine was. Oh God, I legit drank too much and I got sick, right? That next day I couldn't even come to stream on time. That's a situation where, yeah, things got out of hand.
And it was funny, which is why you're never going to do it again because that was actually interesting content.
If you haven't noticed, it hasn't happened. Again, yeah, I'm not really doing that stuff anymore. I'm probably not going to be drinking moonshine. That's crazy. It's too strong, right? So, yeah, it's that simple. It's not a big deal. Idiots making shit up like, oh, you drink every time on your day off. No, I don't. How would you even fucking know that? Are you in my house staring at me? Do you have fucking security cameras watching my behavior? What are you talking about?
Oh,
Because
that crash
you're
out was
living
great.
a tractor world and you're an obsessed lunatic doesn't mean you know anything about me. You're a fucking idiot. So thanks for the $5, you complete fucking moron.
But Dave, by the same token, you don't know anything about your detractors. You only know what people choose to put online. So how do you know that they're a bunch of mouth-drooling idiots living in their mom's basement? Except that that is the set of inferences you've drawn from the information that you have. So how is it any more objectionable if people draw inferences about you that are not wholly positive based on your conduct? What if people, based upon seeing, I don't know, one of the deep dives from the Dent Sea Scrolls about the old SRK days, where you are basically the exact same toxic shithead you were always on YouTube, and people just conclude he's always been a toxic shithead? And what about, some of the people from the FGC who said, yeah, Dave's, even when he's away from a computer and away from a camera, he's pretty much the same guy that he was online. Can we conclude that you're a toxic shithead on that basis? I mean, can we conclude that I had another point. Yes. Given that you went through a phase where you've discussed that you had alcohol, you've had troubles with alcohol repeatedly, and that you've admitted that you still drink, Is it wrong to infer that you drink on your day off when you have gotten to the point where you let yourself drink on camera, and despite your claiming to be an alcoholic? So yeah, Dave, you like to drink. You have gone through phases when you were younger that you say you were blackout drunk, and you say you still continue to drink, not inconspicuous amounts to this day. And then, there's the whole bank leaks thing where you had months where you were racking up $400 a month of total wine. So yeah, Dave, again, based on that information, is it unreasonable to conclude that you still drink off camera and that you do it on your day off? Yeah, and Dave, you might well not. And, if you would be a little more good-spirited towards your detractors and stop drawing every negative inference and applying it to everybody with the broadest brush imaginable, maybe, just maybe, people would be willing to cut you some slack on the assumptions like, well, of course he drinks off camera because, he spends $400 a month at Total Wine. But, your actions having consequences has never been a thing that you done, Dave. So, why should you start believing that now? And the guy still hasn't gotten the Daily Fap done yet, so we got to go find more shenanigans to partake in. Because Shinko's apparently back because he posted his last video, or his first vid in a couple of months, like a week ago. So enjoy that Shinko's back. Shinko does good work. Go subscribe to him. Oh, which I need to be better about this. I need to be better about that. I should do that with all the clips I watch. I should be a better person now that I'm actually like creating content of my own. I kind of understand how important that is. All right, Duty. Oh, you fake Duty. All right, what have you got for me, Duty? DSP continues threatening detractors with lawsuits. Okay, I don't know if I caught this. Okay. All right. This is potentially fun.
I need that money. I really, really do. I need that.
All right, Duty. Make it happen. Make it happen, my goob. Make it happen.
So I got a $2 tip from someone. Now, I've heard about this, but I don't think it's actually what people think it is. Okay.
Wow.
So there's a $2 tip from someone. And they said, did you hear that YouTube has a new policy that they are bringing into effect basically within a couple days? This new policy is now going to prevent unoriginal content from being monetized. Content ripped from streams without proper transformative edits, restreams, raw out of context clips. Word on the grapevine is that many detractors are in a sheer panic, and rumor has it that one of them is actually paying a mortgage with the detractor and restreaming content money.
Well, one, if I were Duty, because he's the only one whose revenue we genuinely know. If I had $5,000 a month in found money from a hobby, I'd sure as fuck pay my mortgage with it. I mean, who wouldn't? Who wouldn't, Dave? Oh, right, you wouldn't. You would spend it on champions and other nonsense. But of course, we have to start with that. Dave doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. But this is someone in his chat this is some chatter money message that told him this. The specific changes are aimed at inauthentic content, which is aimed primarily at AI slop rather than specifically reaction content. It's aimed at quickly generated AI nonsense that is put on an assembly line because people have a formula for what they think will get views, which will let them get monetization, which will let them therefore make money without putting any real effort into the content, which that is the same fundamental business model as lazy quote unquote React streamers, though I hate that term. There needs to be a better distinction between lazy reaction streamers and non-lazy, for lack of a better term, reaction streamers. At any rate, that's people. While people like everyone who just got caught up in the Ethan Klein lawsuit, like Denims, Casey Tron, and Fraga, Froga, not Froga. Froga is someone else entirely. Froga. While what they do may be lazy and it may not be transformative, it is entirely different qualitatively from what YouTube is taking aim at. YouTube is taking aim at specifically videos that have been cut and pieced together using AI generated scripts, videos, and then edited together using AI automation tools, so that you basically put in generate a video on this trending topic, and it spits out 10 of them and they upload them. And or it spits out a video and then they add slightly different opening, slightly different closing, also AI generated, and then they upload it 10 times hoping to catch the monetization wave on whatever trend that they are chasing. That is what's being taken aim at here. Now, might eventually YouTube take aim at... Okay, I'm trying to look at this from a level that is greater than just how does this affect the Snortex, because Dave refuses to look at it at any more complicated level of how does this affect me. The thing is that YouTube already has an answer to Twitch's React meta problem. It's their copyright system. It's if somebody claims something, if somebody wants to stop lazy reaction content on YouTube, YouTube gives them all the tools to do it. All they got to do is claim the video. Because YouTube has made the decision, upon looking at the whole circumstances, that the best way to combat the reaction meta is to go after the money. You will get rid of most of the bad actors in the reaction meta if you just demonetize it. And the way copyright is handled generally does that. The YouTube copyright system. So, yeah, Dave, that they don't need a bespoke reaction to the to the lazy react meta the way Twitch does. Because Twitch's copyright is the Wild West. It's people can file DMCA claims and sometimes they disappear into the ether and sometimes they get you shut down immediately, as you yourself know. So YouTube and Twitch are different, Dave. And yeah, like I said, those are two different problems, and these sets of changes are aimed at a very specific set of issues specifically related to AI slop rather than people streaming or reacting to large chunks of the original work. Well, at the same time, again, Dave, the only people that you have the makings of a case against in terms of transformativeness tend to be Rawfill and DDM, because basically everybody else is either transforming it either by editing it. And again, Duty and straight clippers like Duty and Snort Hogan are on less of a sound footing than guys like me, Ree, or Brand Dude or Iviga, who, while we do restream you in your entirety, usually, we also add hours of commentary. I mean, what was the other day? He was on air for about 2 hours and 15 minutes, and my stream went 6 hours. And tonight's currently at 3:43, and so like I said, tonight was less commentary because how do you add commentary on his bad Street Fighter gameplay when he's not salty? But yeah, Dave, that's the thing is there is significant commentary, and if somebody wanted to watch you like last night's stream, if somebody wanted to watch your stream and came to me last night, I was not a substitute for your product last night, because with all the stopping and the field trips and the incoherence. But yes, please do go on about how Reestreamers are evil and how this policy is going to undermine everything. Also, note how he gets a money message. He gets a super chat and it's got a message that he likes. And he just believes it. That, these changes that I've never read about and I haven't done my homework on, they're obviously targeting my Reestreamers and my trolls. So, and yeah, they're always going to the poorhouse. So I'm down with this. This sounds cool to me. I like this. This is news that my audience needs to know.
He's in a full-blown panic right now. Things are looking good. Do you have any thoughts? Well, here's the thing. When this was first announced, people were actually saying, oh, is this a direct response to the H3 lawsuits where Ethan Klein is suing several streamers?
They aren't.
Basically replaying his own content without permission, which is a violation of copyright law.
And it's entirely different, Dave. It's entirely different from what you're dealing with in two key ways. One, Ethan Klein actually had an attorney in the loop from the beginning and came up with a plan to entrap these idiots. And that did things like actually filing the video before release, because it was a video, it was an edited video prior to release, so that enabled the ability to get things like statutory damages, triple statutory damages, and attorney's fees. That's the first one. And the second, to focus on the video, it was an edited video. Edited videos are different than live streams, Dave. The balance of the equities is different. That you don't seem to get that is, I would say it was disturbing and disconcerting, but you are the guy. So that you don't understand the first thing about the distinctions between media formats and their importance to copyright law or to the copyright claims as applied to you does not surprise me in the slightest. And and also, an important part of the Copyright Act goes to motive. An important part of copyright infringement goes to motive and the purpose for the infringement. Again, that's why Ethan Klein, while I absolutely despise how the complaint is drafted, the whole thing is well set up because he went after three small fish in Hassan Piker's ocean of an entourage, who were the worst offenders in the terms of their stupidity of saying, yeah, guys, come to my stream and give me monies rather than that asshole who made this content. The greed was massively strong. And also, Dave, these idiots would say things like, yeah, come to my stream rather than Dave to get money, to give me money instead of him. Yeah, and also the money actually matters, Dave. The money actually matters because, Denim's at least she's pulling 3,000 viewers a stream, 3,000 concurrents. You wish you could get a fifth of that these days. But she pulls 3,000 concurrents normally, and she pulled 45,000 concurrents with her with the content nuke, which is just yeah. Raw Phil pulls significantly more than you, Dave, but you have a small audience for a professional streamer, and Raw Phil pulls 3 to 4 times that. So we don't know what you make on a stream. We don't know what you make on the actual live stream because you are stupid enough to private it. But if you're getting 200 viewers, you're pulling, 2,000 views? You're pulling 2,000 views? So then if Raw Phil is, let me go do that exploration. It's Tism time. Tism time. Most incredible Tism time. Sorry. I'm sorry. I do the thing Dave does sometimes where I sing to myself and I just forget I'm on camera sometimes. On mic. Sorry. I went and rattled myself. That was not cool all around. Not cool all around. So Raw Phil live Raw Phil, because Raw Phil actually leaves streams up. Yeah, Raw Phil pulled 5.2k views. Let us assume that hypothetically speaking, that 5.2k views actually came out of Dave's pocket. Let's assume that actually came out of Dave's pocket. That is all of what? That's all of $10. That's all of $10 in ad revenue. And that's all Dave can collect. Dave can't collect statutory damages or attorney's fees. He can only collect the damages. So Dave would have to prove that the people who watched Raw Phil, that Raw Phil was creating a substitute for his product, and that those would be $10. That would be $10 a stream, basically. So could Dave? I mean, because Dave produces so much nonsense, I mean that those at $10 a stream that could add up. But again, we're talking about beasts of a different color here. And to get, I think, I don't know the exact formula for damages in copyright, but when it would come to like super chats, but I would think ad revenue would just, you have to demonstrate that the views were stolen, that you have to demonstrate that it created a substitute. I think in order to like try to recover like super chats and, you know, membership stuff, I would think you would have to establish that these people would have donated that to Phil, but for, there'd have to be some brand confusion, or that Phil would otherwise have gotten that money, but for it going to Raw Phil. And I would love to see Dave trying to explain to an attorney, yes, sir, the statute of limitations is 3 years, and I stream twice a day, 6 days a week. So I have approximately 700 streams that have been stolen from by these assholes, and I want all of their monies. Okay, and because they routinely get super chats and member bombs on their streams, so all of that money belongs to me. Can you imagine the poor soul who has to go through the logs on YouTube of all of those donations to Raw Phil and then try to figure out in a way that pleases Dave, making the attempt of trying to figure out, would this money have gone to Dave but for Raw Phil's existence? That would be a penal detail. That would be a detail that you put the person you hate the most in the entire world on.
Does not, substitute or constitute fair use. And is that what's happening, that YouTube is saying, oh, well, we should be in line with this now. We're gonna actually start doing it. No, and in fact, what happened is YouTube has responded to this story saying, we're not changing anything. I'm serious. Oh, we already had this process in effect. It's already been in effect all along. That's what they said.
Well, no, Dave. What they said was YouTube's monetization guidelines have always been about original and authentic content. That's what they've said. That's what they said the policy has been all along. All they're doing with this, with these changes intended to target AI slop, is make sure that those original guidelines are met. So no, Dave, they are tightening some stuff. They are making some changes, but it's all in the furtherance of pre-existing goals.
Their response, and everyone's reading it like, but you don't enforce it. What are you talking about?
Dave, you are... Again, Dave, it is debatable whether Raw Phil is transforming your content. Dave, if you ever see this video, invite me on the podcast. I'd be happy to have a debate with you on that. I suspect it would go badly for you because I know slightly more about copyright law than would fill a thimble, but not enough to fill a Dixie cup. But that's still way more than you do. But there is an argument that what Raw Phil does is still transformative. And there's also an argument that it's not just whether it's transformative. Whether fair use applies and whether it is in fact copyright infringement in the first place depends upon it is a multi-factor test. And another one of the factors is, does it support commercialization or one of the public purposes for which copyright exists? The reason why Denims et al. Are going to eat dicks repeatedly was because they went on camera and said, give me the monies. I want to steal the monies from the clients because they're dicks who don't deserve it. Give it to me instead. I've never heard Raw Phil comment one way or the other as to the reason why Raw Phil does what he or she does. So yeah, Dave, if Raw Phil does what Raw Phil does for the purpose of public, for the purpose of promoting public information, because you hide your live streams and you allow your chat to be lost and you allow Kick to be lost, Raw Phil has an argument there. I don't know if it wins. I think it depends upon the jury in question if it goes to trial. But again, you think you think just because Raw Phil is taking your content that you win by default, which is absolutely not true. If I'm representing Raw Phil, if I'm representing Raw Phil, I don't like that I have to start on the back foot, because usually you want to be able to say, "Oh, my client isn't taking his content at all." Here it's you stipulate to that because Raw Phil is absolutely taking the content. The question is there an applicable exception, or does the totality of the circumstances amount to infringement based upon the factors in the test as to whether the threshold test of whether infringement exists? So it's Raw Phil, if sued, would not be in a great place, but it's not hopeless. It's not even a bad case. I don't think, again, if as a lawyer, I wouldn't want my client to have that case, Raw Phil's case, because it is losable. But as a lawyer, you want your client to have cases that are not losable at all. You want them to only be able to win. So, and JB is enduring my legalism with plum and grace. Dave barely has a surface level understanding of this. You really think he knows even if he won, he would have to prove damages? Well, and JB, that's why I just did that little exercise by checking out, like, what does Raw Phil actually like do on views? Which is where damages go. It's if he establishes infringement, he absolutely can recover for the lost ad revenue, because those are what stealing his views. That's the actual revenue you make off of stealing views, is from the ad revenue. So Raw Phil isn't pulling huge numbers. Raw Phil, like I said, just got $10 worth of advertising, if Raw Phil has ads turned on at all, which is also absolutely a concern. That is also absolutely a concern. If Raw Phil isn't monetized, where are Dave's damages? If Raw Phil didn't make any money, if Raw Phil didn't make any money and was acting in good faith, where are Dave's damages? I think the harder thing for Dave is, and again, because Dave streams so much, if Raw Phil's pulling $4 to $5K a stream, that's $8 to $10 a stream, which is nothing on its surface, but that does add up. It does add up. The real question is, to what extent are super chats and memberships implicated? Because Raw Phil runs like 3,000 memberships. Raw Phil runs just a fuck ton of memberships, because people come in and people come in and just give Raw Phil money because Raw Phil's doing a service. Raw Phil's doing a service and making things interesting by doing a service by preserving the chats, by allowing someone to watch and actually genuinely have the full context of what is going on, of seeing what Dave is seeing. As far as ad revenue goes, JB, that is utterly irrelevant for copyright purposes, because Dave will be able to successfully argue that those people should have been watching him. But there is this is more an argument as far as damage. You're right, this does go to damages, but Dave's gonna have a pretty good argument that it doesn't matter whether they would have. Well, JBS, you raise Raw Phil's best defense as far as damages go. It's that Raw Phil wasn't creating a substitute. There was no substitute market, because people were not. Anybody who watched Raw Phil was not going to watch the video. Even people who were hate watching would not have watched the actual video, the actual original. I don't know if you're going to be able to make that stick. And again, it's factual. It depends on what kind of evidence comes out. I mean, if you can produce a couple hundred affidavits from people who are members of Raw Phil and say, yeah, I wouldn't have watched Dave's content, that goes a long way towards establishing that, you know, people would not have watched the content, Dave's content. If they say Dave is so boring, I cannot watch him in a non-communal setting, and Dave won't let me watch him in a communal setting because he bans me for speaking my mind in chat. You know, and that's where Dave's own behavior can boomerang and bite him in the ass in this if it ever got that far. But yeah, Dave's side of the damages argument, at least as far as ad revenue goes, is open and shut. And Raw Phil doesn't have a great defense. I want it to be a good defense. And I want to believe that Raw Phil would be able to just dunk on Dave with the fact that like 1% of Dave's audience would actually watch Dave if Raw Phil didn't exist. You know, 1% of Raw Phil's audience would watch Dave. I think my concern is that I'm trying to buy into my own hype there because that's what I want. That's what I want rather than what I think the law is. So, but yeah, that's absolutely a factual issue. That's a factual issue I would think that would go to damages. But it's never going to go that far, I know, because Dave's never going to sue. Dave's never going to sue because he's a little bitch. But if he's going to keep doing these segments, it's fun to talk about. It's fun to daydream.
So the question is there actually going to be an actual change? Because
yes, Dave, there is. July 15th, there's going to be actual changes to the YouTube partnership program aimed at containing AI slop. Going and reading just the press release from Google on that would have answered your question.
Literally responded to the story saying, no, we're actually not changing anything. This has already been in our policy all along. But could that be corpo speak saying, oh, actually you should?
Also, whoever taught him the word corpo speak needs to be shot out of a cannon into the sun because he doesn't know what it means. He doesn't know how to use it in context. This is the man who doesn't understand context clues. So a word like corpo speak is just going to get abused like so much else of the English language.
See all along. But could that be corpo speak saying, oh, actually you shouldn't have been doing these things all along and now we're finally going to enforce them?
Dave, they've been trying to enforce them. You don't have your head wrapped around the problem that they're trying to solve. You want to make this about a different set of problems because everything has to be about you.
The way I see it, excuse me, I'll believe it when I see it. So let's see.
Well, ideally, Dave, you're not going to see it because hopefully you were not watching things that would be vulnerable to AI slop in the first place. But, you know, so you kind of are the prime individual who is being targeted by a lot of the AI slop because you are such a consumer.
All right. When this happens, if it goes into effect, whenever it is, I think it's a few days, right? You know, I tell you exactly what's going to happen is people are going to start mass flagging stuff. All right, they are. It's not going to be me because you know me, I don't bother with any of this shit. But people will start mass flagging.
Dave, they're not making changes to copyright stuff. All they're doing is cracking down on the ability specifically of new channels that have AI slop to get monetized. Because I'm going to go out on a limb, and this is me speculating because I don't know the Google meta, but I'm assuming the problem works something like this. You've got an AI mill that has got a production line set up of churning out videos on whatever happens to be trending on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, whatever that day. They cut 30 videos that are functionally the same, and upload them. And they have an account and they upload these things that are the same in pursuit of these views and in pursuit of monetization. YouTube eventually cottons on to what's going on and then bans the account a couple of weeks later. And then, but by then they just have a new account and are doing it again. It's from what I've read, it's aimed at making sure that the places that are doing this and that particular problem are intercepted at the point they are trying to get monetized, so that they don't. So YouTube doesn't really care about AI slop per se. They don't really care that the platform is being overrun. What they care about is it's impacting the ad money. And to a certain extent, the sense in which they care is that for creators big enough that are monetized and are gaining monetization, they would like actual creators to be monetized as opposed to these AI slop mills. And I'm a big, and I hate people who criticize AI, who assume that all AI content is slop, because it absolutely is not. Real creativity goes into some AI content. It's a tool like anything else. So what Google is specifically trying to do is make sure that the slop producers, people who produce content like you used to, Dave, but on the assembly line, cannot get monetized, on the belief that if these grifters can't get monetized, they're not going to flood the platform with content, because what's the advantage for them in doing that? They will turn their AI assembly line to doing something else and not flooding YouTube with videos, which is I don't know if it's going to fix the problem, but if it certainly attacks the foundations correctly, I think it understands the motivations of a lot of these AI slop producers pretty well. And the ones it doesn't understand are the ones that are basically propaganda mills for the Russians and other state actors that are trying to wage information warfare. So, yeah, Dave. So, like I said, they're trying to deal with a very particular problem that is generating a fuck ton of videos. This isn't about Reestreamers, because again, the copyright system already mostly deals with the specific problems caused by the Twitch streamer meta, Twitch reaction meta. And now that doesn't mean that, there aren't problems with reaction stuff on YouTube too. It's just that they are not the focus of this, and whoever fed him this is either LARPing or has drunk the Kool-Aid and is speculating for the purposes of the dear leader in the hopes of gassing him up, that he will be able to get his comeuppance upon the Ebo twirls who stole his monies.
Who are these clippers, these Reestreamers, these re-uploaders? It's just going to happen. And then basically it's going to test the waters. Are these people going to survive, or all of a sudden will their channels completely be demonetized, right? I don't know. I guess we'll find out, but I'm not going to be involved.
What's that going to mean for DSP Throwback? Is it going to be demonetized? Because that's all he's doing is taking old content and re-uploading it.
My job is to be right here, making content for you every day, positive content. I just don't bother with the shit. I'm too busy with my own life. So something might happen, something might not. To be frank, I probably have one of the best legal cases of anyone on the internet.
No, you do not. No, you fucking do not, Dave. You do not. No, Dave. In order for you to have a case, in order for your case to actually be as good as you think it is, you would have to have Raw Phil would have to just restream your stream with no transformation on screen whatsoever, without any. It would have to be so that somebody watching you would be utterly unable to distinguish Raw Phil's stream from yours, in order for your case to be as good as you think it is. So that's why Raw Phil has an argument for transformation, because Raw Phil is including substantive new elements that do give greater insight into what's going on. So, yeah, Dave, do you know how you could... Okay, Dave, this is free legal advice. Incidentally, you should never rely on anything I say as legal advice, because while I am an attorney, I'm probably not licensed in your state, and you shouldn't listen to legal advice that's given to you by random streamers on the internet anyway. But Dave, here's what you do. If you want to trap Raw Phil, here's what you do. you do what Raw Phil does. Okay? You put the chats on screen. You put the time on screen. And maybe even build the leaderboard into it. Because so that actually looks good. And make it that much harder to distinguish Raw Phil's content from your content. Take away Raw Phil's arguments by not being such a shitty streamer. Oh, and you know what you could also do? Just thinking aloud here. You could leave the damn streams up. Stop chop-socking them up into different parts. Leave the streams up. And again, you take away Raw Phil's argument. Because Raw Phil can argue that the streams are there for public information because you have unrecorded segments that you do not want the rest of the world to see. Even though you put them out on the internet. So preservation is one of Raw Phil's best arguments. Just saying, Dave, there are things that you could do if you really were serious about this. There are things that you could do to just utterly wreck Raw Phil's chances of prevailing. The problem is that you end up becoming Raw Phil, which there's a certain profound irony in, if you ask me, because Raw Phil is everything you wish you were when it comes to streaming. Raw Phil's got a much better stream, actual stream than you do. Oh, and the audience, that 800 to 1,000 people a stream, you probably want that. Oh, and also better at Street Fighter than you. That also is a thing.
People for actually stealing my content. For the people who live restream me every day, which is 100% blatantly illegal, and you cannot do it under any circumstance.
Dave, that is okay. This is to beat. Since we were talking about Shinko earlier, I'm gonna beat on this bongo drum again. Dave does not understand how the American legal system works. Whether something is actually illegal is not known until a court determines it so. Now, there are obvious cases where, yes, what was being done violated a law, be it civil or criminal. But in cases like this, especially where there's a credible argument on the other side, no, Dave, you have no idea about this. And, Dave, here's the thing. What Raw Phil is doing, as I just went on about for considerable length, could absolutely be permitted because there are exceptions to copyright infringement. Copyright infringement is itself what is called in the law a threshold issue, in that you can have conduct that appears to be copyright infringement, but because there is a 4-factor test used to determine whether it is actually infringing, even though it looks like copyright infringement, it might not legally be infringement. These are not super common, but they exist. And that my point is that you can have something that looks like infringement that isn't, just on the basis of the threshold issue. And even if you establish that it isn't, excuse me, even if you establish that that whatever someone's doing with someone's content is infringing upon the copyright, there are still exceptions that then apply even if the threshold issue has been met. For point of comparison, fair use is an exception to copyright law. So in order for fair use to even come into play, it first has to be established on the basis of the copyright infringement test whether or not the actual use in question was infringing. And if you can win on that first question, you never have to get to fair use, because fair use is only in that second phase of the analysis. So let's stipulate that Raw Phil is infringing, and you get to fair use. Yeah, Dave, fair use there are literally statutory exceptions to copyright. So yes, even if Raw Phil is infringing, Raw Phil could absolutely be legally permitted to do this if what Raw Phil's doing meets one of those statutory exceptions. This is you being a fucking retard because you are categorically stating it is illegal when, in order for it to be categorically illegal, there would have to be no exceptions in the statute. Copyright law would have to be ironclad, and that infringement was infringement, and the only question was there infringement versus was there no infringement? But because there are exceptions, it's not ironclad. It can never be ironclad. That's just you having no idea what you're talking about, Dave. That's you being a retard. And again, I say this as someone who has picked up what copyright law I know through osmosis and going down the occasional rabbit hole, like with the Ethan Klein case. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry my legalism got up. I saw this. I watched this, and my tism, I thought it would be safe to watch this because my tism didn't get to going like this when I watched it. I guess having time to think and pause got me going. All right, let's back it up a little bit and just hear that again.
To sue people for actually stealing my content. For the people who live restream me every day, which is 100%
here we go.
blatantly illegal, and you cannot do it under any circumstance. That's out. And anyone who raw rips my content and just re-uploads it, that's out. It always has been.
No, it
It's
hasn't.
just that I've never actually exercised my legal right to do anything about it. It's
Because you're an idiot. Because you're an idiot. You would prefer to whine on camera than actually do something about it. That's what it amounts to.
expensive. It's too time consuming. I would have to go get a lawyer. I would have to slap people with cease and desists and lawsuits.
Dave, Jesus fucking Christ, Dave. You could write your own cease and desist letters. You could write your own cease and desist letters. And you don't even need to write cease and desist letters in order to sue. They're good. I'm sorry. In most areas of law, they are not required. But in some areas, like things involving universal commercial code, you must make a demand before initiating suit. And in some states and other jurisdictions, it is a law that you have to make a demand before you initiate suit. But Dave, you can do that yourself. I mean, Dave, do you know how you yourself do a cease and desist letter? Okay, you go to Raw Phil's contact email, and then you open it in Hotmail, and you say, "Hey dude, my name is Philip Paul Burnell, also known as DSP Gaming. You know, the guy whose content you are constantly stealing? Knock it the fuck off, you mouth-drooling moron, or else I'm going to sue you and take your house so that you will not have a basement to live in. Sincerely, Philip Paul Burnell." Yeah, Dave, cease and desist letters are not complicated. They are not complicated. You can do them on a pro se basis. Now, does having a lawyer's letterhead attached to it influence some people? Yeah, absolutely. But if the goal is to stop the damage, being done to you rather than to bully the trolls, it shouldn't matter if there's a troll's letterhead on it, because this is your content. You are invested in this. You want to, you in theory want to protect your copyright. Because you think these people are slandering you and stealing your money. So if you care that much about it, there's shit you can do that doesn't need an attorney. There's shit you can do that doesn't take more than an hour. It's not going to work. Let's be honest. If you got a cease and desist email from Philip Paul Burnell here, saying, "Please, sir, kindly stop stealing all of my monies. Also, give me all of the monies you stole," and you have a good faith belief that you are transforming his content, are you going to stop because he asked you to, let alone pay him anything? Probably not. But the process has to start somewhere, Dave. The process starts somewhere, and that's why cease and desist letters are kind of a big deal. It's because it provides an opportunity to start the process and resolve it before the lawyers start unpacking their artillery and taking shots at each other.
It's just not my style. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to play games and have a good time.
And whine and mauled about this for it's a week that you've been mauling about how you want to sue the detractors but can't, and how they're stealing your money and there's nothing you can do about it because you're just a chill blue collar style dude. No, Dave, what you're doing right now is absolutely your style, is to swing your dick around and threaten to do things and then not actually do them because it's too much work and too much risk of you looking like a fool, when you can just much more comfortably sit in your little echo chamber and blather on and on and on and on about how you're right and about how everyone is screwing you because they won't do what you say because you're so right.
living doing it. Now, if anything ever happened where I couldn't do that, like for example, if all of a sudden I couldn't make a living doing it anymore because these idiots were actually stealing all my profits and I wasn't getting crowdfunding, then they'd be in hot water because I'd have nothing better to do.
Your crowdfunding is part of your profits, Dave. Jesus Christ. How do you, okay, I can understand you not understanding the law because you are a layman and an idiot. You are a layman who somehow thinks he knows about the law while being an idiot, but Dunning-Krugers are going to Dunning-Kruger. I don't understand how you don't understand the most basic terminology when it comes to your own damn business. Dave, profit is your revenue minus your expenses. There is no magical crowdsourcing exception to your revenue. YouTube ad revenue, YouTube ad income is exactly the same on the ledger sheet as every single super chat, membership, tip, kick sub, and whatever other hustles you've got going, merch and everything else. So, yeah, all you just said, Dave, is that the trolls are stealing a portion of your revenue. A portion of your revenue that, in the event you ever tried to do anything to anyone, for example, if I hypothetically represented Rawfell, and Rawfell brings to me this demand letter that you've hypothetically written about paying you your profits, part of my response is going to be linking to your own damn videos where you say, I get no money from YouTube ad revenue. To which my response is, to which my question in good faith is, if you say you get no money from YouTube ad revenue, then how is my client stealing your money? Because the only thing that you would be guaranteed to get if all of my clients' viewers went over and watched your content would be that ad revenue. And, 4 times nothing is still nothing. So were you being untruthful on camera, or are you trying to buffalo my client? With Joe Dub over here, or even Phil, gaming companies finally thought you evil scowling in dead silence wasn't transformative enough. Yeah. Game companies aren't stupid enough to go after Let's Players and streamers. There was a time when they could have, and they could have survived what would have happened to them. But there's 2 things that are at work there. One is the fact that it would be, if you think EA has been a walking public relations disaster for years with its decision making, whichever company decided to just go after live streamers to enforce their copyrights to the maximum extent, they would make EA look like Mother Teresa in terms of their PR. It would be the biggest cell phone of all time, and it would destroy the brand. It would destroy the brand more than the Dylan Mulvaney stuff destroyed Bud Light's reputation. It would be a cell phone bigger than what Jaguar did with whatever the fuck its rebrand was. As now it's the gay electric car company that doesn't want to make cars last year. I mean, it would be the biggest public relations disaster in the history of ever. But there's also a legal dimension to this. There also is unironically a legal dimension to this, in that in American law, there is a strong tradition of reliance being an affirmative defense that can be asserted in claims. Which means that if I'm doing something that violates your rights or causes you damages or creates a cause of action for you, and you are aware of it, and you allow me to continue to do it, you're going to have a very hard time convincing a court to let your claim go forward, at least as far as the damages that could have been prevented had you tried to enforce your rights earlier. Because, for example, if like I said, I believe the Copyright Act is 3 years. If I'm Dave, if I'm Dave, and I'm thinking, ha ha ha, I'm going to take all of that filthy troll Raw Phil's money, and you are aware, you became aware 3 years ago that Raw Phil was doing this, was stealing your content. And then I, as Dave, then go and sue Raw Phil for 3 years worth of copyright infringement. And it comes to the court's attention that I've known that Raw Phil was doing this for 3 years, and I waited 3 years to sue. I'm going to have to do some pretty damn good explaining on why it is Raw Phil's fault I have damages for those 3 years. When if I had just properly tried to enforce my rights when I discovered the breach, when I discovered that this was an issue, those damages would have never occurred in the first place. And it's never that cut and dry. I mean, usually it's like, I mean, there's usually like, it takes people time to realize they have a breach, they realize they're having damages, and perhaps try to settle it and not be able to, and then sue. So it's not like any reliance is going to cause a problem. It's just that if in these kinds of relationships where they know you're doing something that's a cause of action and they let you can assert that their having let you do it is a bar to their recovering damages. It's why next time you sign a contract, you're going to see something towards the end that says something about you waive no matter what the other side does, any waiver of a claim does not constitute a waiver of future claims. It's to prevent that problem. Because the way Dave's reliance / waiver issues are just ridiculous, and it's part of why it really is a totally different case from the Ethan Klein stuff. It's because he has for years never enforced his copyrights, and he's let an entire ecology that he knows is monetized grow up around it. And no, he could certainly stop it, but he's gonna have a hard time like retroactively going after people. Okay, so is panhandling illegal in Washington State? Dash replied to, I don't know. I'm not licensed in Washington. I don't know much about Washington law other than the little snippets I've read when I'm trying to learn about the stuff Dave's talking about or things that might impact Dave. But my initial suspicion would be that the state has no position on it. Usually laws against panhandling are municipal ordinances versus passed by the state. So it would be a law passed by the city of Renton versus the state of Washington. So like Seattle could say panhandling is illegal while Renton says it's not. Or Seattle could say it's illegal and we're going to treat it as the highest level of misdemeanor, while Renton could say, yeah, it's illegal, but we're going to treat it as the smallest of misdemeanors. So, you know, it depends. The answer is it depends, like so much with lawyers. But my suspicion is it would be a local town thing rather than a state law issue.
It, but the good news is I'm doing well for myself, so I don't waste my time on that shit.
And yet this is a 9-minute clip of you molding about how the detractors are stealing your money and you wish you could sue them. And it's probably the third or fourth in the last 7 days.
Okay. So, let's see what happens. But I'm not too into it. I don't really care. I'd rather see what happens with others first. Like I said, the whole H3.
Oh yeah, he'd rather see what happens with others first. His tune on his ability to get a lawyer and his willingness to get a lawyer is going to change radically if and when, I suspect, Denham's Froga and Casey Tron get taken to the bloody cleaners. Denham's especially. Denham's problem is that Denham's actually has money. Denham's actually has resources. You know, Froga's kind of... My understanding is Froga's like Dave. Froga used to have an audience, but now she gets like less than 200 viewers. And I don't know anything about Casey Tron. I don't know anything about Casey Tron, but I do know a little bit about Froga, and I do know a little bit about Denham's. And yeah, Denham's actually has some money, which Yeah. But again, that's a totally different case. But he's going to see the dollar signs. He's going to see the dollar signs, and I can promise you that what he's going to see is he's going to see that there's going to be tens of thousands of dollars of damages by itself before the statutory escalator, and he's not going to realize. So there's going to be like $500,000 of damages or more in the Denims case by itself, and from Denims. And he's going to see that. He's going to, oh my God, I can make so much money here. And she got her the attorney's fees got paid. That's so cool. Yes, I can finally take the detractors. I can finally take the detractors. Yay! He's going to get like that. He's not going to understand for a moment the mechanisms by which those numbers came about. Well, thanks for doing my legwork for me, Corez. Apparently, aggressive panhandling is illegal, and aggressive panhandling absolutely sounds like a term that would be used for a municipal statute, which is about what I would expect aggressive panhandling to be. Yes, which is why Dave couldn't be convicted of it. I mean, he would have to go way further down the down the crackhead route before he got that far. But who knows? But the city prosecutor of Renton probably has much better things to do than go after a gouty middle-aged e-beggar who, while a piece of shit, is ultimately mostly harmless in the digital ecology.
Lawsuit thing is kind of interesting. I want to see how that progresses, and we'll see if anyone actually gets slapped with anything as a result of this policy change or not, and we'll go from there.
Probably not.
I'm sweating it. I'm not caring about it. To me, it's just business as usual.
Okay. How is this gonna age if and when in the course of their review of everything they look at DSP throwback? Because DSP throwback, it on the surface ticks a lot of the boxes regarding AI slop. It's nothing but lazy content where he's taking old content, quote unquote, and remastering it without any substantive changes other than running it through an AI editor, an AI upscaler rather, which I absolutely think the channel should be monetized. I absolutely think it should not run afoul of the new rules. But how quickly is he going to do an about face on this whole thing and about his kind of his giddy hope that people get tripped up by it? He doesn't like it tripped up by it, and his smug confidence that it's gonna, and his smug confidence that it's not going to affect him when it very much would affect him. And Dasher Pie coming up with the, I'm assuming, Chat GPT answer to the question of, is panhandling illegal in the state of Washington?
Okay.
And even in the 9-minute clip, there's dead air. Even in the 9-minute fucking clip, there's dead air.
I got a $1.50 tip. What is my opinion on the Star Wars Disney sequels? Do you see them as canon? I mean, I don't.
And so we go from him, and Dash Pie, was that the Google AI summary at the top? Because that's what it reads like. But if that is your own words, then I do apologize for saying you write like an AI. But watch how we in this segment we just went from him fulminating about how trolls are evil, stealing his views. He wishes he could sue them all, but he can't because he's just not that kind of dude. And he's not going to sweat these new changes, even though he totally hopes that they trip up the people he doesn't like to. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I consider the Disney sequels canon. God, these Q&As are thematic disasters.
To be honest here, okay? I don't think that... Hold on.
Also, this is gonna. I think he fence sits this really hard. I can't remember though. I suspect he's gonna fence sit it because he always does everything.
I don't think that it matters what I think. What matters is who owns the property and what they say. Disney owns Star Wars, and they say that the sequel trilogy is canon, so it's canon.
That is the fucking most dented take. How do you? How the fuck do you get that dented of a take, Dave? Jesus Christ. Do you think they're canon? Well, I don't know. I think they're canon if Disney thinks they're canon. Of course. Of course. Of course Disney fucking thinks they're canon. They fucking made them. But that was a question for you, Dave, is do you think they are so bad that you have exiled them from your personal Star Wars canon? Do you just deny their existence? I mean, like some people for some people there are only 3 Star Wars movies. For some there's 6. For thankfully many, many fewer people there's 9. So Dave, those are your 3 options. Pick. This goes back to the wider point about his total lack of creativity. He is utterly unable to imagine that he gets to determine what is in fact part of canon, that he gets a vote in what's canon. He gets to decide in his head what he considers canon, which that is some of the most basic of basic understandings of media right there. And yes, that Disney thinks they're canon certainly can have purchase in your decision, and for a lot of people for many people, that the creator thinks it's canon is sufficient, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that particular take. The problem here is that he's being asked, with reference to media, that many people have purposefully noped out of thinking are canon because they are so at odds with the original canonical material, both in their themes and their details. So, I mean, okay, to ask it another way, Dave, do you think Highlander 2 is canon? Because Highlander 2 suffers from a lot of the problems of the sequel trilogy, except it was actually done by the original creatives. And God, that was... He has never lived in Cincinnati. I don't even know if he's ever been to Ohio, let alone the Cincy area. And what about DSP versus the internet, aka the Goat Last Simulator? DSP versus the internet should absolutely be protected because it is absolutely a work. It was lazy reaction content, but as said, as far as I understand the changes that Google is trying to make, it's not aimed at that. So yes, that he did the minimum amount to transform those things. I think it's still protected and should be monetized under the rules. No one should watch it because it was utter garbage, and that should be his penalty. But I don't think his monetization should have been endangered by it. He does enough other shit that should have his monetization taken away. That just doing bad reaction videos when far more flagrant content theft is tolerated is they're canon if you want to believe enough. Yes, that is unironically an opinion in that particular debate, and it's an opinion that there's no accounting for bad taste. And basically everyone who unironically likes the sequel trilogy, you have bad taste. You have atrocious taste. You are the reason why modern cinema is dying. Hot take, I know. Hot takes is the guy who watches Mauler and the Little Platoon. Yeah.
Right? I don't determine what's canon or not.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do, Dave.
Try to deny it. Don't know. Do I even address it? Like, do I even bother? It sounds like the guy's high or something. I don't know.
That was a hell of a cut. Duty, what are you doing to me?
I don't determine what's canon or not. I could try to deny. I don't know. Do I even?
Yeah. Oh my God, that was a terrible cut. No, duty, and this is if we're talking about slop, that shouldn't be. If slop should be targeted, then duty should be targeted because of edits like that. Oh my God. What if I'm watching this for the first time and now I just get this harsh cut because Duty can't do a transition outward of the audio. He can't just do like do a quarter to half second fade of the original audio while he slowly brings the other one up because that takes too long to render in DaVinci.
Address it? Like, do I even bother? It sounds like the guy's high or something. I don't know. Listen, I could have gone on a honeymoon.
Oh, this was ridiculous. This was
I would
ridiculous.
have been even worse off than I was financially because I would have done that. I think it would have been a really dumb thing to do, quite frankly. Because at that point, I was on my last legs, financially. I was in insane amounts of debt. I couldn't pay my taxes. I couldn't pay my bills. I was back-ended on everything. Late fees out the ass. Interest rates up the butt. A lot has changed since then. Right? A ton has changed since then.
Dasher Pie brings up a good point. I've never watched Duty. I've always because I knew Duty was fairly dented. What I knew of Duty was fairly dented. I'm an old enough head back to the days when the DSP discussion subreddit existed before it got nuked the first time. So DSP discussion 1, It last I saw, they were talking about doing DSP discussion 6, but they just keep getting nuked. And I haven't been back since 2, just for context. Snort Hogan came out about the time I was on DSP discussion 1. And the theory was because of how Duty and Snort Hogan both tackled clipping, that they were the same person, and that Duty was just double dipping as Snort Hogan. And for a long time, I believed that. It has only taken the emergence of like Snort Hogan doing like longer clips for me to decide that they are not the same person. Because Duty is very dented. And of course, that's why he's the face of detractordom to Dave, is because Duty is probably as close as you're going to find to Dave's actual image of a detractor, except that we have no reason to doubt that Duty, what Duty claims regarding his life. We have no reason to believe him, but we have no reason to doubt him. So but Duty, as far as his behavior and his mannerisms and what he does, he comes pretty close to what Dave thinks all detractors are, and that's why Dave likes to fixate on him. Because Duty is absolutely dented.
Now, financially stable, I'm doing much better right here with my business as well as behind the scenes financially with all my responsibilities. Things are healing, as they say.
Things are healing. Guys, did you hear? Dave's finances are healing, and it's only been like 5 years since his bankruptcy. Joe Dub is absolutely correct. Headcanon does not exist in the dojo that is Philip Burnell.
It takes a while. I declared bankruptcy, and it takes many, many years to get that off of your record. I'm still not. I'm about halfway there, actually.
No, you're not, Dave. It's 7 years. Dave, unless you're going to seriously be making the argument that your credit is not repaired for 10 years after bankruptcy, and when you can file bankruptcy 7 years after your last bankruptcy, you're going to have to try harder, my man.
And if I maintain the course of what I'm doing, things will bounce back, So eventually, could I go on a honeymoon? Yes, I could. Absolutely, I could. It's definitely a possibility, but I don't know what you're getting at. Saying that
he's getting at the fact that you've had multiple opportunities to go on a honeymoon and then constantly whine that you and your wife have never been on a honeymoon. It's just so unfair. Again, Dave, I'm going to do my 1 step forward, 2 step back bit with you again. So that I will not give you shit I will not give you shit, Dave, for having chosen to spend the money that your mother was willing to give you on your getting caught up on your back taxes rather than going on a honeymoon. That was actually a mature and responsible thing to do. Trying to take care of your debts was a mature and responsible thing to do. The problem is, and this is where you can take the 2 steps back, is you forfeit all of those points and then some by constantly whining about how you didn't get to have a honeymoon. And all this woe is me nonsense that you engage in whenever the topic comes up. No, Dave, if you want to do the mature and responsible thing of trying to take care of your debts, then you got to do the mature and responsible thing on the honeymoon and just say, we'll get to it someday. We'll get to it someday. It's something to work towards. You don't get to complain about it. And, you know, again, I am slightly better versed in bankruptcy than copyright because I actually did do my bankruptcy course in law school. But you were kind of an idiot to do what you did. You should have taken the honeymoon. It would have been financially better. You should have just, when you were talking with your mom, you should have just decided to throw in the towel at that point. Should have decided to throw in the towel at that point, decide you were going to declare bankruptcy, and gone on the honeymoon because the money you spent over the next 6 months was all wasted. Because that was all money spent on debts that were going to be discharged. With the exception of the taxes. But given how bad your interest payments must have been, I'm going to wager it was about a wash between what you got from your mom, what you paid between your wedding and your actual filing of your bankruptcy petition in terms of interest and minimum payments. So, yeah. Even when you do the right thing, you fuck it up. I'm having people be real in my chat. So we've got Dasher Pie, who's a watcher of Snort Hogan because of the intro and who digs Duty's opening. I'm definitely more on the Joe Dub side of thing, more of a Snort Burnell. I tend to watch a lot of Raw. As I'm doing this, I tend to watch a lot of Dave Raw. So I'm not a big Clipper fan. I don't watch a lot of clips because I usually see it Raw, and there's usually not a lot of shit he does that I don't see some part of live. But yeah, the best streak would have been a great time to save up for the honeymoon. Yep. Actually, so that's the third one. Thank you, Joe Dub. I started the counter last night of how many opportunities has Dave had to actually go on a honeymoon that he has chosen not to. There was at the wedding when his mom offered him the honeymoon, but he wanted to use it for taxes. There was the vest streak, and there was the vest streak, and then there was also the right after Rich. I was thinking more of instantaneous. I was a more instantaneous instances where he got a bucket load of money unexpectedly. But yeah, the best streak, I would say he had the money too. I will count that. So that's 3 times that he could have went on a honeymoon that he chose not to. And again, there's nothing wrong with deciding I don't want to go on a vacation when I have bills to pay. But you don't get to have it both ways. You don't get to be a victim. You don't get to be a poor, helpless victim of financial circumstance when you are trying to pay your bills. You can either be irresponsible and spend the money, or you can just do as Dasher Pie says, deal with it. And he wants credit for being a mature adult for just trying to pay his bills while at the same time wanting to be a victim of financial circumstance so they can get the victim cred rather. And of course, this isn't even getting into the fact that the role of WWE champions and DoorDash and all the gin is playing in his financial difficulties. But yeah, this is just giving him the benefit of assumptions, which he is by no means entitled to. But it shows how flimsy his arguments are that even when you give him the best of assumptions, he's still looking like a piece of shit. Hey, that's just Duty copying another meme from the guy, and the guy should sue because that meme belongs to him. That's just stealing his content. Hey, Korath, just remember, truth is an absolute defense to defamation. So, yeah, think about it. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I know people. I know opinions differ on Duty. I am certainly on the harsher side of him. Harsher side of the spectrum, in my opinion of him.
On a honeymoon for 26 years when I've only been married for 6 years is a little silly, don't you think?
When this would be the place where you play the clip from last night about him saying, yeah, I might do it sometime in the next 20 years. So yeah, 26 years.
Anyway. So, thanks for the tip. I have no idea what you're talking about. It sounds like you're high. Here. Cool.
And again, is that, and this is another one of those situations where either Dave is being honest, which means he cannot remember the shit he said last night, or it means he's being he does remember it, he's just not engaging with it, and therefore trying to lie to his audience and gaslight them. Both of which are, again, which look helps him? Which of those options helps him? Rather than just saying, yeah, I said last night I'm hoping to do a honeymoon in 20 years. That's all he had to say. All he had to fucking say. And then thanks for the money. Thanks for the money. Yeah, Phil. No, Phil doesn't want your spoon. He wants your address so that he can send you another spoon. You know, it's unsanitary to, eat feces from multiple assholes with the same spoon, Goob. Though he wants to watch you do that because, scat.
I swear some people are really, ridiculous. So this person tips a buck. So listen to this question. You're criticizing Microsoft for buying game studios and closing them. Why did you buy a condo in Connecticut just to end up abandoning it and having it be foreclosed on?
That's a good question, Dave. That's a good question. How about you use those, that business degree of yours to apply some basic business analysis to this? Because, well, Dave, you bought the condo to be closer to work because you thought you were going to be working at Sikorsky long term, and you thought this would improve your job. This would improve your life because it would make it easier for you to work, and therefore make more money because you thought you had a future at Sikorsky. Okay, but then life changed because Sikorsky, when the Great Recession happened, and Sikorsky cut you loose, and so plans changed. Things didn't work out according to your long-term plan. Okay, now, Dave, I want you to bear with me because this is the part where we do the analogizing, which I know is hard for you. Microsoft bought a bunch of studios because it hoped that one of their projects would be a unicorn, that would be a hit, that would make them money. Hopefully enough to cover everything, because that's how game development is these days. It's a numbers game. But they bought a bunch of studios in the hope that some of their titles would hit and they would come out ahead on net. Game development is a very complicated process, and life happened. Though some of those games washed out, some of them didn't make the progress that was hoped. Some of the markets didn't develop. Some of the talent didn't develop. Sometimes the money just didn't make sense. They were costing more than they hoped they could bring in. There might be other pressures on the Xbox business unit that are driving up costs. So in those cases, plans change, and therefore changes need to be made. Dave, your change, for example, was you started streaming full-time. Not streaming, you started making YouTube videos full-time to make money because you didn't think you could get another job. Here, Microsoft still wants the same thing you do in your personal case, which is they want to make money. They no longer believe that this raft of studios they've picked up is going to make them the money, even if one of the products hits. So they are going to realign the studios, and yes, they're going to cut the dead weight. They're going to bring costs under control by closing studios. They didn't enter into these contracts, they didn't buy these studios with the intent to close them, but because the business environment and the fiscal assumptions undergirding it have changed, they are closing the studios. So in short, it is exactly the same as you, Dave. Life happened, situations changed, and therefore plans had to change. So now, having explained that in autistic detail for my, well, look at the guy right now. Just look at him. Look at him. Any guy who makes that face on camera and lets himself be captured with that face obviously needs things explained to him in autistic detail. But also so that my audience has an idea of where I'm coming from, let's see how he fucks this up, because, oh boy, does he fuck this up.
Because that was a completely different part of my life. That was before I was a YouTuber. That was before I moved across the country. That was before my aunt got ill. Like, there's a million factors. Like, that's insane. It's not even close to a similar comparison, right? When I bought the condo, I had this office job. And I actually bought a condo in Connecticut to be close to the job and commute back and forth, really short commute. Literally, that's the reason I bought it. And then what happened was that job laid me off. I became a YouTuber. I was a YouTuber for many years. I moved across the country. My aunt moved into the condo in Connecticut. The point was that she was going to live there for a long time, but then she got very ill and had to go into hospice care. And then eventually she passed away. So I didn't have anyone else to take over for the apartment. I looked into ways to try to rent it out. I couldn't find any company. Like, no company would touch the place because they said that is in like a high risk area. Renters in that area tend to not be reliable, and therefore we don't even want to handle it. We don't want to even rent it for you. No one would do it. So I ended up just having it sit there, and eventually I went into bankruptcy, and I actually had to surrender that condo as a part of the proceedings, and it ended up being foreclosed upon by the mortgage holder. That has nothing to do with me buying up a bunch of game companies and then immediately 2 years later laying everybody off. Not even close.
You idiot. You idiot. That was just, oh my God. What more can you say? What more can you say when it's just coping about how, well, guys, here's all the facts about my situation, and none of them are identical, so ergo, it's nothing the same at all. It's not the same at all. Big-brained Philip Paul Burnell, this is why he is the smartest man in the room, and we can all get fucked for, you know, for daring to think he's not awesome. Okay, GTA 4 with the Daily Fap has been up for some time, but I really wanted to finish that so that I can check it off my pile because I had a couple of videos from yesterday. GTA 4 with mods is amazing.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome.
GTA 4 with mods is amazing. Making people rage quit in CVS 2. The Daily Fap, July 3rd, 2025. Goody.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Thursday, the 3rd of July, 2025. An awesome stream.
Wow.
So let's talk all about it. So today was a full day of streaming, including a podcast and 2 gameplay streams. And the podcast covered some updates, including the fact that I had finally gotten Grand Theft Auto 4 to work with mods. And I explained the situation and why originally it didn't work, how I figured it out and got it to work. And quite frankly, it's very simple. The people who are good at coding and modding and all this techie stuff just aren't good at explaining stuff to normal people.
Dave, do you have any idea how much people make writing instruction manuals? Joe Dub asks, what do you mean by high risk, Philip? I think he means full of stationaries. Urban styles with a hard R, if you know what I mean.
In fact, the instructions they had created and put on the internet were wrong. I figured out what was wrong with them, corrected them, and then it worked. So it's that simple.
So let's hear that again about how he's so brilliant. I would have been spurging all night if I watched the actual full, because I watched him do this in chat on stream. This bit was ridiculous. He really was like pants on head insane during this bit.
In fact, the instructions they had created and put on the internet were wrong. I figured out what was wrong with them, corrected them, and then it worked. So, he's omitting the slight fact that Duncan, or his Duncan analog was the one who handheld him through finding out and troubleshooting what the actual issue was. And he ranted at length on camera about how he unzipped a folder.
that was the thing I meant to do tonight, was demonstrate what he did wrong, But he unzipped a folder into the folder that it was supposed to overwrite, rather than into the directory above it, into the root directory above it, so that it would overwrite everything. And because he doesn't know how to use Microsoft Explorer is the problem. And more to the point, why is it the fault of the person who wrote the directions that you were having a problem? This was not a paid for service, Dave. This was a free service. This was a free set of instructions that you used for a free mod. And any documentation is a godsend. Any documentation is a godsend on that sort of thing. The guy could have said, "Here's the files, figure it out, quit fucked." That like you would have if you were a modder. So, yeah, Dave, I don't get this attitude of yours about how these people are book smart but not street smart, and how the people who wrote the person who wrote the documentation is the person who's really at fault here because they can't explain things. When, Dave, do you know how much effort is put into writing instructions professionally? In that world, how much emphasis is put on trying to put things in a way that idiots like you can understand? How much money competent technical writers make? You know, people who genuinely can put it together the way you want them to. It is not a common skill set, but yeah, no, the problem is you don't know how to use Windows Explorer, Dave. That's the long and the short of it. That's from the way you described it. The problem is you don't know how to use Windows Explorer.
It's that simple.
I suppose it is, Dave. I suppose it is.
Today, including a follow-up to the one about Microsoft laying off over 9,000 employees. An entire other studio had been closed, and it's from a game dev and group who had been making FPS games for over 20 years, and they closed them before they could even make a game. Okay? In addition to that...
Okay, so it had industry veterans. It was a new studio that was helmed by industry veterans that got closed before it could complete a game. Yeah, to go back to the point I was making, sometimes expenses are just, they run ahead of what they're worth. Industry veterans are in demand, Dave. Not everyone's going to take a pay cut to work on a project. You know, sometimes people need to eat. So it doesn't matter how many industry veterans you have. If the money doesn't make sense, and more importantly, if the publisher doesn't think they're going to get their money out of it, it doesn't matter how much talent is behind it. Now, having talent behind it can absolutely keep the ball rolling. And this could well be, this reorganization is probably directed more because of something higher up in Microsoft than just the Xbox division reorganizing itself, given the scale of the cuts and what is being cut. There is distinctly we want to recoup some of the expenses of this division going on by any means necessary, which is a vibe that's coming more out of the C-suite than out of the divisional leadership. But Dave, that's business. That's business. How many good projects have died because they have bad timing? Or because, you know, the bad timing isn't even the studios, it's the company, the publisher hits some rocky straits, or the company's owner hits some rocky straits that necessitates changing the plans for the developer. It happens. It's the industry. It sucks. It's a shame. It's a shame. You shouldn't dance on any graves because of it. You shrug and you say, that's the industry. That's the industry. And then you move on to the next project. That's how it was. That's how it's been in TV and Hollywood, you know, with movies and TV for decades, since at least the Second World War. That's how it's been. Since at least the end of the studio system. That's how it's been. So yeah, Dave, that's Dave, you make my head hurt. And Dasher Pie's with me on that one.
If you didn't know, Anthem is shutting down.
Yes, it is.
Most people didn't know Anthem was still up and running.
Because you're a pillock.
Shutting down. So we covered all of those news stories today. Give the podcast a look if you're interested.
Anthem shutting down is somehow news.
Into Grand Theft Auto 4 with mods, and it was very fun. Wow. The game looks and performs absolutely great. a smooth 60 frames. I can't do it higher than that because sadly, if you run GTA 4 above 60 frames, apparently the game glitches and has issues apparently with like jitteriness and frame rate balance. So for 60 frames, it was absolutely amazing. The shaders, the lighting, the textures.
Wow.
Seeing all the characters looking like they're 4K. Absolutely amazing. Great experience. Had a great time with the first stream of it today. I hope that you'll...
Anthem was BioWare's previous... It's a BioWare game that was released. It was the thing they did before they released the Veilguard, Dragon Age of the Veilguard. It was basically... how to describe it? It was basically Destiny, except you've got power armor, or you've got more emphasis on power armor. Is a quick way of describing it. The lore, of course, it's got its own lore. It's also got its own lore. Destiny was rather infamous because because of a scathing expose that I think Brian Shearer is what his name was. He's earned some fame as an actual journalist who does games rather than a games journalist. He reporting on the industry, and then he got into political stuff, and he's just lost his mind ever since, is what my understanding is. But basically BioWare's plan was come up with great idea, set lofty high level concept goals, a miracle happens, make all the money. Yes, Joe Dub, his mic position is atrocious, and he yeah. But remember, boom arms are the problem. You should not be able to see a boom of any sort or a boom mount in shot. That's the problem, Goop. But back to the question of what was Anthem. So yeah, Anthem is very Destiny like. It's a looter shooter. It's a looter shooter with sci-fi pretensions. Not sci-fi pretensions. That is pretentious sci-fi. And it's centered around, you have an Iron Man suit in which you can fly around and you're doing missions in, and the course of the game is you unlock stuff, develop it, and then the end game consists of doing group activities, raids, things of that nature. That's kind of the long and the short of what Anthem was on a mechanical side. And the reason why Anthem gets shit is because of a very scathing expose that was written that talked about its development history, where like the flight component of it basically did not exist until about 18 months before launch, when they were trying to come up with ideas on how to keep the project alive. They wanted something to wow the EA executives, and one of them said, "Hey, can we make the robot suits fly?" And the EA guys fell in love with it. And therefore, that's when it became, I guess it's about the flying mech suits now, guys. And the game was a mess at launch. It was an absolute mess at launch. And because the game was basically built in those 18 months after it had been decided, oh, it's about flying mech suits after all. But the game had 7 years of development. 7 years, of which between 5 and 5.5 was spent basically doing high level stuff and pissing about, basically. Yeah, Koraz here correcting me with correcting my half remembered tales. Yes. Yeah, it was. The reason why people laugh at Anthem is they had 7 years of dev time. Yeah, they had 7 years of dev time, of which like 5 were spent doing nothing but high level stuff. Like after 5 years of development, quote unquote, and like having announced the game, they did not have a core gameplay loop, or the gameplay loop was really nebulous. It was not concrete. It was there was very much a lot of, as I said, the plan, it looked like, was come up with cool idea. Come up with an ambitious idea, do lots of high-level concept work. The BioWare process / a miracle happens, collect money. That was what the 4-step plan was. And it was the BioWare process happens that was the problem. It was very much the company's management. The company's management believed its own PR. is what it really boiled down to, which was why it ended up being such a problem. Because BioWare is a studio like any other. That you have good writers and that you can put together a great story means nothing if you are not doing the work if you're not doing the work to make it work in practice. And that was always BioWare's real strength. It wasn't that BioWare was doing revolutionary stories. It wasn't even that it was doing groundbreaking stuff. It was that they were taking very conventional plots and very conventional characters. Because BioWare had a stable of, back when it was good, of maybe 24 characters, if that. Because they were broadly speaking archetypes and tropes, and then executing them very well. That's what they did very well. And it was about the time of Mass Effect 3, like the run up to Mass Effect 3, that you could see the warning signs that they thought they had lost the understanding of what made their stories good and what their writing strengths were. So Mass Effect 3 showed the rot, but Anthem just kicked the whole house of cards in. And then the credibility was gone after Anthem. It was gone after Andromeda, really, but Anthem's, the cope was Mass Effect Andromeda was done by a new studio within BioWare, and that the real BioWare, the BioWare Edmonton, was doing Anthem. Or was it Austin? I don't remember whether it was BioWare Edmonton or BioWare Austin. The real BioWare was doing Anthem, and therefore it would be good, and the writing would be fine, and there wouldn't be any issues. And then, Anthem's many flaws just kick the door in, and the whole house of cards collapsed as far as BioWare's credibility went. The Veilguard didn't have to be a disaster. My understanding is its development history was even more tortured and screwed up than Anthem's was, but it did not have to be a disaster. It made very bad writing choices that got it into the state that it did. Anthem was a story of managerial hubris and delusion more than anything else. You can't blame the script materials for Anthem's problem, because it was so much bigger than the world building, and it was so much bigger than just the bad mechanics. Because the bad and buggy mechanics were there because it was basically willed into existence in 18 months, which was a feat. It was a fairly impressive technical feat. They managed to get done what they got done and to get it to launch. And it's funny because it's one of the few instances where EA actually weren't assholes, weren't money grubbing assholes. They actually gave BioWare all the time that was reasonable to give. Because they gave BioWare 7 years on Anthem, 7 years of writing checks to pay for stuff on Anthem before it got out the door. And they would have been writing it for another 5 had they not just said, we need this to launch, and lit the fires. So, yeah, like I said, it was a rare case of EA not being the archetypal villains that they are usually portrayed as. And what do they get as a reward? They get one of the biggest flops of 2022. Certainly one of the most embarrassing flops of 2022. So, yeah, it's EA finally does what people ask them to do as far as, game devs, give the devs the time that they want, and it boomerangs in their face, which just reinforces letting the MBAs and bean counters run everything is the only way to make money. Which is still a terrible way to run a creative venture, but yeah.
Check out the videos on the channel. They're live. It's about 2.5 hours of gameplay and more coming. People showed up, engaged, supported, and said, yes, please, more. And so this will be a playthrough in the running to balance with Death Stranding 2 as we move forward in July.
Give me monies. Give me the monies.
By the way, we hit and exceeded the support goal. Then tonight, it was Thursday night fights instead of Friday, because remember, tomorrow is a very special marathon event, which we're about to talk about in just a second. So, we had Thursday night fights, Capcom versus SNK 2 again. Now, there was a little difference here. The last 2 times I played this game, I had all these special challenges set up. Tony B, VDO, a random encounter with Justin Wong, and Snake. All of those sets were great. Even though I didn't win all of them, they were still great.
You didn't win all of them. Yep, Dave. Yep, that's a hell of a cope for Justin Wong. Beat me like a bongo drum 10-0.
The problem that I'm running into is that if I don't do a challenge set against people, sadly, I won't get much comp. And the reason is because I haven't played CVS2 enough to rank up to the tier where the good players are.
Dave, maybe if you hadn't abandoned all of your progress on PC, you would be doing better. And, you know, you might actually be able to run into Jay Wong more often because, you know, he plays on PC and there's no cross-platform.
Is fledgling down in Platinum and they all suck, okay? I need to get to like Diamond and then eventually to Master if I'm going to play better players in CVS2. Apparently they are in there, but they've been playing this shit non-stop. And you guys know me, I play fighting games once a week, maybe twice if I'm lucky.
So why do you think you should be playing them then, Dave? Why do you think that they should want to play with you? You're a scrub to them because you don't put any effort in. You know, people who you think are on your level, people whose level you think you're on, because you think you're hot shit who's good at this game. That, no, Justin Wong's better than you, but if there's a tier here, you know, if there's a ladder, you know, Justin Wong might be at the very top, but, you know, you are just a rung or two down, and if you reach up, you could plant your hands on his nice, firm ass and give it a massage. Because that's what you're really into, Dave. I know that's what you like, so that's what you're thinking about. But you are within arm's reach of Justin Wong in your own mind. So, and of the people he considers colleagues and people who he plays with, you know, in CVS too. That's who you think you belong with. And Dave, you don't. You absolutely do not. You absolutely do not. I mean, while it would be hilarious to watch you constantly get beaten, you know, 10-0, 9-1, 8-2, and then people getting so pissed off with you and your nonsense, just quitting, genuinely rage quitting because they just cannot deal with you and your connection. Well, that would be amazing. Yeah, we're not going to get that kind of good stuff, I'm afraid. We're not going to be so blessed.
I'm not leveling enough to get to the good comp. So tonight, my entire mission was to grind away on the PlayStation 5 if possible and get as high rank as I could. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, not only was I successful, I was spanking these abusing scrubs because all they know how to do is abuse lag. They try really cheap tactics. They try to run away and mash buttons. They roll, throw, and lag. They do everything possible, right? I was banking them so bad. So many OCVs, either with Vega or Chun-Li tonight, they were all rage quitting. No lie.
Nobody, Dave, again, you have no basis for thinking people were rage quitting. You have no idea why people were quitting. I'm sure you can justify to yourself that, oh, yes, they had to be rage quitting. But the truth is, you don't know. You don't know. People's phone could have rang and they could have had to go off to see the birth of their child, to go deal with a family emergency. They could have been playing CVS2 while waiting for something to cook in the oven and the oven timer went off. You don't fucking know. So, again, this says more about you than it does about them. That you assume they were rage quitting because you are so awesome and your EP is so hard. It says something about your narcissism. It says something about your ego. It says something about how important being good at fighting games is to you. Which is funny when you refuse to put the time and effort into being good at fighting games in your job. You could be good at fighting games as part of your job. Like, you could make being good at any fighting game you chose a part of your job. How many people would love that? How many people who play video games would love the ability to say, well, I want to be really good at whatever kind of game. And, oh my gosh, I'd love to have a job where as part of that, I get to be really good at the thing. And yet, you spend more time doing stuff in first-person shooters that you have no affection for, no attachment to, and no competitive interest in, when you have a legitimate competitive interest in fighting games. Make it make sense, Dave. Make it make sense.
4 different people rage quit me tonight after I fucking destroyed them so badly that they actually were so upset and butthurt that I'm actually good at video games. They all rage quit. So
Again, he is how the fuck does he make the assumption that any of these people know who he is? I don't get it. I mean, if he genuinely believes this, he has to think that people who see DSP Gaming, or they call me DSP, or whatever the fuck his PlayStation handle is, they see it, they know who he is, and rather than wanting to match him because it's going to be funny and it'll be content that they can upload, that they are generally saying, oh my gosh, it's Darkside Phil. He's so good at fighting games. Oh my gosh, I can't possibly face him. No, my ego can't take being beaten by Darkside Phil. Oh no. But much better to rage quit. Much better to quit. Yes. That is the thing that a person in my position should be doing. I should be quitting and therefore inconveniencing Darkside Phil. So, if he genuinely believes that that's what his logic is, complete with the voice of the prissy person who's quitting. So that's what I mean. I don't get it. I just do not get what the fuck is going on in his head when he's doing this.
hilarious. We got it all on camera. These little babies whining and crying as I beat them, and then rage quitting right out of the game. Pretty hilarious, because again, they don't know how to play. They're just using this online abusable shit. This is the new guard of CVS2. They don't even know how to fucking play the game. They're terrible players.
Dave,
then when someone
Jesus Christ, Dave. You beat them. Show a little bit of humility and victory. Say that, wish them well. Say that it's all, guys, guys, thank you for playing me tonight. You guys are the new guard of CVS2, and it's great to see people who are picking up this collection and trying to learn. It's a great game, and it's awesome to see more people coming into it. More people who didn't grow up with it. Because Dave, you think you're an ambassador for the fighting game community. Or at least old games, or at least old games that you like. So what the fuck are you doing? Other than stroking your ego, which, again, imagine that I am a member of this new guard, and I have gotten myself spanked by this guy that they call Darkside Phil or DSP Gaming, or they call me whatever his name is. And then I go on Twitter and I happen to see someone has posted the clip of him being a salty little piggy, of him being a smug little piggy, rather, about how all the people I beat tonight can eat a bag of dicks because I'm so awesome and they suck. If these are the people who are playing CVS2, if these are the people who are beating me, and why should I keep playing this game? If I don't have a passion for this game, if I'm trying to learn it, if I'm trying to form an attachment to it, and I see that these are the kind of dickheads I'm dealing with every week, why should I keep playing? Oh, don't worry, Dash Pie, he absolutely is, because he's not getting anything from the missus, but he's not doing that stroking on stream anymore, unfortunately. As funny as it was the one time he got caught doing it. And maybe the second. There is the case that it maybe happened again.
is good at the game spanks them, they can't handle it. Their minds are crushed, their worlds are destroyed, and they gotta run out of there.
And again, he's saying all of this. He's saying all of this. Again, what would you say if you are one of these people who's part of this new guard who genuinely picked up this collection and thinks this is a cool little game that you've gotten into and are trying to learn it? That you're dealing with assholes like this. So why should I form an attachment to this game when people like this are out there? And yes, every fandom has assholes. Every fandom has assholes. But none of them are, well, very few of them are as in your face as this piece of shit is. I mean, he's so toxic about everything. I mean, everything he makes just worse. He makes everything terrible. Everything.
And then go to their mom so their mom can change their diaper for them. So it was funny. And man, I did level up, but sadly, we didn't even hit a new tier. Like, we started at low super platinum. I think we're higher up in super platinum now. But the problem was the people wouldn't stick around. I'd be playing these platinum, sometimes diamond players, spanking them, and then they would run away and cry and then rage quit. So he
never, and of course, to be a broken record, he never considers that what he would. Why would he do that? Why would he do that? Why would he suddenly drop a connection? And he always avoids the logical conclusion of that, maybe the reason why I was winning tonight is that maybe I was the piece of shit with the terrible internet connection. Which, again, we don't know. We don't know. And Dave doesn't know either. Which is fine, Dashby. It really is. There's nothing wrong with wanting to. There's nothing wrong with being competitive, and there's nothing wrong from wanting to avoid the fact that that it's possible to get really toxic when that competitiveness gets going and can take on a life of its own. Totally get it. No, I'm more Dave. I'm more Dave in that I tend to avoid him because my ego, I have the same competitiveness problems, but it's my ego just does not like not winning. So, it's just better for all involved if I just focus on things that, don't get me quite so toxic.
Didn't get a significant number of points, but I was dominating all night. In fact, I think all night I lost twice. Seriously.
And
the
were
one time that was a really bad lag, and the guy was completely abusing it. He knew that's how he could play to win because he had a bad connection.
No basis whatsoever for this opinion, and of course you remember exactly how you were beaten, and that is living rent free in your head along with every other slight that's ever occurred to you.
Did it on purpose to cheat to get to the level that he was at. He's a complete scumbag. So anyway,
again, no. I would love to hear Dave's internal monologue as he justifies these positions to himself. It would be fascinating. It would be fascinating just for him to draw every single negative inference possible under the sun based upon how someone behaves in a fighting game. And not even watching their inputs or watching, looking over their shoulder, like in real life or even on camera, watching them from the perspective of the person that they're playing. He thinks these things. And again, if I just want to hold a mirror up to him and say, Dave, how is this any different than what you say detractors do to you? Because you say every single detractor draws every negative inference possible under the sun about you, and that those are all lies and misrepresentations, and that they have no basis in fact. How the fuck are these takes about other people in fighting games any different?
absolute domination, great gameplay. Check out the videos if you want to see some fun stuff, OCV domination and shit. And we hit the support goal. So we're now at 45 out of 50, 5 goals away from the Grillo's Pickles menu.
Bag.
At Sonic as the next DSP try.
Bag.
All right, so absolutely great stuff today. A great day of gameplay and streaming. But tomorrow is the big one. Tomorrow is the actual holiday. It is July 4th, also known as Independence Day here in the United States, but I'm celebrating Indivestance Day. What does that mean? Well, I'm celebrating my freedom from having to wear silly vests, crazy hats, gunner glasses, and other things. The fact that now you guys support me in droves because of the...
Remember, the vest was a symbol about standing up to the trolls and how they were a community and how they could overcome anything if they worked together. You know, so you're glad to be free of that, Dave? Seriously, I mean, tomorrow the montages that you're going to be able to pull out of tomorrow are going to be amazing, simply because of all the stupid shit he said about the vests during the vest streak, and all of the times he banned people for suggesting that he get rid of them. But yeah, now that he's gotten tired of them and he thinks he's better than them, that he's decided that he did look like a clown. Yeah.
Quality of my content, and not because I'm dressing up like a clown, is a huge freedom gained. A breath of fresh air. And I want to say thank you to everyone who supported me those 4 years that I was doing that to stay afloat. Now things are much better, and I'm very happy for it and grateful for it. Tomorrow, as a silly marathon event, we are doing it again. Meaning for every $50 that I raise on this stream, I will be doing a poll where you'll vote. Do you want to see this particular vest or this hat? I have over a dozen hats. I have like 8 or 9 vests. This could last all day long. All right. Also, there'll be liquor. Every $100 raid, I'm going to take a shot. I have 3 flavors of moonshine. I have whiskey. I have flavors of the 99 fruits shots, and I have some horchata shots with it's like rum and stuff mixed together. So all this cool new stuff to have during the marathon event. What actually will we be doing? Well, I got to clean out my closet again. My
Oh
closet
my
is
God.
incredibly backed up and jammed up with too much clutter. It's been several years since we did that last closet cleanup, and since I did all the upgrades to my setup in the last year, it's just completely messy again. And the problem is I got stuff here I need to put in the closet. There's no room. I want to use the top shelf. It's covered in hats.
Why does your audience care about this, Dave, at all?
We're going to have silly fun hanging out, cleaning out the closet, and every time that
silly fun cleaning out the closet. Oh, don't worry, Dash Pie. He's ruined me. He's ruined me in worse ways than he's probably ruined you. I mean, I struggle to hear the word robust without wanting to snark on it. I struggle to not to goat laugh as whenever I do a falsetto in Meat Space anymore. I struggle not to goat laugh to indicate that it's a falsetto to clarify any doubt. which makes it a little hard. It makes it a little hard to keep a straight face at times.
get $50 of support, you pick a hat or a vest.
Also, he's destroyed my ability to use the word thus, which just pisses me off because I love that word.
Then when we hit the next milestone, like let's say we hit 150, time for another hat or vest, then whatever I take off is retired. I'm going to put it into storage, and then that will be officially retired for now. And the idea is that by the end of the day, we hopefully retire everything. And then what we will do is save it for special events. Like maybe once
Wait. Okay. So when people give him money and he puts on a hat, when he takes it off, it's going to be retired. Okay. So let me back that up. So does that mean people shouldn't give you money, Dave? They like the hats. They shouldn't give you money?
We're going to have silly fun hanging out, cleaning out the closet. And every time that we get $50 of support, you pick a hat or a vest, I put it on. Then when we hit the next milestone, like let's say we hit 150, time for another hat or vest, then whatever I take off is retired. I'm going to put it...
Like what? Okay, seriously, what the fuck is this monetization scheme? Like, okay, you're trying to tap on nostalgia for this gimmick. And the way you're tapping into that nostalgia is saying, now guys, if you give me the monies and pick for me to wear this thing, I'm never going to wear it again. Seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Into storage, and then that will be officially retired for now. And the whole idea is that by the end of the day, we hopefully retire everything. And then what we will do is save it for special events. Like maybe once a year, we'll do Indivestance Day again, where we'll bring back the hats and vests for silly fun. We'll see. But the whole idea is a nice chill day, great vibes. Now, I understand a lot of people will not be able to attend because it's Independence Day. I get it. Half of my viewership is American, so I understand. I'll be here all day. I'm starting around, between 11 and 11:30 in the morning. I'll be going till like 8, 9 at night. So by all means, come by, hang out, support the stream, have a good time, see some silly hats and vests. If you can only make it for 5 minutes, come by whenever you can make it for 5 minutes and just say hello. This is a cool event to do in the middle of the summer.
What the fuck is this pitch?
It's nice to stop by and spend some time together, right? Because that's all.
No, it's not, Dave. No, it's not. You only care about the money. So unless you're expecting people to show in and give you $1 for every minute they hang out, you don't want people just stopping in to say hi, because you're going to get pissed. You're going to get pissed at cyclical viewership and people coming in and asking you, well, why are you doing that? What's that? What's that? What's that?
Now, could there be some gameplay? Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
I'm on the fence about that, but we could.
Of course you're on the fence about that. We've gone from there's going to be no gameplay whatsoever to, well, guys, if you give me the monies, I will.
Some games and do some silly stuff if we want, but for the most part, the focus is the closet cleanup, the vests, the hats, and interacting and having a good time together. There is no pressure. There is no rush. My wife will be making an American-style meal with slow cooker, homemade barbecue chicken. She's making the barbecue sauce from scratch. Homemade mac and cheese with all kinds of stuff like jalapenos and bacon and stuff in it. And then a few sides and things like that. So it's going to be a great one. I hope that you will join me tomorrow. And by the way, potential that if we hit 5 goals tomorrow, the next thing you know, we'll be doing the Grillos Pickles DSP Tries It, right? Right around the corner. So,
big.
I would love to see you. You can come by and hang out and support and see some hats and vests. That would be amazing. If you can't make it, it's all good. I wish you a great and happy and safe Independence Day. I am not here on Saturday or Sunday. I come back on Monday for another full week of fun, but I'll talk more about that tomorrow. Okay, guys? Thank you so very much. Everyone have a good night. Enjoy the gameplay, and especially GTA. It was really good today. See you in the morning for Indivestance Day. Have a good night.
Okay. That's a wrap. Another long, hard Reeestream has been successfully endured. Yay! I need to get a soundboard. I've got the Stream Deck. I just haven't gotten the sounds. Okay. So where are we? All right. So tomorrow is going to be pain. Tomorrow is going to be full of pain. So much pain. Oh, so much pain. But I'm going to probably restream some of tomorrow. I have a plan. I'm not doing Liberty or Death. It's probably going to just be more my gameplay than restream of the guy. Though it's probably going to be like inverted. It's probably going to be inverted from the normal format. So he's probably going to be small and a game's going to be big. And I will blow him up whenever he's doing something stupid or that I want to comment on. But you know, if you need background music, that's what I'm going to be using him as. Like I think I've got an idea. I think I've got an idea. We'll see how well it works. And if it doesn't work, then I'll just play Metal Wolf Chaos. So then kick names, kick bands. All right. So then it hasn't been as good a day on the band side. We have Johnny Stamos Real, because, you know, Dave is kind of obsessed with John Stamos. Kazuma DDR. I don't know why Kiryu is going to East Germany, but, you know, who knows? Lightning Returns Unbox Real got banned and then banned again. You know, double banned. Double Ultra Perma Secret banned, in fact. Longtime fan Thomas McDonald got banned. Ghostmaker 36, Real Meat Pickle, Brighter Sign, Fool Gay and Trans, and Zabby YT. Longtime fan Thomas McDonald is probably my favorite of the day. So, you know, your favorite will be yours, and I encourage folks to choose their favorites. Our little counting game didn't go amazingly. We did get him to say it. He did say the word once. So ban has increased in number as a result of, you know, we have contributed to the chronicling of the number of times the word ban has been used. But I will admit, it's hard to play the game when he's being as boring as he was tonight, because I want to fast forward stuff. And if I fast forward stuff, I then feel bad because he might have said the word. But, you know, He wouldn't have said the word ban if he was being toxic. That's the thing, is he wouldn't have said ban unless he was being toxic. And when he's being toxic, he does it in longer than 5-second snippets. Because it takes a little while to get spun up, which is good when you're trying to, you know, find content in those blocks. Okay, so we need to add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 to the poor unfortunate souls counter. Because, you know, there's a bit going on. There is a bit, and we like our bits around these parts. The kick ban counter. Banned. Gone. Forever. All right. Other than that, I think we are done. That was for actually stopping live, that stream went on longer than I thought it was going to. But yeah, it was fun. I will see whoever is going to come out tomorrow. I hope everyone has a long and productive, productive by whatever metric you want. If productive means fun, then fun, and productive is if actually getting caught up on back work, then back work. 4th of July if you are in the States, because it's a 3-day weekend and we hate to squander them. Because I'm not going to be back for a while because, Dave's off Saturday and Sunday. And I think I've earned a detox. I need to detox. This week has been, I do this because it's fun. no matter how much I complain, this is fun and I like doing it. But this has been a hell of a week. This has been a week that I need a detox. I need some time to detox after this week because this week has been really rough. He's gone on a couple of benders this week, and it's been just woof. He's been off his meds. All right then. So having said all of that, well, I wish everyone a great 4th, which I already did. See everybody tomorrow. Otherwise, stay safe and have a great weekend because we will not be back until Monday otherwise, if you're not coming out tomorrow. So, see ya, everybody.